6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you, as always, for making us part of your day as we start the week together. If you're listening live, we are bright and early here, kicking things off for the guys here during the main show. I'm sorry, I'm entertained with Greg trying to change the camera angle, and he's two blocked. He's just staring at the board. Not sure. You good, buddy? You want to hit 4? Try that one. There you go. Look at you. He's going to be a TV producer before you know it. He's in there switching TV. But hey, welcome in. We got lots to recap from this past weekend, especially with the sports world. We got this election coming up. If you're listening live, it's next week. If you're Greg and I were sitting here talking like, so start tomorrow. We're a week away from the election. We are. Single digits. We've been counting it down, and here it is. So we have that plus a whole lot of other things to talk about. Your phone calls are always welcome, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We could take some unscreened phone calls. That number is 866-932-3244, and the text option is available for you. Well, he's set back down, ready to go, and it's Mr. Greg Burgess.
What's up?
People can't see what I see because, I just have a perfect angle into you in that TV room trying to figure things out.
I can't remember.
And all I can see is your head looking down. I can't see what you're doing.
Yeah, just punching buttons.
And that look
till it comes up. There it is.
Precious, let me tell you.
Yeah,
but good job, buddy.
Yeah,
you're figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
How was your weekend?
It was good. Short.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You look up and here we are.
Yeah, right back.
We had a busy one ourselves. We had JC, let me just say this right out of the gate. Happy birthday, son. He's 23 today.
23.
He is. And I guess Friday, mid-afternoon, you have it, most do, little family text. It starts breaking out,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, coming home, this, that, and the other. And so JC was coming in. Reese was coming in. Tyler, Mabry, and River were running around, and the discussion was, let's eat and have hibachi-type dinner Friday night. And, they have a system where if any party members are late, they won't sit you until everybody's there. And I understand because they don't want to take up an entire section.
Yeah, because they don't know when those people are showing
right,
up.
and everybody just sitting there waiting. So I get what they're doing.
You're mad about it, but yeah.
But Tyler did something that I couldn't be too critical of because I've done it too. He was going to the wrong place. He said, I don't know what happened.
I've done that.
But in my mind, I had us going to another hibachi restaurant south of town, and we were 20 minutes from that location. And he said, for some reason in my mind, after a long, I was brain. I couldn't for the life of me remember where we all said we were going to meet, which was very clear. There was no confusion. He said, so Terry's like, man, where are they? Because we're sitting down, and the lady's like, I'm so sorry, we can't sit y'all until everybody's here. So the hostess was real.
Thanks, Tyler.
The hostess was real sweet. So every now and then I go, okay, look at that, they're here. All right, she would grab the menus.
Oh no!
And then the boys would go, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, he's just messing with you." And so
there they are.
Like, oh, they're here. All right,
Thank
we're
goodness.
gonna go ahead and sit down.
How far off was he?
Okay, so we were gonna meet at 5:30. Well, it gets to be about 5:40, and we've been sitting there because we get there about 5:25, and we walk in, and we're sitting there, and Terry says, let me check and see where they are. So I check, and they're going south on 65, like nowhere. Going away from where we are.
Direction.
And so she calls me and goes, hey, we're not going to, where so-and-so. Oh, my, I can't believe in my mind, that's where I was going because that's where we normally go. And I'm so sorry. 25 minutes from us. And I'm like, oh, my gracious. And it's don't forget, it's Friday at rush hour, too. So I guess rush hour is still a thing, but you know what I mean. It's between 4 and 6, so it's right in the middle of south of Birmingham.
Did you say good luck? Y'all just find you somewhere to eat.
Well, they had little man with them who was fired up, and he couldn't just. So we sat around, and I don't know the name of the game, But JC and then we're like, hey, let's play a celebrity game. I'm like, you know me, I'm not into stuff like that. I'm like, what do you mean a celebrity game? So we're sitting there in a little waiting area outside, and so many people are walking past us.
Oh, that people have already eaten and left.
Yeah. Oh, and I said, oh, wow. So look, all those people. So you see, they got to feed them before they feed us now. And Terry said, you're going to have to stop.
Yeah.
You're going to have to stop and quit announcing to me how everybody's going to eat before we are. I'm like, well, I'm just saying. Well, there goes that party of four. Look at them right there. That should be us. He's going to eat my chicken. He's going to eat my chicken.
Me crazy.
He's going to eat my shrimp.
Yeah, people they've arrived, ordered, ate, and left, and we're still
right. Yeah. And so they said, let's play a celebrity game. So if I say a celebrity, all right, and let's say it's Michael Jordan, okay, and it could be an athlete, somebody in the entertainment world of some. So if I said Michael Jordan, then you're next, and your celebrity's first name has to start with a J because I said Michael Jordan. Okay. And so then
Jim Carrey.
Okay, so then here we go, and now I've got to say somebody with a C. And then that's just how it goes. It just goes around, and we killed time. I counted, I think, 30 people that walked through.
Y'all were, I think y'all were weird.
And we just hanging out, just waiting. And then after I had told the hostess about 5 times that they were here, I stood up and I said, ma'am, I'm just kidding. They actually are here. She said, are you serious? Because she was
crying wolf.
She was laughing, and actually I helped her twice on helping us find a celebrity. So she was like part of the family. We'd been waiting so long.
You've been there so long, y'all bonded.
So it's not like I was messing with her. We were all having fun because she thought that was hilarious. I said, I bet you that you get this a lot. She said, oh yeah, I cannot sit anybody.
What if they would have sat y'all and y'all were sitting there waiting? Y'all just you'd have been so uncomfortable.
Oh man, I would have been. She said, yeah, it's just the way things operate. Because if we sit y'all down there and we take up a whole section and now we're just waiting, the cook is
not being productive.
Yeah, no. But you're only as good as the person that shows up last.
Yeah, I mean that's when it starts for everybody.
So Tyler comes around the corner and goes, on me. This is all on me. For some reason I was going to the wrong place.
Oh wow.
And I looked at Mabry. I said, Mabry, what were you doing? She said, oh, well, I was having fun with River. We were hanging out. I didn't forget where we were going.
You just riding.
But anyway, that's how we started the birthday weekend celebration. Yeah, but it was a great family weekend. It was just fun time hanging out. Besides getting past that, I felt like I had a pretty good attitude about it.
Did you?
Yeah, when we were eating around 6:15, it should have been 5:30.
Cheering, you're starving.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
You were starving.
Terry looked at me and said, "You're going to have to embrace this. I know you don't want to, but it just is what it is."
No sense fretting over it.
Yeah,
because I'm a threat to sit there and keep griping about it and go, I ain't going to change it. So
right.
You might as well get comfortable and play a celebrity game or something.
They were just coming up with something we could do. We sat around and had a good time. It was actually kind of fun to hang out, and of course we were all hungry, starving.
You could smell food being cooked.
Yeah,
besides that.
How many people do you think I announced to Terry so they're going to eat our food right there?
Yeah.
It's our chicken. There goes our chicken.
We could be full right now because we're done.
Yeah. Do you like, when it comes to that, do you like fried rice or do you like the noodles too?
Fried rice. I'm a fan.
This place, they give you both, unless you request like double fried rice, noodles. Or
I'll probably split it up.
Yeah.
But my favorite of the two is the rice.
Yeah. It was a party. I just mixed them all together, and here we go.
Yeah. Once you finally got in.
Yeah. Once we finally got in, and I was starving.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buy Raycon.com/bigbox or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGBOX, cbdistillery.com code BIGBOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Just looking back at some of the stuff over the weekend. Today is my middle son's, JC's, 23rd birthday.
23.
And we were just discussing how we started the weekend celebration on Friday night by going out for a family dinner. But it was at one of these places where you can't be seated until everybody's there.
Yeah, and
so
y'all
that
didn't
was
have everybody there.
no, we did not. And then we
Not even
go
close.
into Saturday. It was full of college football. We were doing some work around the house. You just great family fun. Little man, my grandson, River is over. Boy, he'll get on that bicycle. Good night.
Where, yeah.
I think he's ready to take the training wheels off. He's just 3. He'll be 4 in early December. Our birthdays are just like 4 days apart. But I think he's about there. He was acting at times though that like hey, I'm ready to take him off. But then he would lean to the right or something, and I would say, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
but
fall.
the boys asked a great question to Terry and I. Were there like, who are y'all? And we're like, what are you talking about? There were times where he was riding the bicycle in the house around furniture. And they said that would never have happened with us. I mean, if I said, Dad, can I get my bicycle and y'all rearrange the room and push furniture to the middle of the room so he can have a track around, and he's hitting cabinets and making marks on the hardwood with his tires because he's coming in real hard and then he's staying in it and all that. I don't know what y'all would have done. That never would have happened. And now he's just going in circles having darndest
It's
time.
different. Like my dad told me, you'll see it's different.
Yeah, it
He's
is.
right.
Yeah. Don't criticize it till you're there.
We'll let them do whatever they want.
New AP poll is out when college football. Oregon is at 1. They stay
Oregon.
there. Georgia is at 2. They stay there. Penn State is at 3. They stay there. Let's see. Ohio State is 4. That's where they stay. So that's all the same. Miami's at 5. They moved up 1 slot. Texas, and this is a game, talking about being busy and running around, I gave this game nothing. At the beginning of the game, Texas at Vanderbilt, I watched a little bit of it. Texas drops 1, beat Vanderbilt 27-24. I come in late, and Texas, I think they were taking a knee or something, and I saw the score. I'm like, what the heck happened? I missed this whole game.
I saw the end.
Yeah.
And Texas was up by 10 with they've got, Vandy had going to have to score twice, and there wasn't a lot of time left. But they took it down the field and scored, and then tried the onside
They
kick.
did. They did try that.
Yeah, and didn't get it. But I didn't. I'm like you. I just saw highlights of it. I watched like the last 3 minutes of the game, and like I said, you knew something was going to have to happen for them to score twice, but they made it interesting anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Vanderbilt has dropped out of the top 25. They were 25 with the loss to Texas, but my gracious, 27-24 was the score there. Tennessee stayed where they were at 7. Then Notre Dame moves up 4. They blew out Navy. Navy came in at number 24, and they blew them out 51-14, so they move up 4 slots to number 8. BYU moves up 2. They beat UCF. They're at number 9. And then Texas A&M, man, gracious alive, that quarterback came in for them, and LSU didn't have an answer.
They couldn't stop him.
They beat LSU 38-24, so they moved up 4 slots, and so they're at number 10 right now. Some other notables, let's see here. Alabama moved up one spot. They shut out Missouri. It wasn't even close.
Well, everything's right in the world again.
I mean,
back on top.
34-0. That looks more normal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Indiana beat Washington. College game day was at Indiana. So I said, okay, you know what? We had it on. I was doing stuff, and I'm going to give this a little something. And what I think I have this right. Wasn't it the first sellout in forever? And that place was mania, man.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah,
I mean, this is good. This is good college football.
They don't know what to do. They should be playing basketball right now, not worrying about it.
They're 8-0 and at number 13.
Let me ask you this.
LSU dropped 8. They're at number 16 now.
Oh, they dropped 8?
Yeah.
When is the poll coming out?
I don't know. We've talked about that.
We're way past the halfway point of the season, and
I
we
know.
haven't got it.
That's probably an easy Google, and I haven't done it.
So, this year you're going to be looking at 12 spots when it comes out, not, just worrying about the 4. So it ought to be very interesting.
Yeah.
And, but like I say, A&M look pretty good.
Yeah.
Right now they're the tops of the SEC, aren't they?
Yes. So, all right. So it says these rankings November 5th, Tuesday, November 5th.
Okay. Wow.
It says schedule is it's Tuesday, November 5th, and then it'll be released every week from that. And then I think Selection Day, and we'll be here quick. Understand, because of the playoff, we're actually going to have a Selection Day, just like March Madness.
Oh, yeah.
Selection Day is going to be December the 8th.
Okay.
It's going to be a Sunday from 12 to 4
Selection
Eastern,
Day.
11 to 3 Central. But so that's some folks moved around a little bit when it comes to college football. Ole Miss dropped one, even though they beat Oklahoma. I don't understand that one, why they dropped, but they did.
Well, Oklahoma, they're
what's up there?
Yeah.
What's up with Oklahoma and Kentucky? Auburn had a big win against Kentucky. I just felt like, I mean, Oklahoma, I guess we didn't really know because they're new to the SEC and we hadn't really followed them. Kentucky, though, they entered the season like they were going to be a problem for everybody.
Especially defensively.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but Auburn, big win. Congratulations to all of you that are Auburn fans. Mississippi State got absolutely blown out by Arkansas at home.
Really?
Yeah,
So
it wasn't even close.
Wow.
I did watch some of the World Series.
I didn't watch it, but I heard about Freddie Freeman with a walk-off grand
yes,
slam.
Game one.
Game one.
Yeah, I was
and then
happy
what's
for
his
him.
name's hurt?
Shohei Ohtani, he was hurt. He left.
I call him what's his name?
Yeah, he had a partially dislocated shoulder when he tried to steal second. He was thrown out, and he didn't go in head first. He went in, feet first, but the way he braced with his left shoulder, it was a partial dislocation. But they say he's good, and he'll play tonight. Game 3 is scheduled to be tonight, first pitch, 7:08 p.m. Central Time on Fox. But the Dodgers are up 2-0, but now they play in New York. A total of 3 if necessary.
Yeah.
But all Dodgers have to do now is win 2.
How about that? They got a good start.
They do.
The old Dodgers. I always like Freddie Freeman when he's a Brave.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it. I wish I did. But isn't he injured too?
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
comparing
he
it
has
to the Kirk Gibson, but that was a little more.
Yeah, he has, I think it's like a high ankle sprain or something.
Yeah.
He has a messed up ankle, and the fact he was able to walk it off in the 10th to win Game 1 had to be pretty special. I'm like you. I didn't stay up to watch it, but I did see the highlights. Yeah. He was I really was. I was happy for him. I mean,
yeah.
He was always fun to watch when he was with the Braves, and he's been with the Dodgers for a couple years now, but doing well.
Oh, yeah.
Doing well. So we'll see how New York. They say it's going to be crazy in New York, and maybe the Yankees can bounce back to see if we can't make it a series. And a lot of folks think they will.
Yeah.
A lot
Bubba
of
claims are scripted. So.
a lot. I think it'll go to a Game 7, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out and see if that's actually going to happen or not.
Yeah.
I saw where the 49ers beat the Cowboys last night.
Or the Cowboys.
And Nick Bosa is making the news because he peeked in when the 49er teammates were being interviewed post-game with a pro-Trump hat on.
Uh-oh, he will be canceled.
And
he
everybody's
will be
like,
canceled
"Hold on
immediately out
now."
of San Francisco. What is he thinking?
He leans in and points at his hat.
Oh, boy.
And how dare him
Does
do
he
that?
not know where he plays?
I mean, come on. They're in California when he did that.
Oh, boy.
But I think he's actually met Trump and hung out with him before or whatever. But he's all about Trump. He had him a Trump hat on after the game.
Well, let's wind it
And did
down.
I see it? Was it Texas Tech? Was it the kicker? Or I might have the wrong team. I'm sorry if I do. It was the fake extra field goal or whatever, and he scores and he pulls up his shirt underneath him and it's Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by cbdistillery.com. If your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work, or you still maybe not sleeping the way you want, feeling stressed out, you need to try cbdistillery.com. They provide you with real change. CB Distillery's targeted formulas are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, and impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. So if you're struggling with those health concerns, try cbdistillery.com. cbdistillery.com, and when you do, you're going to save 20% with the code BIGVOX. That's BIGVOX all together. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, Greg, you said you had kind of a strange update on a story that has created Netflix documentaries and everything. What you got?
I'd like it to give a little better details. But
yeah.
Basically, the guy who bought Alex Murdaugh's home said he found a piece of evidence that proves the convicted killer is innocent. He said he purchased a South Carolina home where they lived. Basically, he's doing some renovating. He now says he's in possession of a kennel. You know, it was out there at the kennel where they had their dogs.
Yeah.
The kennel door and a window that contained bullet holes from the shooting, which he claims proves that Murdaugh did not kill his wife and son. I'm trying to see.
Wait a minute. So
he said he's had the kennel torn down, but he kept the door. And the placement suggests that Murdaugh did not kill him. I'm trying to read why he's saying that.
But surely investigators
he said he's a big man. Holes. He was even bigger back then. He's too big for the bullet to have gone through in the way they did, he explained.
What?
I guess the height of the door, that makes no sense.
So it's all about bullet holes in a door?
Yeah, in the kennel door. Okay. And he's saying that where those bullet holes are located, that he's too big. That would have been, I guess, higher up or lower. I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
But through the investigation, I'm sure the investigator saw the bullet holes, right?
I don't know. This guy, he kept the door. He's torn the kennel down, but these are the doors. And then the rest of the thing just explains what we all know about the case. But that's just the guy never really gives details. He just said he is a big man. He was even bigger back then. He's too big for the bullets to have gone through in the way they did. I don't know where he's getting at.
That is weird.
This is not. All right, Dan.
Greg is scratching his chin on
it. These headlines. You'll see a headline, jump on it, and I mean,
I guess what I'm saying is that now if he had found a hidden door that had been taken off and hidden somewhere, then maybe you got something. But if it was a door that was attached when he bought the place, I'm sure the investigators had that one, right? Don't you think?
I don't know.
He's
door
got
and a window that contain bullet holes that proves his innocence.
So they're saying he's too low. They're too low to the ground.
Evidently, he was just talking about that he was. I don't know. I'm sorry I brought it up because it's not very. The majority of the article is talking about what we already know, what he's accused of, and what they said, what they didn't. And by the way, this guy's got a door and a window that he claims not just questions. It proves he's innocent, according to this.
Okay.
So Dan, whatever.
Dan. So somebody bought the house and the property.
Yeah. And they're doing some work.
You know the one, just doing the reporting on it and studying it, was it the second one, the one that happened on the road, the street?
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, there was wasn't it made yet?
Well, that one about the steps
story.
and all that. But the one that's weird too is that didn't it happen like on the side of the road or something? They found a body or something.
Oh, is that they're trying to tie his son to?
Yeah, that one was
guy
strange.
laying out in the middle of the road. Yeah, didn't run or something.
Yeah. Wasn't there a bat or something involved, or I don't know. I've got sketchy memory, but that one was like, wow, that was just kind of brushed by, and I think they had somebody looking into it a little bit more.
There's so many twists in that story. I can't keep up with them.
It was so weird, man. Good gracious. I have not. I almost dove into the Menendez brothers, but I didn't have time. But my goal is to watch that.
Oh yeah.
Would the Peacock, investigative kind of documentary be better, or is the Netflix
depends on
series?
what you're in the mood for? Okay. I'd watch the series.
The series?
Yeah.
The
I
actors,
like
the actors
documentary.
have them dialed in pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But again, a lot of the stuff you go, well, how would they know that? But it's still it's interesting.
In the Netflix series, did they use any of the original video and kind of intertwine it all, or is it just?
It's just a straight up 8 parts. I think 8 parts, just a series,
Mm-hmm.
all acting, based on this deal.
Yeah, I almost dove into it, but I'm like, I guess I did. We just didn't have time. We just was just running
now you
around.
have to. Well, you can break it down. I think it's 8 episodes. I'm thinking
8, okay.
something like that.
There was a story we were talking about, and I've actually printed it for the guys for show prep today. And it's sad that anybody took their own life. I mean, nobody's celebrating that, but what happened is the story, because a mom is filing lawsuit. A teen, unfortunately and sadly, committed suicide after falling for Game of Thrones AI chatbot.
Come on.
It's out of Orlando.
I mean, that's sad, but what in the world are we doing?
He's said that the teenager had an intense relationship with an AI generated chatbot.
Did he know? Did he know that's what it was, or did he think she was real?
It was made to resemble one of the Game of Thrones characters.
Okay.
And prompting his family to file a lawsuit this week against the company that created it.
I don't. What in the world?
The
We're dealing
lawsuit
with stuff
accuses
now.
the character AI software of being dangerous and untested. That it can trick customers into handing over their most private thoughts and feelings. And sadly, this young man was 14 and developed a relationship with the chatbot over several months. His family said.
What, did the bot break up with him or something?
I don't know.
I mean, you're in a world I have no idea what I'm talking about. How's that happen? I mean, do you know going in, or does he think this is a real person?
I don't know, but it says, I like staying in my room. They found this in his diary. I like staying in my room so much because I start to detach from this reality. I don't know. I also feel more at peace, more connected with Danny. Or I don't know. It's what's this Game of Thrones? Is it Daenerys?
Oh, the
yeah,
Khaleesi.
Yeah,
She had a couple.
Targaryen.
Yeah,
that
dragon.
That was the Game of Thrones character that the AI chatbot resembled.
But again, I go back to my original question: Did he think this was real? I guess not. What? I don't know. That's sad, extremely sad. That
it's really sad
that they
because
have out there nowadays.
Oh, and it's awful. It really is, because I mean, you don't know sometimes unless you've met somebody in person. You don't know, and this is a really, really sad story, to be honest with you, because
that's
I think that
that's
the young man had been diagnosed with a mild form of Asperger's syndrome as well. It's just very sad, but the family is trying to make bring it to light because of the fact that this AI generated chatbot was able to manipulate things, and he started to kind of be detached from his friends and be more of a recluse and want to, I guess, go through the
things you deal with
chatting.
nowadays. I mean,
Yeah, but it's a very, very sad story. But the reason why it's in the news is because the family is actually going, wait a minute, you know, we're gonna sue over this because I guess the AI generated chatbot was so real that
he actually got caught up in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you talking about, I mean, if any of your kids meet somebody online and they've never actually met them in person, you do have to be.
Oh yeah.
You're like, okay, are you really talking to this person?
Yeah. Is this person really who they say they are?
Right. Even if they send you photos, who knows?
Manti-Teo.
Yeah, there you go. That's before all this was really a thing. That was a real person duping him.
Yep.
We'll be right back. Man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. University of Maryland Global Campus keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials, replacing textbooks in most courses, affordable tuition, and over $15 million in scholarship opportunities available each year. Find out if you qualify. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before October 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is October 30th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once, and they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Wow, the texts that are coming through. Lots of information on one of the stories we brought up that was not mentioned in the story. But you have another story here, Greg, about...
it just keeps on continuing.
Nothing's real anymore.
Okay, French student, 24.
Okay.
This is sad. I mean, just like that last story, but it's also a little odd.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up taking his own life, but the reason it was he wanted a beard transplant.
A beard transplant.
So he took his own life after the beard transplant was botched by a real estate agent posing as a surgeon. So this guy said he was a surgeon, but he's actually a real estate. The treatment saw him lose 1,000 grafts of hair while having 4,000 transferred from his head to his face.
What?
Listen, they said following the operation, the student's beard was left irregularly shaped, growing at an unnatural angle with a hedgehog-like. That's what his father said. In addition, he suffered burns from the procedure and all this stuff, and he couldn't sleep. Ended up taking himself.
Really?
Yeah, killed himself because the beard was just too bad and pushed him over the edge.
What in the world?
The transplant by a guy he thought was a surgeon that actually was a real estate agent.
Well, here's
I'm not laughing at the guy killing himself, but you got to admit, it sounds kind of odd when it was a real estate agent posing as a surgeon.
Yeah.
I mean, what's that?
So let me ask you a question. So on this little trickery here, so this real estate agent really went through with the surgery.
Oh yeah, he tried.
Instead
he
of
thought
just,
he could do it,
and instead of just going, I'm just kidding, man.
No,
I'm
he
a real estate
thought he
agent.
could
I can't do this.
Evidently, he maybe had
Is this like Dr. Death?
Maybe looked on the internet and saw how to do it. But yeah,
well, you can learn how to do things on YouTube.
Said as a result of the botched operation, the guy fell into a vicious cycle and suffered from dysmorphic disorder, a condition which people obsess about the defects of their appearance. A specialist who was attempting to correct the procedure said his scalp would never recover in the patch where the grafts had been lost. He ended up taking his own life 3 months after going to Turkey. Basically, his father's going out, and we've heard of people doing this, like to Mexico, on these people that go on tourism, go on a trip because you can get some plastic surgery done while you're there at a hotel room or a garage.
Right.
He's kind of saying, we need to have awareness here. Wow. Probably not a good idea. These people that, we've had people
I don't
die
get it.
of butt procedures where they put like chemicals,
butt filler and all that,
this, and they, like I say, somebody in the hotel room doing it. I mean, my goodness.
Look, I'm all about a good deal. Y'all know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, if somebody's, I mean, if their reviews and they're not very credible and they're giving you a really good deal, maybe.
And how about this?
Maybe you shouldn't do that, especially if it's on the face.
If you don't have a great beard, it's not a big deal.
No.
You got to have a beard.
You remember during No Shave November from time to time, you would always go, I wish my beard was better.
Yeah, I'd like it to be thicker.
Yeah, it
but
was a little patchy at times.
I'm not going to get a procedure, so it will.
I think it comes in better now when you decide to let it go.
It's just so gray now. It doesn't matter. But yeah,
I know mine's so gray and light, kind of light red. You can't even see it unless you're up close to me.
Think about exactly. That's me. It's like, oh, you do have a goatee.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah.
But think about it. Not saying that this would warrant it either, but it'd be different if you had this nose that was really bad and you hated it.
Yeah.
But just you go through that so you can grow a beard.
I don't get it.
I get it. My whole life I've had this giant nose and it's caused problems, or I got some weird lip or something, weird like that. You still don't need to go to, somebody that's not a doctor, at a hotel room or something like that. But you could see people doing that. But I'm not risking my life because I don't like my beard. I mean,
good gracious,
right?
Alive. Yeah, no, you're right.
You know what? I always wanted a beard, so you wanted a beard. Come on.
Look, we've all had a bad haircut, and I know, y'all, I wasn't always bald. I can remember those days. Okay, even though it's
been a while.
It's been a while.
Been a minute,
but I mean, I understand that maybe something's wrong with my face, and I can't. But it's never worth that.
No.
I
just don't think
how
having
bad
a beard's that important. You know, I
Right.
mean, unless you're in the Taliban, I guess, aren't they required to have them?
I think he might be. I guess I don't know.
But just in regular life, I think you'll be okay. Hey, I'd like to have a thicker beard. I get it. Hunting season.
Yeah,
look like a bear.
Look, I'd
But-
like for my beard not to be just bright red.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
I'd like
Man,
my
with
beard
a
to
lot
grow.
of gray in it.
Yeah, I think you could grow a pretty good thick one now. if
Oh,
you
I
let it
could.
go.
No, I could.
See,
I could. Mine comes on in.
Mine
it's just,
doesn't. It's,
I think I look 90 when I grow one because it's got so much gray in it.
I may try to get a real estate agent, see if he can help me out on getting a beard transplant.
Yeah.
You know, I hear people putting trying to get hair. I mean, look, my hair is
Right.
horrible.
Yeah.
But I'm not going through. But there's people that do, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I've never heard anybody getting a beard transfer. Never.
Yeah, I haven't either. Now,
And he also gave him a really good deal on his new house.
One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
Oh, that's one of my favorites.
We're going back to Bank 9 there.
Forced him to eat it.
Forced him to eat it. Forced him to eat it.
Wow.
Sad story though. We got to remember the guy did take his own life.
life.
So was his face all scarred up?
Yeah, he
and
looked
everything?
pretty bad.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't a good look at all. Oh, not.
Let me see that. Let me look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Oh. Looks like he's been a cat attacked him.
I just don't know.
That's sad.
Why you thought this guy could help you out there? And why? Yeah. Okay.
Wow. All right, Greg. Thanks for that one.
How you like that?
Did you know that there was a there have been presidential debates for the third party candidates?
I did not know that. Is that guy that keeps running that commercial that they had to put the disclaimer on before, and he one of them?
I don't know. I didn't even know this was a thing. But is it?
So they had a debate.
Is it Loomis? Is that an artist, a singer?
I ain't got a clue.
I haven't either. But apparently, this artist has gone viral.
This was at the third party debate.
Yeah, because she was singing the national anthem, but I think it went off the rails, and so she started cussing during the national anthem.
Did she put it in the song, or she just like start cussing because she messed up, or did she make it? Is it part of the lyrics?
It
like
says
and effing bombs in the air. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
It
like
says
that?
the bombs bursting in air.
I was right.
Were her F bombs?
Really?
Yeah.
I was all over that.
Wow. For some reason, she thought she could have a redo, but quickly learned from people off camera that it was live.
Oh,
and
no.
so she
didn't realize
she was not happy.
Oh no, she probably just goofing off. You know?
Yeah, she thought. Hey, okay, handlers, the person singing didn't know it's live.
This is your one shot. Make it count.
I know we don't pay attention to each other sometimes when we tell each other really important information, but I think it's live is really important.
That is maybe step one. Hey, is this live? Yeah, it is. Okay.
I guess.
Hey, good to know. Good to know.
They say that this is a front runner for the worst performance of our national anthem.
Well,
now that's a big step out there because there's been a lot of bad ones.
There's two categories. There's presentation. You could sing, but your presentation was bad.
Right.
And then there's you can't sing.
Yeah.
There's two different ones.
Yeah,
you may fall under I
Agreed.
can sing. Now I'm dropping F-bombs, but I don't sing bad. My F-bombs were in tune. Don't know.
Good gracious. All right, there's a story, and I've got to bring this up as we go to break. KFC has teamed up with the sleep company Hatch for a new white noise sound. It's of chicken being fried. A lot of people think it sounds like rain, but it's actually chicken frying, and they've teamed up with a new sleep company, Hatch.
I think I'd give that a shot.
So check that out and make sure KFC chicken frying. Fall asleep to that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS. Ohio. Thank you for being with us today. Brand new hour is rolling along. We thank you. Start this baby with the national anthem. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. As the Rick and Bubba show rolls on. A lot to discuss, a lot over the weekend, and also a lot coming very soon. 1 week from tomorrow, Election Day. Wow. Wow. Okay, so Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have knocked out the kickoff hour for you. Here comes Eddie Van Adler, settling in for another week himself, guiding the YouTube channel. We thank you for being with us however you're getting the program, whether that be one of our live options or one of our archive options, or maybe, like most of you, a little combination of both. I catch the show live, and then whatever I miss, I go back and pick up in the archives. That's the beauty of it all. Never have to miss any Rick and Bubba. Can just take just spoonfuls of it, just all you want. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Wilson. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 33 shows left by my count.
I thought that was the appropriate song for what's ahead with this election.
Oh, boy.
Welcome to the jungle, baby.
Just a week and a day away.
Welcome
Tomorrow
to
will be 1 week. Can you believe that? 8 days away.
No, can't believe it, Bubba. Sure can't. So it's here.
It seems like it has been a short time if you look at the past 4 years, and then when you look at the last 6 months, it seems like it's been a long time.
Yes, that is true. So we'll do this. We watched over the weekend. You see the two candidates with two rallies over the weekend, trying to make their final pitch to America. And this one, as we've said, seems pretty simple. We have one administration that has governed us before. Then we have the current administration that is governing us now. And that's our choice. The current administration versus an administration that was before them. Which one of those did we thrive in? Did you do better in? And I think that's have we ever had this kind of, hey, the current administration is running against the former administration and we have them side by side?
You know, we've had, I guess we've had something similar to this, say when Reagan ran against Mondale. Because he was VP for Carter.
I guess so, yeah.
And you've kind of seen that, but you definitely have two people with a track record.
Yeah.
And you have, you know, do they claim that track record? Do they distance themselves from that track record?
Yeah.
Well, I'll take it back. George Bush run against Al Gore had the same problem. And Gore had very similar situation to what Vice President Harris has, in that he wanted to claim the Bill Clinton things that Bill Clinton had accomplished, but he also wanted to distance himself from the personal behavior of Bill Clinton.
Right.
And it was very tough to do that.
Yeah.
Because if you don't praise the current president as you are running, they get highly offended by that.
Right.
And
then you get Jim Gaffigan claiming they're going to vote for the other guy because they're mad at you.
Yeah.
Adler, can you address the YouTube situation? Our text line is just eat up with people that say they cannot get YouTube today. And it's tons of them, one after another. So is there a YouTube problem? Or do they need to refresh or something? But there's a lot of them.
It's working for 2,300 people right now.
Okay, I don't know. So let's see.
Looking good here. I have YouTube. This is the first time hearing it from you.
Okay, so and I thought it might be the same person, but it's multiple numbers. There's another one.
There's Georgia, Alabama.
And it's just one after another.
Well, let me say this. If you are having trouble, try to reboot, try to hook back up. If you're still having trouble, we'll look into it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on our end, so...
but it could be. We just don't look like it right now.
All right, now we have people saying theirs is working, no problem. So those of you that it's not working, it does seem weird it's so many of you.
Yeah, it is.
And some people say that it may be the wrong date.
Yes. It says October 28th for about for the first hour. It did say October 25th, so maybe that was probably the problem.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
So they
That's
saw
why I reload.
My bad.
Reload.
Yeah, it had the wrong date on it. So y'all thought it wasn't working, but it was.
Reload.
The date is fixed now, so just look for October 28th. We're live, all the way live.
Yeah. All right. Everybody's good. All right. So that's good. It's just, when you look up and see one, you don't pay attention because you think
multiple.
But then it just started firing in there. So thank you for that clarification. It was just a date issue, not a technical issue. Feel better about that. All right. So also over the weekend, we dropped a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you didn't catch that, Patrick Sawyer, our guest, he's written a book, Jesus Through the Eyes of His Encounter with the Samaritan Woman, and how that's an example of how we engage the world. Really good conversation with him. And over the weekend, if you missed that, that's available to you today as well. So a lot of stories from the weekend, a lot of football from the weekend. That's always big on Mondays. And we'll recap all that for you when the Rick and Bubba show continues. And your phone call's always part of it as well. And we'll also update you with things that'll be going on this week. I got a couple of man churches this coming weekend. Is Team Man Church back on the road? Look at themanchurch.com for those. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
House gas emission reductions.
What in the world?
Now, keep in mind, all of this is theoretical science in their calculations anyway.
But let me say, what do they physically do?
Even proven.
Do they take the money? Like, if I remember right, carbon credits, and when I say this, some of you are saying, Rick, now you're really taking your comedic license and running with it. This is how I understand it. It's like
Rick, they're trying to save the trees, Rick.
Yeah, if I feel guilty about my flight, I calculate my flight. It gives me a figure, which, by the way, where in the world does this figure come from? And it says you owe this much money
based on what
for that flight, and then they go plant trees to offset what I just damaged.
Oh, that's funny.
Is that right?
Listen, trying to save redwood forest.
Well, then why don't we just plant a bunch of trees and fly wherever we want?
Listen. If they want to ground airplanes, they have a legitimate, at least intellectually honest argument from their flawed logic. Okay, I understand that. Ground all airplanes. Ground private jets. By the way, that's even worse.
Good luck trying to get the VH1 divas, but still.
Well, that's the point. Ground it. get this, the offsets for climate change passport customers,
there you go, Rick.
based carbon firm 3 Degrees are currently sourced from the Garcia River Forest, a conservation-based forest management project located in California.
Is that named after Jerry Garcia, by the way?
Formerly,
a lot of folks don't know
Probably.
that.
Or Jeff Garcia,
listen-
former 49ers quarterback.
Probably not.
Listen to this. Listen to this project. It's formerly a heavily cut forest. This project is helping bring back redwood and Douglas fir trees to the Garcia River Forest. As a result, huge amounts of carbon dioxide are absorbed and stored, and native habitats are restored and protected.
I've actually got audio here we can play in a sec from one of their
But now get
spokespersons.
this. Let me tell you what this means. Let me give you a code name for what this means. The Garcia River Valley, in a very few years, will have so much undergrowth and brush in it that there will be a lightning strike and it will burn that sucker to the ground. Every square inch of it.
And all that money you paid just went up in
And
smoke.
all that money you paid went up in smoke, not to mention the carbon footprint from the wildfire.
Here's their spokesman.
Here's one of their spokespeople.
I want to mourn the loss of all the old growth trees I've seen, and tell them that we love them and that we don't want them to die, that there are some people here who do care.
Well, I want them to know, and I'm going to call the Garcia River Forest Project. Another group here is called Dog Patch Biofuel.
If Dickie Nad might have called him around.
I'm not. I wish I was making this up, okay?
And look, don't
I'm
you know
going to
they're
call
laughing?
them, and I'm going to tell them I'm holding a pine tree hostage today. And that baby is going down if my check ain't in the mail. And I want it FedEx to a private, secret P.O. box.
Let's call him.
I'm going to that airport. I'm standing by that kiosk, and I'm cussing everybody that buys.
I'm not. I'm going to slap him.
I am. I'm going to say, what is wrong?
Look at that. You can find the new Climate Passport kiosk post security on both sides of the international terminal and in Terminal 3. Oh,
I got to go. It'd be like me, like Gorillas in the Mist, when Jane Goodall went and lived among the gorillas.
Yes.
I want to go hang around that kiosk and just watch and just go, man, look, this is really happening.
I can see
Rick,
in my
Rick,
mind who's doing it.
How much does?
All right, let's
what
see
kind
here.
of payment?
Hey, let's
what
say-
kind of hostage idiot payment do you have to make?
Let's
for an
say you were
airplane
going to
ride?
travel 600 miles, a short flight, 2 hours, okay? You owe $3.44, okay? Let's say you were
How
going
did
to
they
travel.
calculate that?
Bubba, they came up with
51.
$3.44.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Somebody
Let's
challenge
say
this, please.
they're going to travel 2,000 miles, a 4-hour trip. You owe
How
about
about this?
$11.44.
If I owe money when I travel, will they pay me to stay at home?
Bingo.
Yeah, we pay farmers not to plant, pay me not to fly.
Subsidies.
Rick and Bubba,
Travel
Green
subsidies.
Pirates. Rick and Bubba, Green Pirates.
Rick, would you be somebody going up to the kiosk?
I don't think we could in air.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you.
Hello, welcome to the Climate Passports.
Yes,
I
just flew in from the East Coast to the West Coast, and I feel guilty.
If you really
As
feel
I was
guilty, why do
flying
you
over it, I
stay?
began to cry the number of trees I was damaging. And my carbon footprint was something that became a weight on my conscience. For $11.44, I won't forget about this.
I didn't know Mike Tyson was flying today.
He was.
Here we go, 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, walking through another day together, and we are glad that you are here. So this past Friday, it was the Golden Ticket seats were here, and it's always a wonderful experience getting to meet people from all over. And we had a sweet lady, Wanda Whitley, that was here in the group. And there was all kinds of great goodies that were brought, and some of those are still here.
Wanda's always a special name to us.
Yes, it is. And I even asked her to be such a fan of the show, how does it feel to be named Wanda? She said, well, you take a lot with you.
Yeah.
And so she was here, and she brought like these little individual gifts and cards for every member of the show, every
Handwritten
wife,
cards.
even one for mom. And then she went as far. Hey, I mean, I thought Wanda brought me and Gwen something. Well, she did. I just haven't been back down there to the farm yet. But so there was cards and a little gift for Gary and
all of them had handwritten notes.
Handwritten notes and all.
She put a lot of effort in.
Very thoughtful.
Very thoughtful.
Was she also the one that brought all the food too? Did she do all that?
That's Wanda.
Good, Wanda.
I think she's showing off.
Was it ooey gooey butter cake she brought?
Yeah.
And then there was some goat drop cookies in there and some kind of
all kinds of. Good
I don't know
stuff.
what you call the other white stuff. I've heard several names for it, but I don't know the exact name.
I think it's the
angel.
angel.
It sure is good.
I think it's the snack angels eat.
I didn't look in y'all's
Angel
bags,
dust.
but in my bag I had the Little Debbie Christmas trees that I love.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at you.
How about that?
That is very perceptive.
Those are very good.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a magnet with a great verse out of Isaiah on it, and then I had a Christmas ornament that looks just like a biscuit.
I got a Christmas ornament and it's a drum set.
Yeah, okay. I mean, mine is
Lisa loved hers,
mine's a beautiful
especially the
biscuit.
card.
I wanted to eat
Yes,
it. Yeah.
yes.
I haven't opened mine yet. I was waiting for today to have something to look forward to.
Yes. Well, I didn't. I wasn't able to because, like I say, I put it all of them on my desk and then was racing out of here to go to the funeral, and we'll talk a little about that here in a minute. But
I got a guitar.
Cool.
Awesome.
So thank you, Wanda. That was
Very
very
thoughtful.
Very sweet.
Very
Boy, she
sweet.
put a lot of work in.
Yes, yes. Thank you for the little note and everything.
Yeah, and
Very encouraging.
And as Speedy said in the kickoff hour, Speedy's son JC, 23 today.
Happy birthday, JC.
JC,
2, 3.
2, 3.
Hold him up.
Trying to be a man. So you got that too. We have a lot to recap from the weekend. I know. How did we all do on the opportunities to see football? Did we all get football in?
Oh
Anybody?
yeah, we had plenty of time. For
I got
that.
Auburn, the late games. I didn't watch them all, but
Right.
I watched key parts.
I tell you what, I stepped over early. We had a lot going on, so it was on. I wasn't sitting down. But College Game Day was at Indiana. They were hosting Washington.
Right.
And I said, you know what? I think the Big Ten Network had it on. I said, I'm going to give Indiana something.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an awesome atmosphere. I mean, the first sellout in I don't know how long, and they beat Washington up pretty bad. And I did see I did see that game early, and then saw bits and pieces. Would try to give Alabama something, but they were blowing out Missouri. I was in and out a little bit, but it was on.
I got hooked on the Texas Vandy game. Watching it.
See, I missed that one.
Let me tell you, what a strange world where I'm looking for the Vandy game. You know, I wanted to call Keith Aberstadt and just have a conversation with him. Yeah, I mean, door number one,
right.
I call him.
Now, we all wish their stadium was finished and not under construction, but
it seems like it's always under construction.
It was like that last year, I think.
Yeah.
I think they hit a wall there.
Yeah, they apparently have.
I mean,
let's get it finished.
Well, they're going to have to expand it now.
This is not our little stereotype of contractors. This is not helping.
Yeah.
Are they sharing contractors for who's building the Titans Stadium? I mean, what are they doing?
I don't know.
Get them back.
But Bubba, you're right. I was
Hello.
So we I'm like y'all. The Alabama game was the first time that I weighed in, and Missouri, taking nothing away from Bama, they got the job done. But once Missouri without that quarterback, they just
If he's not in, I think they lose to Auburn. The week before.
No doubt. And they, when he left the game, I was like, okay, this game is no longer interesting because it's pretty one-sided now. Because even when Missouri had Alabama kind of struggling offensively and couldn't find themselves, similar to they couldn't score. So it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Even when Bama offense was trying to find themselves, Missouri was so inept on offense it didn't matter. And so once Alabama's offense got rolling, Missouri couldn't answer them because without that quarterback. And of course they were missing their starting running back too. So those two being out on the Missouri offense really just took the Missouri offense away completely. So that game kind of wasn't all that interesting. Now it was good for Alabama, who need to get back on the right track and to blow out Missouri. That was a good thing. So that happened. So then I was in that mode. I was telling the guys a minute ago, before Sherry's mother passed. You don't know that's going to happen. Sherry was supposed to have some Sunday school ladies salad supper over at the house Friday night. So that all got moved to Saturday night because of the funeral, and so. So I was, you have to find, something to do. And I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over there and watch college football with Mama because, our Mama loves college football. And so I picked us up some dinner and went over there and sat down with Mama. And let me tell you, a big step forward, and, not trying to brag because, everybody is always talking about how the grandkids have to help high-tech Nana and all this. And a little something. We were like you, Bubba. We were like, all right, let's do this. Let's say our 2 games, we're going, which I can't believe I'm saying it, Texas and Vandy. Which watching Vandy battle,
they hung with them, kept it close.
They're a legitimate team who gets after people.
Really are.
Scored late.
Defensively, we're not giving them enough defensively.
I know.
They're pretty physical on defense.
Yeah.
And it's not the same Vandy team we've known in the past.
So we had that, and then because of our ties to Auburn, even though I said, Mom, let's not do this to ourselves. and she said, no, I want to watch Auburn. And I said, okay. So I had her remote in my hand, and she was trying to talk about where all of her channels was, and I said, Mama, well, if it's just 2 games, we're just going to do previous channel. And she goes, what? I said, you don't know about previous channel? And she goes, well, nobody's told me. She goes, what is previous channel?
I'm all about previous.
I said, Mama, that's just one button on your remote. She goes, well, show it to me. And I showed it, and I started doing it, and she would go. And she just kept looking, and so then we went LSU, Texas A&M.
Okay.
Once we got past Vandy and then the Auburn game and the LSU game, they were in there together.
Yeah.
And so that LSU Texas A&M game was a good one.
It sure was.
Now there were a couple times, God love Mama, because LSU was in there all white, and so was Auburn. She cheered for LSU one time when the guy was going down the field thinking it was Auburn. And she goes, oh, look, they're scoring. I said, Mom, that's LSU. and so but Auburn did develop a running game, and that really good running back that Auburn has, he ran wild over 200 yards. And I was surprised. I could not have been more surprised that Auburn could run the football on Kentucky.
Well,
that was shocking.
Yeah,
shocking.
It was very bizarre because we didn't expect that. We haven't seen them run on anybody
because
like
their defense is usually pretty good against the run.
Yeah, and they were opening up holes. I mean, the backs were getting to that second level.
That was shocking.
Out. Yeah, it was.
That was shocking.
I'm still confused what happened.
If you'd have told,
does anybody know what happened exactly?
Taking nothing away from the running back at Auburn because he's really good, but I know the offensive line said, please tell me y'all not going to beat us. Y'all not going to beat us up again. But I thought if somebody would have said, hey, Auburn's going to try to establish the run with their offensive line against Kentucky's front, I would have said, ooh, that's going to be bad.
Yeah, because we've heard how good they are all year.
But I have to give credit to Auburn's offensive line for
whatever they did.
I don't know what they did, and I don't know how they did it, but, boy, if you give that running back some blocking,
what did he end up with? 290 yards.
It was over 200.
He was heading towards 3.
It was like
it was closer to 3.
Yeah. When I stopped paying attention, he was over like 211 or something.
Rick, this is what's so strange. In the first quarter, Auburn had minus 8 yards. Right?
Yeah, the first.
Oh, okay. And it's like in the second half they went nuts.
Yeah.
Third quarter he had over 100 yards.
278.
278.
Wow, I didn't know. So he kept on running.
Oh yeah. Listen, he was getting close to the all-time record.
How about and did you find yourself like you could tell Hugh Freeze was sick and he didn't feel good?
Oh yeah, you could tell he didn't feel good.
They said he didn't make the trip.
And
he got there right for the game. Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Join Houston now, awaiting our cue. And Bubba, even though normally I would set a guest up, I would not have the audacity to do that today.
Our guest today, the International Space Station.
And I'm going to let you say...
Commander Doug Wheelock.
Yeah, I'm going to let
Flight Engineer Shannon Walker and Flight Engineer Scott J. Kelly.
I will let you have the line that they have told us that you must say exactly like it is when you're cued by all people, Houston through Eddie Van Adler.
We will be listening for those cues from Capcom.
Because we have to respond to them in a certain way.
Yes.
We have to say the certain thing.
Right, the codes.
Yeah, I'm still listening.
By the way, the space station is now over Mexico, quickly heading toward the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay.
Then it's going to come up right over us.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the radio event? Houston, this is Station. We're ready. Rick and Bubba syndicated radio show. This is Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is the Rick and Bubba syndicated radio show. How do you hear me?
Rick and Bubba, we've got you loud and clear. Welcome aboard the International Space Station.
Oh, wow.
Commander Doug, we're glad to be here. First off, let me tell you, thank you for making it happen. And hello to everyone on the International Space Station. Doug, let me start with you. We've got a tight window here, but you have brought space back to Earth with your use of social network media like never before. Can you talk about that a little bit and how that has gone?
Well, it's been great, and we always looking for ways, Rick and Bubba, to bring the views that we see out the window and the things that we're experiencing in the ways of science on board the station and the experiences that we have inside as well. Bring those back to Earth so folks can enjoy those, can see what we're seeing and experience the very same thing. And we tried to venture out, and Scott is doing this as well, as far as using Twitter. And we've been sending pictures and just our thoughts and comments down to Earth, and so it's been a real thrill to be able to do that.
Our next question is for Flight Engineer Shannon Walker. Shannon, if you get the chance to go back to the International Space Station, what would you tell NASA that needs to be done different, and what would you do different personally, if anything?
Well, actually, I think we've got it down pretty well on how we operate day to day and how we conduct ourselves up here. I think NASA's doing a pretty good job, and the station's doing a pretty good job. So I think a few tweaks here and there on how we manage some of our stowage, but by and large, just keep doing what we're doing, and we'll accomplish great things.
Our next question is for Flight Engineer Scott J. Kelly. Scott, when you get back to Earth, talk to us about how long it takes you to transition back to your Earth legs and what other problems might be in that transition we're not aware of.
Well, this is my first long-duration flight, so as far as my knowledge about how long it takes to do that is just from talking to other astronauts. On a short-duration mission, it takes usually about 3 or 4 days before people are feeling 100%. On a longer flight, like on board the International Space Station, it can take much longer. I think up to in some cases several months before not only is a person feeling normal, but they have their bone mass, bone density, and muscle mass back. In some cases, it takes more than a year to get all of that bone density back.
Commander Doug, let me ask you, and we've had a lot of people want to know, it's very important work what you're doing, and I know you're very busy, but in your downtime, what do you get to do for fun on the space station? Do you have video games there? I know you work with Twitter, as you mentioned. What other things do you do for fun?
Well, we have a lot of an assortment of movies on board that sometimes we'll have movie night together. We tend to try to eat our meals in the evening at least together, and so we can socialize a little bit with our crewmates. And we read. We also have email on board where we can correspond with family and friends. And probably our most favorite pastime is looking out the window, because when you go to the cupola and you have the window on the world, it's quite an amazing sight. And
Thanks for being with us today. How did everyone sleep last night? Did you sleep on a customized mattress that was made for you? Well, if you didn't, you could have. You could go to helixsleep.com/bigvox, and fall's here. Winter's coming. That means snuggling. I'm going to snuggle in with my little sweetie. Yeah. And staying warm. And if you didn't sleep well, why don't you get a customized mattress and save 20%? They'll ship it directly to your door from their own manufacturing facility in the United States of America. You got 100 nights to sleep on it. If you don't love it, you get a refund. You will love it because they want to know if you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach, a combination. They want to know what kind of firmness you want on the mattress. They have different models. They even have a children's, Parents Magazine said best children's mattress. They've got big and tall options as well, and they customize the perfect mattress based on the information that you give them about your sleep. And by the way, the shipping is free. So go to helixsleep.com/bigbox, V as in Victor, and you save 20%. Or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we're looking at, I mentioned A&M. I mean, Texas A&M beats LSU after making a quarterback adjustment that really gave LSU fits.
Listen, A&M is on fire. They're 5-0 in the conference. Mm-hmm. They're on a 7-game winning streak. And as Speedy mentioned earlier, they lost their opening game and have won everything since then. If the SEC championship game was today, which it's not, don't get excited, still a lot of football to play.
Right.
But if it was today, it would be Texas A&M and Georgia playing for the championship.
Okay, so I was watching that game, like I say, and taught Mom the very, very high-tech previous channel on the remote. And so when I looked at Texas A&M, and I know this is, I don't want to just take the dead horse over here and just keep kicking it. I don't have a problem with a team that actually has black in their team colors having a blackout, like Jack State the other night.
Yeah.
You know, Jacksonville has red, black, and white. Texas A&M doesn't have black. There's no black in their uniform.
Everybody's got a black version.
And they come out in a completely black uniform.
Miami did the same thing.
But they don't have black at Miami. Black's not part of your color scheme. Anyway, so, but then I noticed this coach at A&M, and Greg just informed me, they came from Duke. You know, he's the one that had Duke playing well.
Yep.
But I couldn't get out of my mind. You know how you're watching it and they keep showing him on the sideline? I'm like, who's he look like? And then all of a sudden it hit me. He looks like the adult version of the kid from A Christmas Story. He looks just like that kid.
You may not shoot your eye out.
Yeah. And I kept screaming at the TV, hey, I hope he doesn't get his eye shot out. and so, but anyway, obviously a good coach. He's got them playing great football. And
you mean 5-0 in the new SEC?
Yeah.
That includes Texas now?
Now,
Boy, that's shaping up to be a game, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. I do think that he needs to do something with number 5 on defense. I don't know what's wrong with this young man. I don't know if he's mentally unstable. But he looked like, I mean, I didn't realize, first of all, he goes and attacks people in pregame while they're in their shorts. Okay.
Wow.
Then he gets into the game.
Fired up.
That's early to fight.
And he gets these personal fouls. One time he hits the LSU quarterback. I mean, the play's down the field, and the quarterback's just standing there watching it. And he comes over on him and just takes him out. And, of course, the quarterback did a great job of acting.
Oh,
he just did the, you know, and then when you did it, you just see him in his helmet doing his head like this, like, yeah. And and he's looking like, and I thought, this guy's like out of control. Somebody's got a real 5 in. I don't know if they ever did because, like I say, I was doing previous back and forth. And
you know, I got hung up watching Oklahoma and Ole Miss, a large part of that game.
I didn't see that one.
And you know, Ole Miss has really turned a corner. I mean, they're a legitimate good team. And you know, when you bring Oklahoma to town, which is a legendary program, they're always good to some degree. And you know, every time Oklahoma would make a run at them, they'd push them back down. And I mean, they're a legit team. They've got good players, and you know, Kiffin seems to have everything moving good. And you know, they do a little trickery here and there, keep you on your toes.
Quarterback's good.
Yeah, quarterback's good, and
their interior. To your point, they're legit.
They're big. They can control the line. So, you know, they're definitely on an uptick. But I mean, still, it's a very tough SEC. They're 6-2 overall, but 2-2 in the league, and you know, hung there in the middle of the pack. But I expect them to move up as the season wears on.
All right, so Oregon stays at the top.
Right.
They're playing great.
Yep.
Georgia is in the 2 slot. They were off this week, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Penn State is playing great football, but you always know they're going to drop it at the end. You always know.
They're always good out of the gate till they play Michigan and Ohio State.
Well, don't they have Ohio State next? Is that
Do
who
they?
got? I don't know.
Yes, they
that
do.
is true.
Yes, they do. So that'll be a great game.
We'll find out.
The U is back.
Yeah,
they're playing good.
I don't believe in the U. I think they've struggled.
Pretender?
They're winning, but they're not blowing people
Good
out.
quarterback.
And they keep finding ways to win, which I give them credit for. But I just sense, and I know this is going to upset Pastor Dean and Sarah because he loves the U, and he loves the ACC and loves to make jokes about the SEC, which, by the way, some good ones. But I just want to, I just sense that Miami will be that team that will get into the playoff, and we'll all be excited about them, and they'll face an Ohio State.
Yeah.
They'll face a Georgia and just get destroyed. I just feel that coming. I think they're overrated.
Awesome.
Overrated at 5.
You know who is really sneaking up and playing some good football right now is SMU. You know, they were they were good back in the days. They had the Pony Express.
Yeah,
of
when they
course,
were paying everybody.
They got to death.
Yes.
Yeah, they were a little ahead of the NIL program. Got the death penalty, but they've come back and they're playing some pretty good football right now. 7-1.
They are. I tell you who else is just. I mean, shh, we're quiet. Shh, don't bring attention to us. Is Clemson.
Yeah, they're slowly.
They're so
just,
quiet right now. You can
and they're playing
if you
well.
just mention Clemson, they'll go shh.
Yeah,
it's like you don't even know they're a team right now. I mean, you don't hear anything about them. You don't see Dabo making any comments.
Yeah, they're just
they're just kind of quietly working at 6-1, just kind of easing along.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on them, and you're the one, Bubba. Maybe you saw it too, or Adler. I know Speedy said he saw Indiana. Do you believe in Indiana?
Indiana's legit. I do. I think they got their coach. I was able to College Game Day did a piece on him, and he's got that place fired up.
You talking about 8-0?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you believe
they've got something going on there? They're continuing to build. And I mean, they kind of broke down their schedule a little bit as far as who they've got left. And I mean, they do have Michigan and Ohio State left. I give you that. But my gracious, you know what they did to Washington, 31-17. They beat Nebraska 56-7. I mean, they're legit.
Okay.
Let me ask you this:
I tinge belief there.
What about BYU?
8-0.
I always feel like they don't play a real hard schedule.
I can't get excited. I know they
went down and
got
handled Central Florida pretty handily.
It just is odd to me that a Mormon
ran
school,
over the Gus bus.
Yeah, we've got a Mormon school with the Hebrew at quarterback. It just feels weird.
The only good thing about BYU, and I've never noticed it, is that view of their stadium in the middle of the mountains.
No,
it's
that's
pretty
cool.
cool.
It is. It's beautiful.
It is
beautiful.
It is cool, Greg.
I would like to just fly by here, but give some props to Deion Sanders, what he's doing at Colorado. They're 6-2.
Okay.
They beat Cincinnati 34-23. They got Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, and Oklahoma State left. But they're bowl eligible. I want to say for the first time, and I might have it wrong, but like since 2016 or something. So it's been a minute since they've been bowl eligible. So
Travis Hunter
congratulations, to him.
Both sides.
He was a real deal.
How can
he was good. That rating he had as the #1 overall.
Yeah.
In his class was just.
Well, don't get emotional.
I'm tore up about it.
Let me say this: he is legit. How is he not going? He should win.
And don't forget,
because he plays both
went
ways.
To Jackson State.
Yeah, and don't forget he plays both ways.
He does.
And dominates on both sides.
Yeah, it is really good.
There was talk, and hear me on this, that Colorado could have the first 2 picks in the draft with Shedeur and Travis.
Wow.
Okay.
But anyway, I just want to give you that. Texas Tech, they are in the news. Wasn't it Texas Tech with the kicker? The fake field goal, and he had Trump 2024 MAGA underneath his undershirt, and he pulls his jersey up.
But he wrote it with a Sharpie, and you couldn't really read it.
Okay.
Yeah,
he wishes you could see it better, but there's a still shot of it.
By the way,
we had another Trump shout out on the pro game.
Yeah,
did you?
Both.
Yeah,
San Francisco.
Okay.
Did you see that? We probably have that clip.
There's the Texas Tech.
And
that could say anything.
And he wished you could see it better.
Trump 24 MAGA.
Speaking of kickers, God love the little sick kid from Auburn. Should we have him out
Bless
there
his
yet?
heart. Here it is.
He looks so sickly. He looks so tiny. He's just a tiny little sickly fella.
He's not a big guy to start with.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been real sick.
But what a story! He goes on a
Incredible
mission
story.
trip and gets a bug, and it messes up his digestive system, and he loses a bunch of weight.
Don't forget how good he was last year.
Yeah,
Remember?
He went under 100 pounds at one time. But he's just so tiny. I was worried about him the whole time. Every time he'd come out there, I'd like, please somebody block.
Well, he's kind of little anyway.
I know, but you get. But boy,
he's got a big leg.
He does.
Yeah,
he does. All right, 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
I hope he's doing well. That's
yeah, good to see him back out there. 866 We Be Big is his number. Our number. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The earth never disappoints.
Well, Doug, let me follow up with you on that comment. You have rode on the space shuttle. You have been on the space station. You've been commander of the space station. You have climbed to Mount Everest, the top of Mount Everest. What are you going to do for excitement when you get back to Earth?
Well, I didn't make it to the top of Mount Everest, but I did get to base camp. But gosh, I'm just really looking forward to the simple things, Bubba. Probably the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is hot running water, taking a shower. Haven't had a shower since June, so looking forward to that, and really looking forward to feeling a breeze against my face. Just kind of smelling the earth and all the vegetation, and just experiencing the feel of the earth again.
Doug, let me follow up with you one more time since you brought that up. Talk to us about how does traveling in space and long duration and having the view you have, how does it affect your spiritual beliefs and your spiritual side? Has that changed? Has it been enhanced? How does that affect the soul of an astronaut?
Well, yeah, each person is really different, I suppose, in their experience. For me, it tends to strengthen my own personal beliefs and things, and it's quite an amazing place. You look at the Earth and look at it against the backdrop of space, and you can't help but to sort of turn inward about just your different thoughts on the beauty of our world and sort of your purpose and your place in this world. Because when you look out, you feel pretty small when you look out into the cosmos and then at the Earth and enjoy each of the different views that we have going around the Earth. It really makes you feel like you're quite insignificant, really, in the whole scheme of things. But really makes you turn inward to kind of define yourself and your purpose. So I think for me personally, it's strengthened my personal beliefs.
Shannon, we had a question called in from a listener, a very good one. We're in the peak of the meteor shower season. How does that affect you being outside most of the atmosphere and space, danger-wise? And what can you see shooting stars from the space station down below you?
That's a very good question. We have a very slight increase in risk of being hit by a meteor during a meteor shower, but space is actually a pretty big place, so we haven't noticed that we've been hit by anything. We certainly had nothing come all the way through the station. The interesting thing about meteor showers is that they take place below us, so when we are looking out, and we can see the shooting stars, but they are below us because we're above the atmosphere, so we see them underneath us.
Scott, let me ask you a question about the end of the space shuttle program and the future of NASA. How are we looking there, and what are your thoughts on that?
Shuttle program is bittersweet. The shuttle has been an amazing vehicle. It's capabilities to perform various types of operations in low Earth orbit. I don't think will be superseded for decades. However, if we want to go beyond low Earth orbit, we need to build ourselves a new rocket and a new capsule. And to do that obviously is very expensive. So we can't fund both programs and also have this amazing space station that's just finally reaching its capability that we currently have. So. Although it's sad in one respect, it's understandable, and I think the future of NASA is bright. Certainly, we have some. Our government has some decisions to make here soon with regards to our budget, and whatever they decide as NASA employees, we will support and support it in the best way that we can.
Hey, we want to thank all of you for taking time to speak with us. Thank you for the job you're doing, and we can't underline that enough. Commander Doug, thank you again. And Doug, do you want to give a quick shout out to the teachers that have adopted you, or me and you both are going to have to move to Mars?
Back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, brand new week. Thank you for being with us on a brand new day as we work through it. We'll get into some of the politics from the weekend coming up later in the show. I know here we are. We're 8 days. 1 week from tomorrow is Election Day. My goodness. Also, some things going on this week. If you are looking to plug in to a man church that's going on at a church near you, anytime you hear one of these man church gatherings, it's a good opportunity to plug in. So this Saturday and Sunday, got a couple of them. This Saturday, Flint River Baptist Church in beautiful Hazel Green, Alabama. Tim Ashley, pastor from Team Man Church, will be speaking there. And then on the 3rd, where I was over the weekend, Guntersville, Alabama, Guntersville First Methodist Church. Coming up this Sunday, it will be Brian Dawson. Brian Dawson will be speaking there. So if you want to plug in at either one of those churches, you can. Find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And November looks active if you want to go ahead and look ahead on weeks that are coming as well. All right, so I think we've hit most of the highlights out of college football. I was laughing. Somebody said, when did you ever think, when you're looking at how Vandy's playing, even though they got beat by Texas, they were scrapping and clawing all the way to the end. Wouldn't go away. Yep. How did you ever think? Let's say you're Auburn and you're going, hey, we got to be careful next week. Vandy's going to be mad. They're coming off a loss.
No, I ain't gonna be fired up. I don't know what the line is, but I would almost think Vandy would be favored in that game.
Probably should. Looking at how they're playing and watching, I guess the thing I took away from it, I've already said it once, but I knew offensively that they have a great coordinator, they've got a great quarterback, and they've got some people that can hurt you. They were a lot more physical on defense than I thought they were.
Yeah. How is their NIL situation? Do you know?
I don't know.
They can't even get that stadium finished.
I don't know how that works there.
There was one game I thought the media overhyped, and it was Notre Dame and Navy.
Yeah.
You would have thought that this was going to be the battle for the championship.
For the championship.
And, usually Notre Dame will overmatch them with talent. And they, I watched like the first minute, and it was already like 14-0.
Right.
And I thought, well, this is not going to be fun. But I love seeing they did a special. They talked to the quarterback before the game, Rick, and he was talking about they don't have NIL. They don't have all that. So they're playing for the team, and I thought, would have helped to had a little NIL.
I was about to say you got to be 51-14. Now, I was laughing.
I just thought they overhyped that. I expected Notre Dame to win that. And I think everybody.
Notre Dame's playing pretty good right now.
Well, no, this is one of those things. This is one of my favorite topics. There's certain things with all of us. If you flip a switch, you just stand back. And of course, we know with Bubba, the Vikings is one. But this one is another one that may not be known as well is how much he despises Notre Dame and how he hates how they get special treatment.
Yeah.
And I was in the car laughing. I really was laughing.
You're the same way.
Yeah. I was listening to the kickoff hour. Of course, all people should. And I was listening, and I pictured you in my mind. I knew you were already in your office, so you probably didn't hear it. When they said, because Notre Dame did not come out of the gate very good this year.
No.
And so now they're playing pretty good. But they beat Navy, okay?
Right.
Navy. And I know Navy was ranked, 14, probably, or something, 20-something. I don't remember. Probably a little bit over high.
Them and Army both undefeated. Well,
sure.
And Navy's not
but anyway,
undefeated now.
I love those teams. I love what those guys stand for. I love when they play each other.
Oh, and it ought to be
but
a
they
good one
can't
this year.
match up with Notre Dame.
It ought to be a good one this year.
But listen, I heard Greg or Speedy, probably Speedy, I was thinking, and he was talking about how many spaces Notre Dame jumped by beating Navy, and I was just thinking in life. I said, "Please let Bubba
back
be
to
here."
the top.
I think they jumped. I can't believe they didn't put them in number 2.
They jumped 4, and Navy was number 24 in the nation.
Okay, all right. So they were
jumped
14, right?
Yeah.
So it was Notre Dame that was number 14. Right?
Yeah, they jumped 4 slots.
But they're
yes.
back. They're back in top 10.
Oh yeah, they're number.
Look at his face.
They're number 8 now.
They're
This-
number
this-
8.
Here they go.
Well, wait, also they
this
weren't
goes
14
back-
If they jumped 4 to 8.
Yeah, they were 12.
This
12,
goes
okay.
back to when we were kids, and all we had was the AP and the UPI.
Right.
Notre Dame used to get unbelievable special treatment.
And we're off and running.
Ask.
When I heard they jumped 4 spots and are back in the top 10, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, there's still a lot of love out there. There's
Sure.
no doubt about it.
Oh,
You got to beat them twice to make them drop.
Now, I'm sitting here looking at the American, and Army is 6-0. I should say 7-0 overall. Navy was 6-0. Now they're 6-1.
I like watching. I'm like Bubba. I like watching them play, but hyping up Notre Dame versus Navy like this could decide the national championship.
Yeah,
in the Meadowlands.
I felt like this was a qualifying match to play for the national championship. The way they hyped
Oh
it
wow,
up.
there's
I thought,
UAB 1-6.
Okay.
Struggling,
Boy.
Speedy.
Struggling. Well, I'll tell you what.
They need
I tell you, they got
need
rid
you.
of you, Speedy, and it went off the cliff,
y'all
didn't
stop. It wasn't nothing to do with me.
I see
Did they get rid of Blaze too, or just you?
Yeah.
Stop
Somebody said Notre Dame beat Texas A&M, and that also is helping them right
All
now.
right, Speedy, wait a minute. Let me.
That's their only
Can I
loss.
just review the facts?
That's a
You
good point.
worked with UAB last year.
It's a
right?
fact. These are just facts,
Right.
Speedy.
Yeah, it's been years, not
It's
just last
facts.
Yeah, but you did work with them last year, right?
year. Yeah, right.
Okay. And you're not working with them this year, right?
Correct.
Okay, just look at the records. I rest my case.
That's just fact. That's just a fact.
There's not enough hype in the
It's
stadium.
just fact.
You
It's,
ain't right.
it's the whole thing, man.
No,
You got to have the
no,
hype package to go with it.
Raise your hand if you've
Hype
ever tried to play in a dead stadium. Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
It doesn't.
It's
feel
bad.
good when it's echoing.
Oh yeah. What's hurting Notre Dame is they lost to Northern Illinois, 16-14.
That's what it was. They beat
They beat
A&M
Texas
and then
A&M.
lost to Northern Illinois.
How about this? I got good news for Notre Dame. We got a 12-team playoff. We'll find out if you're any good or not.
Yeah, that's true. That's
You're
true.
going to have a chance to prove
Well,
it on the field.
They're lucky. They got Florida State next.
Boy, you
hey,
talking
boy, they
about
look
somebody
good.
that's
Oh, my
just
goodness.
laid an egg.
Then Virginia, then Army, and then USC.
All right, so World Series is we're going to Game 3, and I didn't know this.
Dodgers. Wow, out of the gate quick.
I didn't know this. Shohei Ohtani got hurt.
Yes.
I did not know that. Well, they're saying that they think he's going to be back for Game 3. Said it was good news for Dodgers fans. Said he's in a great spot and will be playing in Game 3 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Now, is he pitching
tonight.
is he pitching with the Dodgers or just hitting?
He's doing both, right?
No, he's just hitting. He's
Is that all?
DHing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is
And-
that what?
and-
That's all?
And yeah, and because he's recovering from all the arm surgery and issues
got
and
you.
stuff
I
like
see.
that.
Because of the injuries.
Yeah,
Okay.
but Game 3's tonight on Fox at 7:08.
Oh, this
PM
must have been a
Central.
story from yesterday. Then.
Okay, yeah,
they-
he was still in second, and he braced it with his left arm. He braced. He went head first, but he braced himself, and it kind of was a partial shoulder dislocation.
So Freddie Freeman hits a grand slam to win Game 1.
Yeah. In the
Former
10th.
Brave. And then, did I understand correctly, he hit a home run first time at bat in Game 2? Was that right?
I don't know if it was the first time he had another home run, though. Yeah.
Man, he's on fire.
Top of the hour, more stories to cover when we come back. Stay with us. And don't forget any part of the show you missed, you got the Daily Archives.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, something really, really important we're going to talk about today, and it's not a happy topic. Nobody likes to talk about it, but ignoring problems is usually a good way to be attacked by them, and it is something that has unraveled a lot of families, our society, and that's pornography. If you're online today, I remember I think it was the first time. When Adrian Rogers was still preaching, and he said, this is something that used to be seedy, and it was in the corners, in the darkest corners, back in some room with a curtain, at some, kind of seedy-looking place down an alley. And he goes, and now pornography just struts down Main Street. If you're online today, then it is a click away, sadly. And so there's a powerful tool, though, that can help you and your family. It's called Covenant Eyes. So you might be thinking, well, I don't need that. But the truth is, whether you're battling this temptation or you just maybe think, how about this? Why don't we set up defense against it before it ever enters our lives? What about that? Guard your family and guard yourself from the junk that's out there. And Covenant Eyes is a game changer. It's all about accountability. It's a word we talk about a lot here on the show. God designed us to be in community and hold each other accountable. Covenant Eyes is all about putting someone in your corner that says, hey, I'm here. You've given me the right to look into your life. It's not about shame. It's about living free. And other people know what you're doing online to hold you accountable. Covenant Eyes is an ally. And so if you'd like to find out how to install it on your devices, it's really easy to use, and then it's like a shield protecting you and your family from this dark, wicked stuff. So go to covenanteyes.com, use the promo code Rick, and get the first month for free. Don't put this off. Go ahead and get it done and put the shield up to protect you and your family. Get Covenant Eyes, set it up, live free from the traps of pornography. Covenanteyes.com, promo code Rick, first month free. Just, it's a battle, but it's better to fight it together and win. Last night, Speedy, I can't, we think we know this thing with Bubba. I'm studying Bubba in this tennis obsession. And you know what? In the book, Rick and Bubba's Guide to the Almost Nearly Perfect Marriage, Bubba, honestly and transparently, either you really said this or I said it and put your name on it in this book.
Maybe the latter.
How about this? But either way, it's the truth.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know how I got the information or how they got it, but it is the truth. Bubba started tennis because Betty started it, and he was getting left at home a lot doing chores and looking after the kids because Betty was playing tennis. And you admitted in this book that you basically took up tennis because you wanted to go where she was so you would quit being left at home.
Yeah, sure. I just want to be part of the fun. You know me, Rick. I like being in the group, have fun.
I don't know if
That's
you
why
know.
I'm here.
I don't know if you know that, but you openly admit that in this book.
Yes.
So
thank you, Rick, for helping me openly admit that.
Right, but anyway, so
anything else I need to know?
Right, and then it locked in, and Bubba became totally obsessed with it. And you have that personality. I'm thankful that you never took a liking to Jack Daniels or his cousin Jim Beam.
I do have a slightly obsessive personality, but it's a little different than say Ryan's.
Last night she didn't have his mic up. Last night I was
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, could you pot up Ryan's mic or maybe Angel? Angel,
if I could just say something. If I could just say something, guys.
Yeah,
Ryan, Bubba makes Ryan look like a little kindergartner or something. Seriously.
Speedy.
I'm embarrassed.
You're 100% correct. I went into the dinner last night. Bubba, we had us eat with one of the big wigs in the USTA.
Rick, it was Gordon Smith, who is the executive director of the USTA. That's the United States Tennis Association. He is racket holder number one. Okay. Here, you don't understand.
Racket holder number one.
He is the man.
Yeah. When I asked him,
now we have a president who is a volunteer. And she's a very nice lady. And she gets to do a lot of photo ops and hand the checks out. But he's the one that signs the check.
Everybody right here. I want everybody right here. Look, I have been doing this study, and last night, if I was Indiana Jones, last night is when I found the Ark of the Covenant.
I found.
Well, Rick, what am I
found the
supposed
Holy
to do?
Grail. I discovered aliens have come and landed here, and and I've also whatever that thing he was after in Temple of the Doom, that rock.
Well, Rick, when I met Gordon, he told me he was a fan of the show. He said I listened to it in Atlanta. When I lived there and commuted to New York, and said my wife listens, and he wanted to meet you, and he said, look, when you're in New York, you're my guest, and you look me up. So that's what I did.
Speedy, here's what I wanted to find out last night. I went in ranking the following things: Ryan Greenwood's obsession with the Miami Dolphins and his daughter's teams, namely the Frenzy, which is one of his travel something teams.
Yeah, one of the travel softball teams.
No, wait, I think it's only fair you go with Ryan one time to observe, too. So you've got a close-up view of mine.
Then I'll just say Ryan on Miami Dolphins because I have seen it up
right,
close.
Okay, that's a good comparison.
And Speedy with the Sidewinders. I went in to try to find out where this ranks, okay?
Yes.
Here's some things that popped out at me. Ryan Greenwood knows everything about the Miami Dolphins, but that has been a lifetime of research.
Thank you for being with us today as we roll through another. And there's Bubba Schubers. So a brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. We still have a lot more to cover on the program today. We'll get to some of your phone calls in this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And say hello and welcome back to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Let me get up here to the microphone.
There,
good morning.
Hey, Bubsy.
Howdy.
Goody. So looking back over the weekend, enjoyed the golden ticket seats that were here with us this past Friday, and told them early on I was going to have to really roll out of here quickly to get to my mother-in-law's funeral, and we had a great time with them on Friday. So Friday was kind of an active day, and anytime you've got you've got your two of your older sons and one of the wife, and everybody's meeting at the house, and we're all riding together. That's always hey, we got to go now, and so you get there, and now keep in mind when you're dealing with my wife's family, you're dealing with a lot of folks. My mother-in-law was one of 11.
Wow.
And my father-in-law is one of 13. So Sherry has more cousins.
Yeah, that's a lot of cousins.
I don't even know. I mean, you talk about, Greg and I have a lot of second cousins. I know, Bubba, you have a lot of cousins.
Yep.
But it's on both sides with Sherry. Like with us, it's just our grandfather. I don't know if both your mother and father had lots of siblings. I know.
Mom just had one.
Right.
But she, the grandmother was a Johnson, so that takes in a whole nother.
So then you like us on that second level.
Yeah.
So Greg and I have a lot of second cousins. Sherry has loads of first. And second. They're everywhere. And honestly, when we went, I told Sherry, I said, look, when we went to the funeral home on Wednesday to make all the arrangements, that chapel, I don't know. I don't know that it can handle all the criers and the Bodines, and then we're talking about spouses and kids, and we better you better let the people know that if they want a seat, and you saw it, Greg, you and Lisa. Hey, it's a lot of folks.
Oh, you better get in there and get seated.
So anyway, it was so at the funeral. So it was going to be Sherry spoke first, and she did such a good job. It was just great.
Yeah.
And then one of the cousins got up, to talk personal. She was great. And then Sherry's brother, who was actually a pastor, did the message. And man, I loved how
he did good.
What he had. All three of them were just fantastic.
Yeah, every bit of it.
It was really good. And so then when it ends, and I want to ask you guys something, because anywhere we go, no matter how serious it is, and understand. This was not one. It's still the separation, all that, but this was not one of those. You're going through your day, you think this person is doing great, and all of a sudden you get one of those shocking calls. Oh my, this was Alzheimer's. This was the long wind down.
Yep. Goodbye.
So there is some peace that her suffering has ended, and and she went. I think I told y'all this, but in her sleep, they never had to give her morphine, nothing like that. It was just a really peaceful, leaving this earth and into eternity. And so there was some peace that went with that. And so I'm not trying to act like that it was certainly sadness, but you know us, you put us in any situation, we're gonna get in something good. I mean, we can't help it. I mean, it's just who we are.
Yeah, it just happens.
So, since I'm married to the second oldest, and the only daughter, I get the number 2 slot in the funeral procession. Yeah. And so the guy comes over to me and he says, "Are you Sherry's husband?" I said, "Yes, I am." "We need to get your car in line." I said, "Where am I in line?" He said, "Well, you're in the number 2 slot." I said, "Oh, number 2." And a lot of responsibility with number 2. And so
Big Lift really would have come in handy.
I know. Remember the time I got in a procession when Big Lift and it was very controversial?
Yeah.
Well, this one, I'm actually
you weren't part of that.
I'm actually family, so I have to. Unlike the last time, I wasn't part of the family and took everybody the wrong direction. But anyway, so I don't want to make that mistake again. Yeah. So I just want to ask y'all this. Okay, I'm going to just ask y'all. All right. What do you think I'm doing? Okay, those of you watching on YouTube can see it. If you're in line and I'm one of the people that works for the funeral home and this is what I do, what do you think I'm doing?
Okay.
What do y'all think I'm doing?
I have no idea.
It's like you're doing
any idea?
Flashing and it looks like
any idea?
I have no idea.
Flashing and then
flashing and then the heart.
I thought it was a gang.
Wait, do it to the cameras.
Is he a gang member?
He walks out like that and then he's looking at me. He goes,
okay.
And he's and those of you that are listening,
I think he wants you to throw him a pass.
Those of you that
might
listening,
be it.
I think is he open? Am I supposed to?
Maybe that's
Is he running a button hook? He's flashing back.
So he's just running it up. So then he starts giving me this: roll your window down, which I thought should have maybe been the first thing.
Yeah.
And he says, turn your flashers on.
Flashers.
And I said, that's the signal for flashers.
Okay.
And then of course everybody's like, Dad, just turn them on. I said, I have to understand this. What is this?
Did
signal?
he make that up, or is that like
What is this
you
signal?
have a book with like hand signals for crane operating?
Yeah. Well, he explained it to me. He said, my hands, this are flashers. Y'all seem to get that. He said, this is
the triangle.
This is the triangle where you push it.
Yeah.
And I said, well, how was I supposed to see that?
That's it.
And of course, everybody reminded
Ace of Spades.
Everybody reminded me in the car. Really, my kids before my own wife, Dad, this is not important. Just turn them on.
Just do what he does.
Just turn them on and go.
And I said, so y'all saw that signal? And then I get this from my wife and one of my sons. I had 2 people in my camp, my daughter-in-law and Big Love. They both said we didn't get the signal. Now Brody, young Broderick, and my wife said, we knew it. How do you not know that's flashers? I said, y'all know this is flashers.
That up?
I said at one point,
not Diamond Dallas Page.
I thought he was saying do a diamond cutter.
Yeah, I didn't get it. But anyway, so
DDP.
So I'm in the number 2 slot, and I finally get my flashers on.
Thank goodness.
So
debating the flashers the whole time.
the part y'all would have loved was this is not important right now. And then Brody from the back, Dad, this is not a time to try to get. I said, he's looking. Nobody knows. He's making this signal to everybody. He's got bodines and criers confused. We don't know what's going on.
Is it a funeral home worker thing? You think
maybe
it's in their business? That's
at one point, I saw one of Sherry's aunts. She thought the signal might have been inappropriate. But anyway, so
I mean, shouldn't you just do flashers? I don't know why that.
Well, that's what threw me. And one time I thought it was some kind of Greg warned me Illuminati. And so Sherry has 3 brothers and her, so there's a total of 4 siblings. So now we're going, and I told you about this last week. And when you're talking about the cultures. Like I say, now you talk about 2 families that, hey, we may all be worried about what's going to happen. They're going to survive. You talk about the song. They are self-sufficient, including digging their own graves, as I told you. Okay. Yeah. Robert oversees the Bodine Cemetery, in case you're wondering. And and Robert's the one with the backhoe. He doesn't dig himself anymore, but you can use it.
Right.
Oh.
So it was Sherry's older brother who actually dug it, who also did the message.
Wait, so he's digging it? That's rare.
Well, before
Rick, that's rare. That's rare.
Hey, he did an outstanding job too, by the way.
Yeah, both.
All right, so
on the funeral or the hole?
Both. Oh. Let me tell you something. Not only did he preach well, he digs a good hole.
Mm-hmm. Rick, hold my Bible. I got to dig a hole.
Right. Hey,
wow.
Hold my message. I got to dig the hole. So I'll come back and you talk about the history of this cemetery. Good night. And so I'll tell you
in the background.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that when we come back. So you see the backhoe, Bubba?
I do. I see it.
Nice. Nice one.
By the way, Robert got a deal.
Track
Robert got a deal on that one. Heard all about it.
Yeah, it is a good one.
He got 2 of those for about $25K.
What?
Shipped them out of China. So we'll.
What?
Yeah. Robert gets deals. You don't know about Robert.
And delivers messages, apparently.
He does. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know so much about tennis in this short period of time. I could only conclude that you have been wallowing in it, watching it, researching it, obsessing over it. It is impossible. You haven't even read the Rick and Bubba's Almost Nearly Perfect Marriage.
You're correct.
Okay, he said
I have up right to the point where
the popcorn thing.
The popcorn thing.
Listen to this, Speedy, and I want you to hear me. There were a couple of markers that jumped out last night.
All right, I'm here. I'm good.
Bubba's looking at Gordon, who, by the way, he even scared Gordon last night. He looked at Gordon at one point, and I guess he forgot I was in the room. And he said, there's a book about tennis. And he looked at him. He said, oh, yeah, I've read that book. And I said, excuse me? You've read a book?
The Inner Game.
And Bubba said, yes, I have. I said, so you've read the book? And he said, yes. And then he
hadn't even read one he's written.
Yeah, he hasn't even read one of the 5 we've done. Okay,
the proofs are so boring sometimes.
Right.
There's no pictures.
Right,
in
right.
them,
Yeah. Not only has he only written one of them, he hasn't read any of them. Look, he told Gordon last night. He said, "I think I'm gonna write a book about tennis. What do you think about that, Rick?" I said, "I'm just be glad to hear you'd write one." but look, here's the thing.
Normally he's going to play tennis while you're writing it.
Right.
Yeah.
I wrote this book while Bubba played tennis.
Right.
But listen to this now. Seriously. He knows, you know what I'm talking about? I mean, I don't know that any time I knew you prior to your jump to tennis, did you follow tennis much more than anybody else would? You knew the big names. And that was about it.
Yeah.
So for you to gather that much information in this short amount of time, the time you're spending pursuing tennis has been paramount. It's been big. I mean, you are totally.
We leave the TV on at the house on the tennis channel.
Gordon said things like, well, I didn't know that.
No, Bubba told Gordon things that Gordon didn't know.
Gordon didn't even know. And you could watch Gordon's face go from, I'm glad I'm here, wow, this is fun, to if I don't just announce I got to leave, he'll keep me here all night. All right,
well,
so,
this was about at what time?
I felt like Gordon was getting embarrassed that he didn't know enough about tennis.
What time did we wrap up?
Like he could carry a conversation.
Right, he didn't rank.
He is the president, right? He's
the
president of the town.
Yeah, he's the executive director.
Executive director
of all tennis.
Racket one, Rick.
Right, Racket one. And here he
Trust me, when the U.S. Open comes, he'll have the best seat. Okay,
now,
trust me.
And by the way, watching Bubba shamelessly start taking stuff from Gordon to get into the U.S. Open was unbelievable. And
look, he
started bartering deals.
I thought he was going to barter his kids in.
I did too.
I can't help it. He wanted me to sit in the president's box.
Right.
And you saw me. I said, no, I don't want freebies, really.
All right, Speedy, you know that one tract of land that Bubba's kind of ignoring now that I keep trying to get?
Yes.
He gave it to Gordon. He just gave it to him straight up. All right. So Gordon told
It'd
him
be a great training facility.
Look, Gordon told him he liked to deer hunt. You know, Gordon told him he liked the deer hunt. He says, "I got a tract of land you can have." and so,
was there any time that you felt like you were uncomfortable? You just need to leave them by themselves?
Yeah, I mean, well, no. You know what I was? I wanted to go over and get that puppy away from Bubba because I was afraid he was going to hurt it.
He's going to love it.
I mean, he was squeezing that little puppy.
I will love it. I will take care of it. I will call it Gordon.
Speedy,
him and Woody.
Yeah, just like that day that was a big marker. That day that we did a show on the road, Bubba landed, put on a suit, drove downtown to a meeting. You remember that?
Well, sure.
That was a big.
Gordon loved that story, by the way.
That was a big marker. Well, last night, I kid you not, it was Ryan and I who started saying, "Y'all, we got to go to bed."
Oh no!
And I'm convinced that Bubba would have talked to Gordon to the top of the hour theme of today's program. I mean, Gordon finally said, "I got to go." Gordon finally said, "Hey, I got to go."
He was already a slow trot.
And it wasn't his wife because she wasn't even here.
No.
Yeah. And I know you had him all by yourself.
Yeah, do you remember, Speedy, if we're on the road, now keep in mind, he's had to fly commercial.
Oh, sure.
A lot of delays coming in. I mean, Bubba's bedtime, it's practically Bubba's bedtime when we're sitting down to eat. Okay, and
we met at 8:15.
Yes, which is 45 minutes from home time that Bubba goes to bed.
Right.
Okay, 2.5 to 3 hours later. He's still got more. I mean, he would keep going.
Is anyone left in the restaurant beside you?
No.
I didn't think
there's
so.
There's one guy.
The waiter has stopped coming back.
Right.
I kid you not.
So 20 minutes past the hour, looking back over the weekend, what a wonderful time it was, celebrating this wonderful, sweet woman, Dottie Faye, and all of her family. And, buddy, they were a bunch of them, and just fascinating people, both the Cryers, a farm family, and then the Bodines and all their history, which I found out because you talked to Robert oversees the Bodine Cemetery. And a fascinating trip. But so a couple of things you go through, because you're meeting all these, and they're all characters. And how about my kids even admitted, the ones that were able to get there, they said they remember watching Cheaper by the Dozen, that show.
Oh, yeah.
And they said, we always thought that would be so much fun to have a family that big. And for there to be two families that big, and, like just talking about, you saw that, Greg, when her Sherry's brother was talking about how he remembers going over to the original farmhouse when both the grandparents were alive and seeing his mama sitting at that little kitchen table with all of her sisters that all worked the farm, and them just giggling and laughing, and how close they all were. And it just seemed like it was a wonderful way of life. And so, you're meeting all these different people and the ones that are still alive and everything. And so just the facts that were going by, and I was telling the guys in the break, like at one point, I met one of Sherry's uncles on her mother's side, and very nice man, but I could tell immediately that he'd worked on a farm, okay, and all of his life, and he's big fellow, and country strong, and so I'm introducing myself, and he's like, hey, I'm Dottie's brother. Hey,
break your hand when you shake it.
Oh yes,
yeah.
I didn't want to have, and of course it was. I love that the boys were around, because I want them to get to know these people you never see unless it's a funeral, sadly, and so. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it was either his sister. It might have been his wife. Maybe, I don't know who the woman was, but she says, he got kicked out of a tough man competition for being too rough. And I was like, oh my gosh, what? And he comes by, I said, what? He goes, well, yeah. Well, I was 3-0 when they kicked me out. And I said, well, I bet. And he said, apparently there are some rules. And I said, he said, I thought it was tough, man. You just do whatever you got to do to win. And I said, I said, so you were undefeated? He goes, well, factually, I was undefeated.
Did he mention what he did to be kicked out?
His quote was, I wanted more specifics, but he said, apparently there's more rules than I thought there were.
He was too rough.
Yeah, he got kicked out of a tough man competition for being too tough. And so anyway, so we get to
the fact she thought she would share that the first time she met you, Tej.
Yeah, right out of the gate.
No, I told Greg, I think it's like, do y'all remember when you watched the old commercial about this book about Western people?
Right.
And one guy was so mean he went and shot a man for snoring.
Just for snoring.
Well, it's made by real hand too.
I remember.
I think if you don't have a lot of time and you meet him, his friends or family are going to say, one time so tough, he got kicked out of a tough man competition for being too tough.
Nice to meet you.
I love the fact that he didn't well, that is factual.
Yeah. Well,
and so
I think
anyway,
I'm known for it.
Right. And so
you might not know.
So we get to the Bodines, the history there, the originals are all French descendants, and you can see it on some of the old tombstones there. So Robert, one of the brothers now over on the Bodine side, oversees their family cemetery. And throughout there, you see all these famous people. I mean, you go over, and here is, one of the family members that fought in the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
The Revolutionary War. And then you have one, the War of 1812, when they tried to come back.
Wow.
And some of the land was given to them for their service to the country in those two wars. It was like part of their payment, some land. And so... So that, and then you would see a lot, with the Civil War, you got a lot of that there, and it was just, it was really fascinating. I mean, hearing talk about, because Robert, because he oversees the cemetery, everybody knows, and he was like, well, now this right here, this is so and so, And after the Depression, most everybody lost their land back to the government, who foreclosed on it. And he got in a horse and buggy and went all the way to New Orleans and paid what we owed and got the deeds back. And he said, "You imagine you leaving here headed to New Orleans in a horse and buggy?" I'm like, "No, I can't."
Wow. No.
And then there was one guy that after one of the wars that we had, he got on his horse in Vicksburg, Mississippi. I think that was the Civil War, and then and rode all the way back. Good and I'm just like, and all these just incredible. It's just, I thought of how cool it is to have just all your ancestors and all that. Yeah. And all the different eras of our country. There's people buried there representing that, all the history of you literally are in that cemetery going through the history of our country. Wow. Really, really cool. So anyway, and then, keep in mind, I mean, the funeral home, they have their role, but when you're dealing with my in-laws, they dig their own graves and with Robert's backhoe. And so not only did Sherry's oldest brother deliver the message, he also dug the hole. Well, when it ends, I mean, we're all in suits, and I see everybody grabbing a shovel, and I'm kind of like, and I was looking around, should I go shovel? I mean, I didn't know whether,
Wait a minute.
To cover it back up.
They're all dressed up and grabbing shovels?
Well, I mean, you got to put the dirt back. And look, there they are. And so that's them smoothing it out now. They've already put all of it back. And now I will tell you, there was a little bit of, trying to back the truck up to get the dirt up and how much dirt we need and all that. It was, it just kind of, I wasn't really ready for that. So that was, but they got it done, and it was a beautiful day, and I'm glad we got to spend time together, and she was honored in an incredible way. So,
well, I know you're masterful in looking busy but not doing anything. Mm-hmm. Did you act like you were looking for a shovel?
One time I went as far as to hold a shovel.
Did you lean on it?
Leaned on it, and then of course I was busted by Robert, who says, "Looks like we got a lot of supervisors,
a lot of moral support here."
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Robert.
Looks like a road crew here. What are you doing?
Now tell me who this is buried over here. Let's see if I can.
What's this here right here?
Right. So then the family, you're going to love this, because remember, this is small town life. I love small town life. We were raised in small town. I love small town. We were in a small town yesterday. I'll tell you about that in a minute. I just sometimes wish that time could stop and we'd be back in these small towns. Yeah. So anyway, so we go out to eat after we're on our way home. Everybody's hungry now. We didn't get lunch. We just all had to eat protein bars because of the schedule. So we sit down. Now tell me this isn't a small town. Now the same guy who was giving me the hand signals about my caution lights is now the waiter.
Yeah.
Okay, and so he comes up and I said, "Hey, we just saw you." He goes, "Yeah." And all of a sudden you can see everybody say, Dad, not this, don't do it. I said, I want to talk to you about your signal. Like that, and like that.
Is that common known?
And then everybody, he goes, "You mean my flasher signal?" I said, that doesn't look like flashers. And then of course the people, he goes, "Don't listen to him. It was fine." Like that, and he goes, "All right, well, give me what your drink orders." And then all of a sudden the whole family goes, "Dad, do not talk to him about the signal. I mean, let's just enjoy dinner and reflect on the day." And so, but I mean, I had him right there to discuss it. And I said, "Well, in a minute, I'm gonna give him that signal. See if he something about it. When he asks me what I want to eat, I'm just gonna signal it."
Yeah.
If he picks it up, yeah. So anyway, it was
take some water, please.
Yeah.
Water.
So we're sitting there eating the dinner.
It's kind of like The Proposal, the movie where that one guy does everything.
That's exactly it. And great food.
The guy from The Office.
Yeah, great food, as you can imagine. And so we're eating dinner, and this is what I'll cover next, then we'll move on and get some other stuff. So we're eating dinner, and then how every now and then Sherry looks down at her text. She goes, "Oh my goodness!" And I was like, "What?" And then what she began to tell me next was the other part of the weekend that we had this really special meeting. I'll talk about when we come back. It was almost like you were just kind of, sometimes when you watch God and all the details and all the things He's doing, and He is in every detail. That was our message yesterday at church, and our pastor reminding us every single detail. God is in it. And so I'll come back and I'll share something that was a really cool way to spend a Sunday afternoon yesterday, and when we come back. So also we'll get to your phone calls coming up in a little bit, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll have that opportunity. Yes, we'll talk about some of the stuff that happened over the weekend in the political realm. Now 8 days to the election coming up. Now there's a lot of stories revolving these rallies over the weekend. We'll talk about that too, so that's all still to come. as we break down the stories of the day on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right. The waiter got to the point. He's going, if you need water, you're on your own.
There's the faucet.
The guys who clean the tables up are already sitting down eating. You know what I mean?
Bubba, do you know that you
They had a
do
piece
this?
of whale meat, too. It was crazy.
The reason why I couldn't get water is our waiter was having a steak sandwich. When I was fresh out of high school and going to college, I worked at various jobs. I was a preloader for UPS. That didn't work out. That was awful early. And also, I thought I was just going to throw packages into a truck. A little more complicated than that. And
getting up and getting there.
Yeah, if they find you sleeping in the truck, they'll fire you when the old belt starts running. And then I went to work for a car wash, and we had a very unique boss at this particular car wash. He was a very large man, and he was extremely large, and he was so big that when he talked, it was as if he was having a hard time pushing enough air to get language.
Had trouble breathing.
And volume.
He was so large.
Yeah. So his voice would come out being real high like this, and he would always trail off at the end. It'd be like, I want y'all to get out here. And it kind of fade away, and sometimes that would be difficult. Well, and it's not as good now because over the years of doing the show, and all of us, just like when you hear singers over time, they kind of lose their falsetto. But at that time, I could do my voice to sound exactly like it, and I began to develop.
I can't believe you would do that at a workplace.
I know, that's hard to believe.
Making fun of somebody, that's incredible.
Right,
It don't happen here.
And, yeah, right. And also I thought,
not have it.
Well, if I can do the voice of the boss, I can do all kinds of stuff with that. On the phone.
Because people didn't have caller ID and cell phones and all that then. You just called in on the old rotary one and and let it go.
So what I would do, I started out with something that really is where I should have left it, but then it kind of got out of hand. But when it first started out, the nights I wouldn't work, I'd be riding around with my buddies. We'd be all out, for the Friday night, Saturday night, and they'd start, hey, shut down the car wash. And I'd be like, no, guys, I don't want to. No, Rick, please shut down the car wash. And what they meant by that is we would go to a payphone because we have cell phones then, and I would call, and we had a guy who John Spector, who was the guy who worked there the most, and he would fall for it every time, and I would call the car wash, and it would be something like this, and I'd call him, hey, this is Joe. And that was his name. His name was Joe. You always had to breathe. Why don't you run me an X? All right, now running an X, and maybe see if I remember this right, Bubba. You used to work cash register, means give me a current state of where we are.
Yeah, that give you a running total of business that day. A Z would close out the day.
And then you go to the Z.
Right.
And then he'd run me the X, and he'd give me the number. And it would be like 2 hours before the car was supposed to close. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good day. Why don't you go ahead and run a Z? Shut her down. And so then we would watch from the mall parking lot across the street and the lights, because you tell college and high school kids to get off work early.
They're out of there.
Yeah, and then it's a bloop, bloop, you see the lights start going off, and then everybody just love it, And then if everything was just working right,
if everything fell into place,
if everything just fell into place, this didn't happen much. He would actually drive by and see his car wash being shut down. And he drove a Jaguar, and he was so big, it looked as if they had set him on the ground and built the Jaguar around it. Like he's coming out of the windows, like that, and he's all in there.
There's some cars you just shouldn't have.
Right. And he'd pull up, and he'd try to get out, and he'd go, hey! He loved to do that. And and he'd say something.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And it was like hearing Joe Biden talk, and then and then of course the little guy, little Johnny would go, well, you called and told me to shut down. What is wrong with you? Let these lights back go. Let's get this thing hopping. And so then it led to all kinds of confusion. Well, That's where I should have.
Of course,
stopped.
you wouldn't let it go.
Yeah, that's enough. I mean, don't we admit that's enough?
Yeah,
but then I thought, man, I could do all kinds of stuff with this.
You're kind of like the president now with the health care thing.
Right.
I got that through. Let's go for cap and trade this week.
Look, when you're 19 years old and it dawns on you, you're running the car wash.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, I thought, well, let's see where we can take this, and I got a call. It's Joe. Johnny, go out there to the marquee and put on the marquee Rick Burgess, employee of the month. and
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. All right, simplysafe.com/bigbox. Right now, they continue to just keep winning award after award after award because they have taken the industry to a new place, and we, the customer, are thankful. Because I know that right now the current administration, they don't seem to think that security is that big a deal. We do, and there's nothing mean about securing your property or your country because unfortunately, not everybody not everybody out there is wonderful people.
No,
it's a sad thing. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. And you know what? They are changing the industry again with Active Guard outdoor protection. Man, this is good. It offers a double layer of defense cutting edge AI plus real-time monitoring by live security agents that keep intruders out and prevent crime before it ever happens. If they see somebody, they get an alert. Ho! What are you doing on the property? Are you Amazon? Show us the package. But anyway, so
what you toting there?
What you toting there? And if they need to, they can sound sirens, they can cut on floodlights, and they can chase people away before they ever break in. I'll tell you one way to keep your property safe is nobody ever get in there.
That's right.
So if you'd like to find out more, they got a great offer right now. simplysafe.com/bigbox, 50% off right now. Also, find that same link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe like simplysafe.com/bigbox. So wrapping up kind of the biggies from the weekend, as far as my side about it, and I had the funeral on Friday, went great. It was a beautiful, beautiful day, beautiful time.
Beautifulness.
So we're eating, and Sherry looks down and she sees this text. So now let's go back in time. So a lot of you, if you're a fan of the show, you've been around for a while. We've had so many interns. I mean, hundreds of them over the years. And there was one that got the nickname Fire Marshal Megan.
Yeah.
And she has two sisters, and they're all wonderful ladies. And so they all got involved in our lives through her being an intern here. And so when we all had little kids and all this, for Sherry and me, the way the sisters staggered, we would, when one would get married, then we'd go to the next one, and that get married, we go to the next one. So these three ladies really got involved, and based on the age of the kids, they were involved with different kids because of the ages went down with them as well. And so the youngest sister, whose name is Lindsay, really, really connected with Bronner, and she just loved Bronner and was the babysitter at the time, and she was just devastated, by his earthly death 16 years ago. And so she told Sherry, she said, if I ever have a baby boy, I'm going to name him Bronner. And so her husband, they've been married a while, and, they just kept having girls. I mean, they had two girls and they're beautiful little girls, and fine. And so she said, well, I guess whatever God does is it. So we're sitting there at that table, and all of a sudden Sherry gets this text from Lindsay that she just gave birth to a baby boy. They have their third child. It is a boy, and she said, I want to show you a picture of our Bronner. And then we look, and it's like almost exactly at the time that Sherry's mother left the world, this baby was born. And so Sherry was like, oh my goodness. And so we start looking at all that, and Sherry was like, that's that cycle. There's death, and then here's life, and there he is. So we went to see him yesterday, and so when it can't get any weirder, so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, I won't give the details where we were because I'm gonna have to give something too specific that was just something. So Sherry said, well, send me y'all's address where y'all live now. They don't live where they just been somewhere for the last 2 years that we had never been to. And they actually live on a street that is called Burgess.
All right now.
And it was, Sherry took a picture of it. I was like, well, this is just weird. Then we get there. And so Sherry, we're holding this beautiful baby boy, and, and she's reflecting on how much this means to them, which that was touching to us because they really connected to our kids and helped us so much and fell in love with them. And she just really had a connection to Bronner. And she was actually trying to find a way, because I was out of town when that happened. She was going to come over and be with Sherry with the 3 boys that time, and had a conflict and couldn't get there. That bothered her for a long time. And God, of course, kept confirming over and over again, look, I'm in this. This was going to happen. This was his day, no matter what. Don't let that kind of stuff even get in your mind. And so she wanted to name a son that, if she ever had a son. So you know how something's coming and all these things keep happening. So all of a sudden Sherry said, well, how much did he weigh? And I knew what she was going to say before she said it. He weighed exactly the same as Bronner, 8 pounds, 4 ounces. And wow. And I mean, you know how when before she even said anything, I was like, here it comes. Here it comes. And, and they just sat there and looked at each other, and they were just like, can you believe all this? So it was a when it's just, you see that cycle, you know what I mean? You see here's death, and then here's life, and here's death, and here's life. And, it was just watching back to what Sherry's brother preached on, Greg, watching God with that tapestry. Yeah. That just all these different threads running, and him always reminding us. And, the thing that, and we know this, I mean, we're people of faith. I know all of you don't share our faith, but there are these moments, and I know it's goofy because we do believe, where all of a sudden you just go again, you say out loud, God's real. I mean, he really is real. I mean, he really is in every detail of our life. So anyway, that was a pretty powerful visit, and then of course got to hang out with their 2 beautiful little girls, and they're actually living on kind of a farm now. So had some interactions with. They have a couple of donkeys.
All right.
When's the last time you interacted with donkeys?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Rick. We're talking about the barnyard animal, right?
Oh, yes.
Not people.
No, not.
I like when they get to hollering.
Yeah, well, they did. They did.
I love that.
Well, they have them for all the things you talk about. And Bubba, we remember the unfortunate incident on a hunting trip one time. They have them to fend off predators. Yeah. Because they have chickens and they have other animals.
They don't care for coyotes.
They don't. But hey, let me tell you what, they don't play no games with predators.
No.
Yeah, and I told Sherry that unfortunate story that we all experienced that time with the donkey and the dog. To a donkey, a dog is just a coyote.
Yeah, it's just a better trained.
It's a threat.
Yeah, and if you bring a beloved dog and you go to a place where they have a donkey protecting the property,
Guard donkey. Sounds
I'll
funny,
just
but
say
it is true.
I will just say this: it will go poorly.
Yeah.
Would you agree with them?
Yeah. They're not going to get along at all.
Right. Have you ever wondered, though, and I know we have a friend that we really like that does it. Explain to me again, these very few people that bring dogs hunting deer, how the deer don't smell the dog? Did they just hunt? Did they just hunt the wind?
I guess so.
I guess.
Did they spray it down with some sort of scent that Moultrie's hawking? I mean, what?
I don't know, Rick. It's a mystery to me.
Yeah, and I mean, we have someone that we all know very well that
it's a mystery to me. Somebody can smoke a pipe in a shooting house and shoot everything. I mean, just lights out everything he sees.
Right. Well, that's the only thing
just draws them in.
It's hunt the wind. Yeah, it has to.
Well, if you want to, and I won't relive the whole story, but if you want to get kicked off, well, I guess I am. If you want to get kicked out of a hunting property and never get to return, bring your dog, and then everybody kind of, even though we weren't crazy about that, the guy who owns the place lets that go, and you take your dog with you hunting, and the donkey doesn't like the dog and goes after the dog, and then you you make the donkey pay the ultimate price because you love your dog.
You fire on the donkey.
You fire on the donkey.
Oh, wow.
You've caused quite a bit of chaos here at the hunting camp.
Especially if the donkey's a family donkey.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it was a beloved donkey.
No.
So we had a beloved dog being protected, but to protect the beloved dog, you took out somebody's beloved donkey.
Who was just doing his job.
It was a visiting dog.
Yes, it was a visiting dog. This isn't your place. The donkey lives here. Okay, your dog doesn't.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. So what happens there is you get to leave because the donkey family wins in that one. I mean, they've lost. It looks like on paper, but as far as you hunting here, it's over.
You know, too,
your fun is
up
over.
to that event, I really didn't understand that donkeys didn't like dogs. I really had no idea.
They do not like them at all because of they protect. They hate predators. And one of the things, and they are very good to add to your farm if you're trying to protect your other animals from predators. But what I noticed then, when somebody shoots a deer, a lot of celebration. Somebody shoots the donkey.
Not as much.
Not as much. No. Not as much. So there you go. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So what a weekend. We'll be back. We have more to cover on the program today. We'll get some of your phone calls in as well as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Johnny go out there and he put Rick Burgess, congratulations, employee of the month. On the marquee.
Did you have an employee of the month?
No, we didn't have an employee of the month. and so and he drive by. Hey, I've got this Rick Burgess thing in the month. And they'd be, you told us to put it up, were you out of your mind? And so it was just too good. But then I didn't know where to stop. Now
maybe that's when you should have stopped.
Now I'm completely out of control. And I'd go into the manager's office, and then I'd call on the other line. You always had the phone number 01 and then the 02.
Yeah, you had two lines.
So I'd call on 02 and be in the manager's office. Okay, working with another person. Hello, car wash. Hi, it's Joe. Is Rick Burgess working today? Like that. And yes, sir, he is. Do me a favor. Tell him, because he's a hoss, go ahead and knock off and leave him on the clock. Like that. And, of course, they'd let, hey, Joe said you can go, and I'd leave. And hey, y'all, that's wrong. And if my kids are listening, that's bad.
Yeah, it is.
That's
it's
a
bad
terrible
and
thing.
wrong. It's bad.
Yeah, that's awful.
And I'm not going to talk about the free car washes I got.
Well, and then
everybody else we need.
And then, of course, Bubba's favorite, when he would come up and he'd always signal to the car wash that you were to wash his car.
Right.
And he wanted his wash with the brushes and all that and not exactly go through it.
Yeah.
You remember, because in those days, we'd have him brushes a little coarse. You know what I mean? And,
they beat you on that.
So we were to hand wash.
A little coarse.
We would hand wash his. Well, I would be working the shift, and I'd say to a new guy, I'd say, hey, you need to go in there. The grease gun we got that we grease all the the stuff that turns, and you used to have those places
you had to grease
the grease gun, and you do that, and they put that old thick grease out in there.
Oh yeah.
And I'd say you need to go get that, and that guy said, what for? I said he can't get out of that car. I said you're gonna have to go over and grease the door and help him slide out so you can wash his car. And then I just get around the corner and wait, and he'd go around the corner out grease gun. You hear, hey, what is wrong with you? And he come around the corner and he just, who told this man to bring the grease gun? And I said, hey, Joe, I said, I don't know. He must have misunderstood me. I told him to grease the car wash. Well, he's trying to grease me. Like that. And I said, I don't know what y'all talking about. So then the business meeting, when he called us all in.
He'd had enough.
He'd had enough of all this, all the foolishness. And so he called us in.
Staff meeting.
And I'm sitting there with my deadpan face ready to go. And I've got people in there that can't take it, that have that know what's been happening.
Right.
Because we only had 3 guys we kept doing this to. The rest of us were all in on it. So he's sitting there. And what I love to do is he'd walk up on the lot, and as he'd go by, I'd go, hey, Bigger! Like that. And he'd turn around, and I'd disappear into the car wash. What's calling me Bigger? Like that. And, like that. And I'd get in there and he'd come out, hey, Burgess, like that, and then he'd turn around again, and I'd hide, and I had a straight face.
Well, he couldn't turn around quick
No,
enough.
there was no way. I knew I had like 8-9 minutes before he could get around, and then I'd over be checking somebody's oil like I was employee of the month. And,
right.
So he sits there and said, I'd like to cover a few things. My name. What was the fake name we made him on? It's Mr. Anderson. Yeah, don't use his real name. It is not, hey, Joe. And it is not, hey, Bacon. And so when he said that, everybody's head was down, and they was trying not to laugh. And I said, excuse me, mister, what'd you say, Mr. Anderson? People are calling you what? Bacon. Hey, Bacon. I said, they're calling you Hey Biggin? And now the guys are crawling under the table. Y'all think that's funny? I said, hey, guys, ain't nothing funny about this. And I mean, they're all just, people getting fired. You hit the road. Like that. And they all hate me. So then it came time where finally it all kind of caught up with me. He did not know exactly what had happened, but he knew I was not a good employee.
There was something, you were always a common thread.
Yeah, right.
I guess.
I've come to the conclusion, Rick, you and I are going to have to part ways. I was like, well, I hate to hear that, and thank you for all you've done for me. So I left, and I'm writing it, and this is a point where I should have begun to ask for forgiveness from my Savior for the way I was living, and I should have drove away, but I just couldn't take it.
We call it one for the road,
right? And I went over to the old payphone, and I called back to the wash one more time. This is Joe. Johnny, do me a favor. Go out there to the marquee and write on it clearly. Rick Burgess, thanks for the memories. And here we go. It is a brand new day on a brand new week, and we're thankful that you are here with us today. Political news. Here we go. Big election coming up. Big election. So as we were just reminded, Bubba and I both, via text, we talked a lot about small-town America today because it is our favorite part of America. The rural vote may decide this election. We got to have huge voter turnout. What we saw from someone who's in Congress right now, if the rural voter turnout had been better in 2020 in Georgia, Trump may have won. So the small towns all across America, get out and vote. You may decide this thing. All right, so Joe Rogan podcast had Trump on. That's a big one. Here is Joe Rogan. Really, one of the things you kind of heard Elon Musk referencing one time, people who, formerly thought, you've even heard Bill Maher do this to a certain extent. They were drawn to the liberal point of view because they thought it was edgy. They thought they were the rebels. They thought they were the ones that want to stand up for freedom and able to express yourself any way you want to, and all ideas should be allowed in the arena. And here's Joe Rogan saying that sounds more like the modern day Republicans. Here we go.
The rebels are Republicans now. They're like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to buck the system. You're a conservative now. That's how crazy. And then the liberals are now pro silencing criticism. They're pro censorship online. They're talking about regulating free speech and that regulating the First Amendment. It's bananas to watch.
Joe, they come after their political opponent.
Well, they
I
do.
got more guys. I always say, I kid, but I'm not kidding. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of them all. He'd kill you in 2 seconds if he didn't like you, right? I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone, only because it's political opponent stuff. And I've won. I won the big case in Florida. I'm winning the other stuff. You win, but you know what they did? They did something that's only done in third world countries. They came after their political opponent.
Yes.
I could have put crooked Hillary in jail.
Here he goes. But think about what Rogan said. If you're a young person out there and you want to be edgy, we've talked about this before. Edginess now, no tattoos, a decent haircut.
That was what I was thinking. You'll be edgy
and be
don't
conservative.
Have a tattoo, yeah.
Being conservative is now edgy. We are the unique people. We are the ones who are being out on the edge. We are the ones that are controversial. We're not going along with everybody else like a bunch of sheeple. Hey, look, you ought to be intrigued by our movement. We're the edge now. Joe Rogan also talks about the Democrats comparing Trump to Hitler, how ridiculous this is, and he takes that on. Here we go.
So the rhetoric is also that you're Hitler, and that in order to stop Hitler, you have to do whatever it takes.
That was okay, yeah.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, you're hearing this now. Kamala compared you to, said your love of Hitler yesterday.
That's absurd. And I know MSNBC doubled down on it, showing that. Let's show 2A, Adler. Here's the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden chanting USA, and the turnout was, I mean, this is New York City. All right, so here we go.
And this is the end of the national anthem.
Okay.
And you can hear afterwards, and wow, was it an anthem?
Wow. Yeah, I noticed I made sure that the seats that would give the best opportunity for a sniper were now empty. No one could sit there.
Yeah, I had a few blocked off.
Yeah, right. I had some blocked off.
Speedy, you said there are how many people trying to get in that were just outside?
This is according to Elon. Now, he put this out on X. He posted it that it was a sold-out arena inside.
Which is like 20,000?
I guess. I'm not sure.
I don't know what
this is his number. He said there were 70,000 people outside around Madison Square Garden figuring out to all the roads that lead to that. Now, again, I wasn't there. He was. I have no idea.
You
I don't
sure
know.
that wasn't Scott Dawson's number?
Yeah, really.
Okay.
I doubt it was truly 70. I don't know if he was just throwing out a number just to say a lot. But
I believe
that was what he put.
The streets were full. People were waiting. People were waiting 12 hours to get in.
Well, this new
thing
thing
him coming in. It almost looked like it was a Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. Him coming in.
Well, let me tell you what's weird is both parties trying to claim that people leave the rally. There were some saying that there were some leaving the Trump rally, but then they said no, that's actually the people trying to get in. Here's MSNBC, Bubba. They doubled down on the Hitler thing. Even CNN was trying to stay away from this, and MSNBC, as we know, of course, they double down. They show you Trump's rally and then put images of the Nazi Party rally in America, lay it on top of it. Unbelievable. So here we go.
But that jamboree happening right now, you see it there on your screen, in that place is particularly chilling. Because in 1939, more than 20,000 supporters of a different fascist leader, Adolf Hitler, packed the garden for a so-called pro-America rally. A rally where speakers voiced anti-Semitic rhetoric from a stage draped with Nazi banners. When a Jewish protester rushed the stage, the Associated Press reported, quote, instantly, a dozen or more stormtroopers set upon him, knocking him down and beating him as he held his head in his arms. Most of his clothing was torn from his body. Later, he was booked for disorderly conduct.
What does this have to do with the Trump rally at all?
Against that backdrop of history, Donald Trump, the man who has threatened to use the military against opponents he calls enemies from within, who has threatened to use the troops to quell what he says are lawless cities,
this is not real.
and to use those troops to carry out mass deportations of immigrants,
this is not
once
real.
Again turning Madison Square Garden into a staging ground for extremism.
Wow. That didn't happen.
Look, they also
unreal.
It's not Trump's fault what they did in the 1930s in that building. I mean, they might as well say he's playing for the Knicks because they play basketball.
Yeah, the Knicks are there. They've been there. Come on.
Guys,
exactly.
But if you listen to what the people that did that in 39 stood for, it sounds like the Democrats.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are anti-Semitic. They're the ones that want to take away your right to express yourself. They're the ones that want a giant tyrannical government.
Yeah.
They're the fascist.
Yeah. Ain't about what building something's in.
Yeah,
it's Bill Clinton had a rally there in '93 too. So it's
yeah.
It's not the first time they're having political rallies in this place.
What a reach.
Unbelievable.
Well, you know what? It's silly. It's comical. They ought to be ashamed. I mean, just if they want to go like outside and people see them.
Right.
Top of the hour, we have more to cover on the rallies and all that. We'll get some of your phone calls in next hour or two.
And there were not any Nazis there, from what I could tell, but there were some Trumpomaniacs, brother.
Oh yeah.
Did Hulk Hogan come?
Yeah, he was
good.
back, brother.
You sound like Macho Man. You don't sound like Hulk.
I got to work on it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, let's talk about Hillsdale College a little bit now. What an awesome opportunity we present right now. Did you know you can be taking classes there right now at no cost online? Yeah, Hillsdale College. You just go to hillsdale.edu/RickBubba. Put all that together to enroll. There's no cost. It's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/RickBubba. Some great classes are being offered right now. History, economics, great works of literature, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution. Can we make everybody take that class, please? If you probably are not even studying these things in school anymore, and you may have not studied it when you were in school. You may be out and go, I don't remember studying any of this. Well, time and technology has changed a lot of things, but the basic fundamental truths about the world and our place in it, they remain unchanged. So if you're tired of scrolling through ridiculous television shows and bad attempts at entertainment, why don't you do something positive with your time? Here's a good one. I recommend American Citizenship and Its Decline. Victor Davis Hanson teaches this one. It's an 8-lecture course. He explores the history of citizenship in the West and the threat it faces today. Threats like the erosion of the middle class, the disappearance of the borders, the growth of an unaccountable deep state, the rise of globalist organizations. It'd be a great one, and it's free. Go to hillsdale.edu/RickBubba to enroll now at no cost. That's hillsdale.edu/RickBubba.
In general, the weekend we had, it was kind of a weekend of goofing off and playing around, which I absolutely love. Time they had to spend with you after the game.
Well, Rick, I think you brought it up best in your championship endeavor, and y'all came up a little short. Well, you said you kind of just walked off by yourself and had a moment.
Yeah, I walked around out, and really it was a wooded area I wasn't familiar with. There's a little danger.
The Helena Black first and second graders in the 80-pound division of what we play the league in, Jefferson Shelby Youth Football League, made it to the championship, and it was the second ever championship in the city of Helena history. And we also had an older bunch that was in there. So
they refer to you as the man who has a lean on his shoulders.
Oh, whatever.
But don't take Bubba. We get that everywhere we go.
With the direction of Craig Knight, we went to battle and came up a little short, 12-7, got beat. Played a very good team, taking nothing from them.
Y'all had beat them handily in the regular season.
We did. They
hard to beat somebody twice.
Terrible. Of course, the team we played seemed to have no problem with it. But go ahead.
They had a great game plan, though, and our boys played hard. And I think the hardest thing as a coach is to talk to, especially youth, after a loss, and you really don't want to be talking.
Right. But you need to.
But you need to because you love them, and then you start talking to yourself, and you're like, well, hey, man, the reason they signed up is to learn football, and man, they did a great job, and
you make all those
and then you after a day of just still thinking about it, you start asking yourself, what's wrong with me? They're first.
Why do I care so much?
They're first and second graders. My goodness gracious! I mean, think about how Les Miles feels right now.
Right.
I mean, he spiked the ball with no time left.
Right.
What a goodie. You know?
Yeah.
I can't imagine how he feels today.
I mean,
Is
you're
it
a
like
volunteer
this?
that's supposed to be shaping the, these little boys.
Right.
This
right.
is what this is about.
And then you start looking at like where you were, and you started back in August, and you go, man, these kids didn't even know how to get in a 3-point stance,
Right.
and now they were running, Wildcat.
You think about that one kid that you
right
thought
till second place finish.
Right. And you think about that one kid, and maybe a lot of times there's more than one that kid didn't know couldn't do anything.
Right.
And by the end of the year, he was contributing. That's what I should be thinking about.
Exactly. And you go, man, besides probably Texas and Pennsylvania, this area probably has the toughest youth league and high school competition in the nation.
I didn't go that far with it. I haven't researched that.
I have. and you go.
Speedy's looked at a lot of websites the last few days.
And you go, man, I mean,
you just went to a level I haven't even gone
there
to.
were 10 teams, and we finished the season, and we had one regular season loss and now the championship, and you add both scores together, and it was only 6 points.
So you've had a tough weekend, hadn't you?
Yeah, and it didn't help any. Where JC, who Terry calls a little me, which is funny.
Yeah, at some point, I would like I had to do. You really need to think about. Well, look at here, my son.
Had never played before,
and look, hey, this was I ought to be excited about that.
Right. Had his name called a lot on the PA,
but for some reason I'm not. But I should be.
We're getting ready for church on Sunday morning. And
you're just about to try to get your priorities right again.
Right. I just stopped tearing up, and I'm thinking, well, I can't wait to go to church because I need to. I need to think about more important things.
Right, and most people aren't crumpled up at the altar over a Little League loss.
Right.
Most of them down there have got some real serious things going on.
Yeah, they're losers if they don't. No, I'm kidding. No. I mean, and it's like, JC comes up to me, and he's just got out of the shower. He's got, just a wet head, and Terry's, get your clothes on. And I know what's wrong with the little man. He's just walking around. He's kind of in a daze.
Sure he is.
And I looked at her. I got him. And so I go over, and he goes, Dad, man, we should have won that game. And I'm like, wow, so you still care.
Right.
I said, now that's pretty cool.
That's right. The gang all here today. Thank you for being with us. America goes to vote 1 week from tomorrow. Oh, my goodness. So we're running down. We've covered a lot on the program. We've been to sports. We've been through personal stuff from the weekend. And now we're kind of inching into the political rallies. This is the final week as these two candidates and these two parties. Funny off the text line, Mark Levin making a valid point about the ridiculous notion from MSNBC that Trump went to Madison Square Garden to reenact the Nazis who used it in America that were sensitive to the Nazi Party. Mark Levin points out, well, if you look at the rally in 1939, the 20,000 people who filled it were Democrats. That was, as Bubba's pointed out, the Socialist Party. So are they trying to say the current state of the conservatives is socialist? I would think that would be just the opposite. But anyway, so that one's silly. I don't think that's good.
I really
I don't
wish
think it'd have
start
any impact.
using the term fascist correctly. Fascist is a form of government. What they're wanting to accuse Trump of is being a dictator.
Correct.
And that would be the proper term if they're wanting to go down that avenue.
Right.
But fascist is really more of a form of government than what they are saying he is.
Yeah, and I think the current modern leftists, I just stay out of the narrative that included weaponizing the government.
Yeah.
Since there's only been real proof of anybody doing that, and it's the current administration.
Y'all have a real problem with that one in your big ever-growing central government. So anyway, now let's continue the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden. Someone pointed out Billy Graham also had crusades there as well.
Yeah, sure. And the Knicks play there, and everybody who picks a guitar that is good at all has played there.
Yeah. Kiss played their final shows there after
that's right.
50-something years.
Two great Democrats, Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi have played there.
Yes,
right. But anyway, so
many times.
Here comes Hulk Hogan.
Hulk's looking good.
Hulk looking great. Here he is taking on this ridiculous narrative. Here we go.
You know something, Trump maniacs? I don't see no stinking Nazis in here. I don't see no stinking domestic terrorists in here. The only thing I see in here are a bunch of hard-working men and women that are real Americans, brother.
Yeah, tell him, Hulk.
Yeah.
So, brother, what's the voice again, Ad? You got it?
I'm working on it, brother.
Bubba, here's one of our favorites, Vivek.
I really hope he's press secretary. I know he's probably qualified to be something much higher, but man, I'd love to see him square off with the media every day.
Here we go.
If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. I'm going to give you one more reason to vote Trump, and it's this. It's the one the media in the back, they won't talk about this.
I love that we booed.
But they know it to be true. Donald Trump is actually the president who will unite this country, actually. And we don't talk about that enough. America First includes all Americans, regardless of their race, their gender, or their sexual orientation.
So should I be concerned with the next cut? Elon Musk lets out his battle cry.
Yeah.
Oh no! If it's as bad as that jump he was doing,
maybe want to jump.
I think Ramaswamy was actually better than
That's
the
good.
Hulk.
Look, Ramaswamy puts on a good speech.
He does,
he is a
man.
good communicator.
He gets me fired up.
Who?
Ramaswamy. Oh wait, Rick, it's
That's good. All right, so here's...
I'd like to be his hype man.
Oh, yeah. Up next, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Vivek
here's Elon Musk letting out his battle cry. Okay.
No. Well, you know he ain't of this earth.
Not a Howard Dean, is it? It's Dark MAGA.
Look, he's a science guy.
Look, I
Rick,
love him.
Rick, slightly socially awkward.
That's right.
Sure. Great
He is.
engineer.
That's
okay?
right.
Yeah. Great visionary.
Savant.
Yeah.
Socially a little awkward.
Needs to go up a size in shirt.
Yeah.
Sure.
And really has helped with social censorship. I mean, without him, what would we be doing?
We're still in the dark.
Yeah, save free speech.
All right, here's
Kind of
Elon.
nerdy. Kind of
He
nerdy.
just appeared out of nowhere, and it's kind of weird. But
Hey, Greg.
All right. Greg, the key with the lizard people is to get them working for you.
That's true. That's true.
Here's Elon saying he can cut $2 trillion right out of the budget. Here we go.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted
Who's that?
$6.5 trillion
Some millionaire guy.
Harris Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
He's going to expand on that.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Yeah.
There you go, Greg. That's for you, buddy.
Hey, it's Dark MAGA, Greg.
Yeah.
He's no Vivek. He got a lot of money.
Greg, right, I mean, Greg, we actually even had a guy who had to pitch the question to him. All right, so anyway, Donald Trump talking about Robert F. Kennedy. He realizes at one point, though, he does need to clarify because there's some things that I know everybody's all in love with Kennedy, but there's a lot of things we completely disagree with him on. But anyway, so here he is trying to find that way to use him, but not in a way that we don't want. So here we go.
And we also have somebody that is great. And look, we're not going to let him go too crazy, Elon, with the oil and gas stuff. And, because Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And he's going to be Absolutely. Having him is such a great honor. I've been friends of his for a long time. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines. The only thing I don't think I'm going to let him even get near is the liquid gold that we have under our feet. I don't know, Elon, he might not like liquid gold. It's oil and gas, sometimes referred to as oil and gas. JD, I think we're going to have to keep him away from the oil and gas. What do you think, Howard? Yes? But where is Robert? He's around. He gave a beautiful speech. He's a great guy. He truly cares. I mean, he truly cares about this. And
liquid gold. He's not going to let him near the liquid gold. Greg, someone told me over the weekend they thought your Trump was coming on.
I'm working on it.
Ready you go.
It's got to come.
All right, scroll down. Scroll down, Speedy. This is a great one from Babylon B. Okay, right there. Go up, right there. In a move reminiscent of the Klan rallies of the 50s, Disney on Ice to perform at Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center.
Yeah.
Golly. That is a Babylon B Goldie right there, buddy. It's absurd.
Rogan was talking about Trump finally being on the podcast. He said he didn't drink any water. He didn't go to the bathroom before. He didn't go to the bathroom during. He just sat there and talked the entire 3 hours.
Wow. Do we want to do any Kamala rally stuff here?
Oh yeah, let's see the flip side. What's going on?
Now let's see. We'll see what Kamala and her bunch did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then you broke the game down again from beginning to end.
Right. And and you feel for it because I know you're there. And it helps. He holds it together, and when we get in the car and it's just me and him, and he loses it,
I know.
And you try to go, but buddy, you played so hard, and inside you're balling too.
Yeah, and you're just ripping apart.
Yeah, and you roll down the window and you just kind of want to just feel the wind hit
But
you.
all you hear is the celebration of the first place team still going.
Right. Yeah, and then their chants and stuff.
Right.
And about the time you get over it, one of them will run in front of you in the parking lot and be talking about it.
Right. Yeah.
Clutching his first place trophy.
Yeah. Right.
Holding it over his head.
The one that's gold and not silver.
Right. Yeah, I've got a silver one at my house for you. Like to see it.
Yeah. And we put the silver one up in the kitchen, and JC looked at it after church and said, "Man, that ought to be gold right now." Right. And I'm like, "I know, son." Yeah. And it's like still right now. I still think about the 20 some odd kids on the team and all the great relationships that I've built with the coaches.
You've been through it all, hadn't you?
Yeah, and then you go, heck, man, you've already gone through it all with Tyler. You're back down again.
Right.
You ought to be able to deal with stuff like this a little bit better,
Yeah,
and then you go.
I remember the text from you I think I liked the most was, I keep telling myself they're only 7 and 8.
That's what I keep doing.
Yeah.
And but here's what I'm telling myself: that ain't helping any.
Right.
Why? I mean, does time heal? What do you do?
How'd that class go?
Huh?
Did you hold on to your class act?
I did. I think I did. I asked Terry because it's a blur.
Well, hey, that'll challenge the class.
By the way, if you want to challenge people like us who care and more than we should at times,
right.
I'm in my mind because I just went through it the weekend before you did. I'm trying to remember what my speech to the team was after the game. I can't even recall it.
Right.
Because you were pouting. Right.
Yeah. I mean, last year
it was just words coming out. I hope it went well.
I mean, I started thinking about what I said, and I'm like, I can't remember. I think I think I told him I loved him or something, which I know I do. But it's like I just. It hurt so bad.
Right. What about when you took the second place trophy and slammed it into the ground?
I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
I knew it was bad when I went to one of our players, and really, when I reached out to hug him, I realized about halfway through it, no, I'm letting him hold me.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought
and you can learn so much from a young.
He's not even crying, and I am.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And you can learn so much from a young kid.
You shouldn't ask them to console you.
Right. But I mean, they're halfway in the day, they're running around the house playing, and I'm like, why can't I be like him? I want to run. I want to play.
I looked at Big Love as he was burying his face into his hands that had these gloves on him. That all year I told him they weren't football gloves, and I finally gave up. And
let him wear them.
Yeah. I don't even know what they're for, but and I remember him burying his face in them, and seeing him cry. And then it wasn't 30 minutes later that he was okay.
Right.
Yeah,
but Daddy's not.
Right. And I began thinking, man, I wish I was you.
You know, I do. I really do.
But they say DeWalt on them. Or anything. I don't know.
I think he got them at Lowe's.
I think they're actually
They say
weightlifting.
isotoner.
I think they're weightlifting gloves. Is what
Did Drake give them to him?
Yeah.
But you know, it's so funny too because the team that we were a part of this year. I mean, last year they didn't even win a game. You know, and then it's like this year
he's been through every scenario.
It's like this year they make it all the way to the championship, and you think, man, the kids got to experience the fanfare, the big day. I mean, all the cameras, the TV cameras, and you know, people recording things and stuff like that, and then. It's just so hard, you know. I mean, it is, but the kids played really good.
And you lost.
Sounds like you're over it.
What was the score?
It was 12-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so you're rubbing your face now.
I did. How about I feel like it's all on me. I didn't move the ball.
Well, at least you didn't run the field goal team on the field like Coach Miles. I mean, at least,
yeah, but again,
you did all you could do.
You know what though? He could have.
Yeah, but you know, again, it goes. How about this? How about this?
He would have known to.
Hey, kudos to the other team though. They played well.
Yeah, you can't take anything away.
You can't always say
what
when
was
you
the
lose.
score?
12-7. You can't always say when you lose, oh, we didn't do this. Well, how about the other team had something to do with it? You know,
so you've even gone through that thing.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to them.
You're even giving the let's give other team credit speech.
Well, yeah, I mean, they played well and finished strong. We're hitting a stride there late in the season and beat some good teams.
Do you have any
to
chance?
Get there.
At 12, was there ever a 12-7 chance to be 14-12?
Yeah.
Quit bringing it. I'm just checking. I mean, I don't know.
How close did you get? Did you have the ball right at the end?
Yeah, we did. We had the ball at the end, and we got around the corner, and they had a little shoestring catch, our tackle. They did have a turnover. We had a turnover on their 8-yard line too.
That's
and so I mean, so there was
that's
some
the one
turnovers.
he's thought about the whole weekend.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't stop.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this week. It came out over the weekend. Patrick Sawyer, our guest. His new book, Experiencing Jesus Through the Eyes of the Samaritan Woman. It's all about engaging the culture and advancing the kingdom of God and evangelism and how we can see Jesus showing us how to do it. Really good book and a great interview. If you haven't caught that yet, you can. A couple of man churches this week, too. Flint River Baptist Church, Hazel Green, Alabama. Tim Ashley will be there on coming up this Saturday. Now, that's a breakfast. It'll start at 8 in the morning. Then Sunday night in Guntersville, First Methodist Church, Brian Dawson will be there. So find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So now let's go over to the left, Bubba. Let's take a look-see at what's going on. You know, somebody put in the text, the guy we interviewed on a past podcast said, you know, he said Michelle Obama would be the nominee. Do we think that fell through? Do we think that's next time? You know, there were people that said that Michelle Obama just could not be talked into it. One side is as long as she and her husband are running the country anyway, what does it matter?
Plus, you get to stay at your oceanfront house and enjoy that. And everywhere you go, you're loved and, adored. And, that's better than actually having to do the job, I would say.
Yeah.
And you've done it for 8 years. You've probably had a good look at that.
Amen. So here's now where this is all the Democrats, everything they tried to do over the weekend. First, we're going to have Kamala uncomfortably being at a bar pretending to have a beer with Gretchen Whitmer.
Oh, God.
This is uncomfortable. So here we go. Oh, here we go. I thought she told us she went to the Third Baptist Church in Oakland. Her pastor's not going to like this beer drinking. She went with the dark.
It's made right here in Kalamazoo, which many are calling Kamalazoo. It's
yeah. One of my staffers gave me that line.
Drink. Here's the Kamala.
Well, that was not much of a sip.
That don't count.
She
that
feed
does
her a
not
chip.
count.
All she did was wet her lip.
Yep. She's everything she does is fake, even drinking beer.
Look, she's like,
Did you see Greg's office? All she got was a little phone.
Yeah.
But this is another one of those things that we all laugh about. We need to include this in our list of things that we don't care.
Yes.
Okay, for some reason,
Yes.
politicians think if they drove past a farm, and like they were on a farm somehow, they go bird hunting somehow. We need to add if they sit down and drink a beer. For some reason, that's to make
And they
us-
get bitter beer face.
You know what? I thought you were a tyrannical socialistic dictator, but you know what? I saw you take a pop off that beer. Sounds like you're one of us. All she did was sip a little foam. And got beer face right after.
Right after.
Now Whitmer looks like she could not win.
No, yeah, I think she'd get a funnel.
But I'm like you, Bubba. Where were the chips?
Where's the funnel?
All right, next.
Down. Here's your brother.
Oh no! Oh no!
Here's your Governor Whitmer.
Right.
Here's your Governor Whitmer.
So all right, here we go, Speedy.
How you
Sorry,
play the
buddy. Sorry, buddy. Up next, Kamala gonna talk like a black preacher at a Philadelphia church.
Boy.
Come on.
All right, here we go.
Weeping may endure for a night,
What?
but joy cometh in the morning.
Oh my God.
The path may seem hard, the work may seem heavy, but joy cometh in the morning, and church morning is on its way.
So give me that beer. Y'all, she's trying to do it, but how she talks through her nose is messing it up.
She can't do it really good. That's where that Hindu side over just it can't quite get the
I'm gonna tell you
Caribbean
this.
side going.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you this, and she would never do it on air or in front of y'all, but Lisa has got her. You know how Lisa can mock people?
Oh, she's got Kamala. Your wife can do her.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can she do Kamala trying to do a Southern preacher?
Do that again so I
I don't
watch
know.
Speedy squirm. Do it again so I watch Speedy.
Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning.
All right, now,
Speedy?
Speedy, I'm sorry.
Woo, you okay? That guy pulled me in.
Got that left eye going.
Okay,
I got a little embarrassed.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, so it may have been wrong, but somebody sent me over the weekend. Y'all may have seen it too. That somewhere along the way, maybe at this church, she claimed that she loves voting because it's her way of helping God.
Huh?
I guess she's taking on that God decides who will be in leadership. Which the scriptures do say that. Sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's punishment. But
we never really know,
you're right.
do we?
But he is in charge. Is she trying to play that? But then they said, when did God need help?
See what you think of this.
Yeah, is this the one? I don't know.
In the morning.
God expects us to help him.
There you go.
We got work to do. But I am reminded of
That's
something
it.
that I think speaks deep. God expects us to help him.
I don't think God is expecting us to help him in any way. God doesn't need our help. What are we talking about?
I think she read that in 2 Corinthians.
You're right. Yeah. And she's not even using the verse about joy comes in the morning. That's
morning.
That's talking about when God resolves all these things and it's all going to be made right. It doesn't have to do with who wins the political election. Joy comes in the morning. You can tell she's trying to find it. It's just not there.
That nasal keeps coming back.
Right.
though.
Yeah.
Gosh, I
Here it is
don't
again.
even want to touch that. It's just so
No, it is.
This is for you, Speedy.
off color.
All right. One more time, Speedy.
Okay, this is for Speedy here.
Yeah.
Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning.
It doesn't exactly sound like that.
I tell you, yeah. What was that?
She almost
I say that, boy.
She almost sounded a little
Coming
southern
in the
there.
morning. In the morning.
The joy coming in the morning.
I have a dream.
All right, so this was a moment that was sad. We bring out, now keep in mind, we just went and preached to a church.
Now, this is secondhand.
We just went and preached to a
Oh,
church.
boy.
Now we're going to celebrate abortion on demand.
Who are the white coats?
That's doctors.
These are all
Greg.
abortion doctors, to praise abortion. And someone has a medical emergency in the audience, and all the doctors start asking for a doctor.
Well, unless they need an abortion, they probably can't help.
Well, that's true.
Becoming ill and dying.
This whole Houston rally was just a train wreck.
Nationwide, I think someone needs some medical assistance
Someone's
over
screaming
here.
he passed out.
Someone needs some medical
So a
assistance.
group of doctors
Any doctors here?
are asking for doctors.
10 of them.
Is there a doctor here?
They got their white coats on.
Yeah.
I'm glad they have their coats on.
Bubba, because they have to officially let us know they're doctors.
They're all going, anybody seen a doctor?
That person needs help. That's not really what we do.
Right.
That person needs help saving. That's not our field.
Oh, we're for ending, not saving.
Yeah.
Doctor?
Beyonce did not perform at Kamala's Houston rally, and this really caused kind of an uproar because she did appear there, but for some reason, were people being told she was going to perform?
She
They
did this.
assume it.
She did
You know,
this at the DNC.
Yeah, they announced she's going to be the guest, and
Right.
she's coming, and everybody assumes she's going
Well,
to
what else would
perform.
anybody want her to do? Speak?
That's what she
Sure,
did.
there's a mother, Greg.
All right, so
This is just B-roll of Beyonce's
Okay.
entire appearance.
Right.
She came out with Kelly Rowland. For some reason, Kelly Rowland is dressed like Beetlejuice. I don't understand that at all. Are they supposed to be husband and wife? I don't know.
Yeah.
But they come out, they both speak, and then they say, ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris. At that point, Kamala Harris comes out and does her speech as at least 10% of the crowd leaves, the rest of the people stay and boo.
wow. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to some of your phone calls too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Story from last night. If you remember, if you listened to yesterday's program, when we left the show, my mom and dad were in a discussion after celebrating 46 years of marriage on whether the new 10-point buck deer head would be brought to their home.
Right, Greg was going to carry it by and drop it off.
Well, I had a meeting. Greg and I had a meeting about merchandise. Then after that, I had another meeting. Greg went off to his office, and then as I was going out to my truck, I couldn't help but notice the deer head was still in my truck. So I promptly called my brother and said, "Did you just not going to take it?" "Oh, well, I forgot."
Oh,
I forgot. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, I bet you forgot. I bet you forgot, coward. So, so then, strangely, today, my brother is sick. Got a fever. Can't come to work. So the deer head continues to ride in the truck with me. Well, so last night I thought, well, my mom and dad are coming to Brooks Big Love Burgess's football game.
Yeah.
So I will deliver the deer head then, I thought. Okay? You know, let's go back in time a little bit if we could. The nickname for my 10-year-old son when he was just a toddler, he was named Big Love for what reason? Because he would hug toddlers to the ground.
Yes,
Right.
showing his love and affection.
Give much love.
And he was a big toddler, and he would knock other children down, bringing love.
Right.
Thus the name Big Love.
Right.
And he's a big kid, and he's playing as all Burgess children eventually do in the interior line
Right.
for the Park and Recreation Falcons. So the Falcons, we had our first real game last night. Regular season opened last night, and the Falcons went on to, in what was an emotional game for me, playing the Packers. We were successful, and we won the game in a big way, and so Big Love knew he was going to get French fries from his grandparents.
Ah.
He wants his grandparents to come to every game, and if he does well, he's rewarded with French fries because he loves McDonald's French fries. So remember, let's go
change his name to Pigeon.
Right. Let's right. Let's go back to why his nickname was Big Love again. Does everybody remember why he was?
Because
named?
he brings so much love.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm on the field and we're wrapping up, and I'm dreading this confrontation with my parents about the deer head.
Right.
But I'm elated by the Falcons' victory. Okay.
Big moment.
Yeah. So I'm talking, and I'm trying to we've addressed the team and we're wrapping up. Well, we noticed in this field we're playing in that they've got us kind of blocked in. There's not a good gate to get out from where we had our team meeting, and I'm going to have to walk all the way across the field, then come back around to the visitor side to the family.
Mm-hmm.
And so Big Love chose not to do that and climbed over a locked gate. which is fine, and I was going to do the same thing. And
love to see that.
Yeah, I went right over it like a nimble antelope. But people amazed that big man went right over. By the way, but before I could do anything, now we have shoulder pads off. We have football pants.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a 115 to 118 pound 10-year-old running toward his grandparents to celebrate the victory and the fries. So I look around and I'm gathering up stuff, and I look up and my mom is lying on the ground.
Oh no!
And
oh no!
And I'm like, hey, what has just
Did
happened?
Mama fall? Or?
Slipped in the wet grass, maybe?
No. Big Love grabbed his grandmother and took her to the ground.
Was it a direct hit?
Yeah, in an embracement of love. Now, the fact that my mom went down at her age was bad enough.
Right.
Yes.
But it didn't take long for me to realize that my mom is hurt. So
What?
So I'm like, and I see my dad now so wanting his deer head. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, I'm thinking that's off the table right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're calling for trainers.
Right.
I mean,
yes. Now,
phone lines available. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls. And we're going to chat with you, America, first time today after running through a lot of stories. So you should have plenty to comment on, or you can bring up your own topic if you would like. BuyRaycon.com/BigVox. Let me tell you, 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity that you pair with 2 devices at once, available in some new vibrant colors that are great for any skin tone or taste. Seriously, the qualities of these everyday earbuds, they rival the biggest names in premium audio at about half the price. And now we're going to get you an additional 20 to 50% off on site-wide. If you go to buyraycon.com/BigVox and use our URL, or just look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. They still have, the customizable gel tips for a good custom fit. These are really great earbuds. We get rave reviews. We love them, and you will too. And we're saving you a lot of money at the same time. No need to pay more. To the phones we go. Let's start with Clyde. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, Clyde. Go ahead.
Good morning,
Hey,
Rick.
Hey,
Good
bud.
morning, Bubba.
Hey, man. What's up?
Hey, got a question for you.
Go ahead.
What about these political speeches in the churches that they always are throwing up? Nobody screams and hollers about separation of church and state or taxation.
No. You can go in if you go to the right church, and you can go in and try to influence voting, and you're fine. Now, if you go into the wrong church, suddenly everybody starts screaming about it.
Yeah, now used to they were threatening churches with losing their non-tax status if they, got into the political realm. But again, there were some that were and some that were not, and I don't remember any of them being charged.
No,
do you?
No, because I think they realized, Bubba, they had a double standard and they didn't want to go there.
Yeah, probably so. But I've heard several speeches on voting lately, and I really have enjoyed hearing those. And I do think we need to get out and vote, even if it's the less of the two evils.
Yeah.
I've always felt that way.
Somebody even said on this one that this election is so important that even the Amish are registering to vote in Pennsylvania, and they normally don't get involved.
Well, one of the
Mennonites might, but I think the traditional Amish may not.
One of the things, and I remember this very clearly from 2016, that you got to watch what the campaigns are doing, because they spend a lot of money on this polling information, and they put a lot of weight into it. Do you remember Hillary Clinton canceled her big firework order for election night about a week before the event? So I think they were thinking we may be in trouble there. And, I'm kind of watching to see what these campaigns do now. I know the Trump team already has the transition team working on positions.
Wow.
Now, I would assume that would be the normal procedure for anybody to do that. I'm not saying that's some kind of insight, but I wonder if there's any other telltale signs out there to what they're seeing.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did you see
It's kind of like watching the Pentagon to see how many pizzas they order, because if they order a bunch that we're going to attack somebody.
I've got my Babylon Bee shirt on today, so I'm really all in on Babylon Bee. Did you see that one?
They had several good ones
this
this
one?
weekend.
Scroll down a little bit. Did you see this one on the thing we just did? So it says, heroes, abortionist at Kamala rally rush to woman suffering medical emergency and murderer. Oh, they're terrible.
Oh, wow.
I mean, my goodness. All right. So,
there was a couple of good ones this weekend. I thought, buddy, they have stayed up late to come up with that one.
Oh, yeah. And no holds barred, by the way.
Yeah.
As you just heard. Pam, go ahead.
Yes, good morning.
Hey.
First of all, thank you guys for being salt and light for the gospel all these years. That is so wonderful, and I appreciate your message.
Thank you.
My question was this. I was listening to the show earlier, and I was surprised to learn that a pro-Nazi rally had been held in the United States in 1939 at Madison Square Garden. With Bubba being the history buff he is, I was wondering if this was before or after they had invaded Poland.
I have no idea.
It was in 39.
I'm completely in the dark on that one. I do like history more than I used to.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of it now, but I was kind of surprised by that too. But I don't know what the feelings were here in America at that time. I mean,
well, these were socialists who thought that this would be the way that maybe we should go as well. Obviously, it was in 1939, but I don't know where we were in the state of Hitler at that time.
So it looks like the Madison Square Garden rally was February 20th, 1939.
Mm-hmm. That would be before then, wouldn't
The
it?
invasion of Poland was September 1st through October 6th of 1939.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah, about 6 months before.
Yep. Thank you, Adler, for using Google.
Yeah, very nice.
Patrick,
but hey, you got the answer.
You got the answer, buddy.
I did not know that. I had to look it up.
Off the top of my head.
did
Patrick
good.
in Texas, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, you've said for a long time you're not surprised, but you are amazed, and I've stolen that line, use it all the time. We had an event last week down in Galveston that a mother threw a 17-month-old baby off a 3-story building into the street, and the baby was taken to the hospital, ultimately died. On Saturday morning, I was watching the local news. I'm on the north side of Houston. And they were talking about that and, reporting on it, and all the anchors were, it's so terrible. And it is.
Yeah, it is.
And they immediately transitioned, literally in the next breath, to the Kamala rally, and the whole thing was about abortion. And the irony was just amazing.
It's it is.
Yeah,
it's mind-boggling.
There's so many ironic things, Patrick, and that is, now I understand that just because a church has a label on it, it doesn't mean they modern day adhere to the theology of its inception. Okay, I understand that. Names don't mean as much as they once did.
Right.
But it is ironic to watch the left try to walk this line, and it's sad that it can be walked. That's on us, the church, by the way, that it can be walked. There really is no discussion when it comes to Scripture on where life begins. None. It is as crystal clear as it can possibly be, how God sees it. So how any political party can come in and say, we want to come here and talk about how people of the Christian faith need to support us, and then, as you just said, out of Texas, and then run to a rally that is hoping to gain votes by making sure that abortion on demand and any time during the pregnancy is not just available, we want it to be mandated across the entire country.
Right.
Okay, so those two things, in case you're wondering, if you believe both of them in their purest form, they cannot coexist. They don't. But yeah, so there's all kinds of irony going on, no doubt about it. We continue. Let's go to Munford, Alabama. Matt standing by. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
very random thought. Watching football this weekend, one thing that was bothering me is offsetting personal foul calls.
Right.
What if, when they have offsetting, the ref just pulls out a coin, flips a coin, and then that's who the penalty is enforced to? You know what I mean? Just a way to settle it. Let's get something out of it.
Well, yeah. Well, the only thing that accomplishes is that if they get another one, they're thrown out of the game. Right? That's still in college, isn't it?
Even if it's offsetting, I guess, because it
I
counts
think if
against
you get two personal fouls, aren't you taken out of the game?
You know, I don't. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. You're right.
It's so complicated now. Who knows?
John in Omaha, Nebraska.
Steve, what is it?
John, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, guys. More irony. I was watching a 60 Minutes type interview this weekend. The reporterette asked a fired Trump employee about his mass deportation plan, and it was funny that the reporterette already knew that it was going to be $89 billion to deport all these people. However, ironically, they don't have a number when it comes to the fair share that the rich need to pay. And then when we start seeing these deportations, we're not going to see the gang members getting deported. We're going to see the babies ripped from the mama's arms and things like that. Sure. Yeah, but just more irony this morning, and I appreciate the show, and you guys have a great day.
Thank you, John. No, you're right, and it's just, if you want to have some fun with your left friends this week, have some fun. Ask them what is the number that equals fair share.
Well, they've never defined
There's no
that.
number.
Never
and
defined
then ask them this. Have some fun, too, on a very serious topic, but you'll see where they stand. Offer this deal to them and say, how about this? Let's all agree that we're going to keep abortion available on demand for anyone who is now, look, I know spiritually, let's put that aside for a minute. Okay, because we would still, some of us say, I have a problem with that. No issue. I'm talking about see where they really are. Because when they're trying to talk about abortion, it's always women who have been raped or women who are victims of the evil of incest. And that's all you're going to hear all the time. And they can't find a way. So say, all right, we'll cut this deal right now. Abortion on demand is out, and it's only available. It can't be birth control. It's only available for people who are victims of rape and incest. And,
that's 98%.
And then see what they say. They won't take that deal, Bob.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
But when they do their commercials, it's only cases they present.
Right.
So you say, okay, well, let's keep that available. All right, and you can throw in mother's life in danger.
Right.
Okay. Say we'll agree to those three, but using it as birth control is out. They will not take that deal.
Rick, also, two personal fouls is ejection from the game.
Well, yeah, even if it's offsetting, doesn't matter. It still counts against you.
Goes against you personally. Yep.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did she fall back, or was it
fell backwards and put her hand behind her and snapping her wrist?
What?
So we immediately see the wrist and we realize, hey, she's hurt.
Your mom broke your wrist?
So
her wrist
was loved to a broken wrist. So
Boy, we were dead on that nickname, wasn't we?
Yeah, we've had some nicknames we've thrown out that can be questioned or people outgrow them.
We're on that one.
Yeah. So and you feel so bad for all parties involved, and mom's trying to reassure her grandson that she's all right, even though her hand's not working, and so
we've got a little experience in that.
Yeah. So then I pick up the phone and I call our orthopedic surgeon friend, Dr. Larry Lemack. Dr. Lemack, hey man, what's wrong? Well, we're at the football field. Who's hurt? Well, not the player. The player's fine. Which son is hurt? No, Doc, he's fine. So what? It was in the football game? Not exactly. It was in the victorious celebration. Nana was injured in a victorious celebration.
Grandmother
of a big
who
love
came
hug.
to the game.
Right. He said someone was hurt. What? My mom was hurt during the victorious celebration. He says she was. Did the team jump on her? I said no, just big love. And was she in a? Was it a victory line? Look, she got knocked down. And so he said, all right. You just don't expect to call and say your mama was hurt in the victory celebration.
No.
Right.
My
And,
big love.
Well, when your mom headed to the game last night, anytime you play contact sport, you hope there's not injury.
Yes,
but
you
I
do.
bet she never thought she was going to be the one needing surgery.
No, she
Probably
didn't.
right, Bub.
So she goes on down to the emergency room, and and we then have to counsel Big Love and try to find some way to tell him it's all right, big fella. You know what I mean? And
You're just giving big love,
right? And then Mom would say things which I thought was courageous. If I just seen him coming, you know what I mean? And
I could have braced.
Right.
And
I thought
by the way you're describing it, it sounds like she got pancaked by him.
She did.
on a crackback.
And of course, it did.
Was it a decleater? Was she moving forward, or did she bend backwards? Was it a pancake?
Sherry described it as one of those moments where everything goes slow motion.
Right.
You know what I mean? She said I couldn't get there in time, and then of course there's just that little hint that has to be sprinkled. You know what I mean? Well, if you hadn't worked him in such a frenzy out there. And I'm like,
not the book of blame.
And I'm like, well, wait a minute. She goes, well, you get them all stirred up. And I said, well, football's a game of testosterone. And then she was like,
how did he do during the game? Was
very
he
well,
aggressive?
very well. Yes, very well.
Keep moving those feet after contact.
Yeah,
Kind of like with Nana.
Mm-hmm. Big.
They said he ran right through her.
Yeah, piled up quarterback in the backfield for a fumble one time. That was big.
So she went.
But
back
it all
to,
kind of,
she went back to catch herself.
That moment of recapping the game was kind of robbed because we went from ready to recap the game to, hey, wow, Nana's hurt. You know what I mean? So
and your dad wanted his deer head so bad.
But he did, and I think he and I both agreed we would not address that. Still riding with me. Because Dad said he didn't think he wanted it in the van next to his wife as he took her to the emergency room.
Right.
So her wrist was broke. It was a clean break, though. That was the good news, and so that it wasn't like dislocated or out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
So they have it in a soft cast now and a splint.
Will it require surgery or anything?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Rick, just real quick.
That's good. How about let's all be happy about that?
Yep, that's a positive. Now,
at what point did you realize? All right, this has gone. Mom's down, and this is really bad.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, how long did it take you? Was she screaming? Was she ow, ow?
My foot had just landed on the track or the area around the field.
Was it on the track that it happened?
Sure.
It wasn't even in the grass.
No.
Oh, it was on the hard.
Yeah. The minute I saw her down.
Yeah.
And I love my mom, and she's not. I mean, she's in her late 60s. You just figure that a woman, of any age being knocked down could lead to injury.
That's never good.
But you figure a grandmother going down usually doesn't turn out that great. And
was Big Love on top
and
of
so
her
many times, and
he was standing back up.
Yeah.
When I saw it.
Coming from two.
Understand, I didn't see the collision, but I saw my wife's face and the lack of color in it.
Yeah.
And then I saw my mother's face, who's trying to act like she's not hurt because she knows it's going to hurt her grandson's feelings, and he felt terrible about it, as we all did. But it was, it was.
Our reflex is just to put our arm down to try to break her fall.
We are back. Thanks for being with us today. 9 minutes to the top. Our number, as you know, available to you. Also in text form. If you don't want to call the show, can't call the show, the texting option was someone just put something horrible up that apparently Tim Walz seemed to put out over the weekend that if they get elected, which I don't even like saying that, that they might consider AOC for Speaker of the House. What? I thought they're trying to get votes. I mean, so anyway, Greg, a lot of folks on the text line, speaking of that, they don't know why you're not commenting on Dale Earnhardt Jr. First of all, he's coming out of retirement.
No, he's not. He's not coming out of retirement.
So he's coming out of retirement, and the number 8, Budweiser.
I think he is going to paint the car up, but it's not in NASCAR.
Well, why is everybody saying that he's coming out of retirement?
He's not. He runs about a race a year, and either he'll run Xfinity or late model or something like that, but he doesn't run them.
So he's not coming out of retirement?
No.
Now the second bomb.
Okay, so I'm confused. So the number 8 became available, and he is going to get that.
Yes.
And he is reaching out to Budweiser, wanting to reestablish that. I saw in the story
just
where,
for that one race?
where he said that most of the people that he was in connection with there 20 years ago were gone, so
Yeah.
he's going to have to build some new connections. But he wants to bring back the number 8 red Budweiser.
And drive it.
But it's not in NASCAR.
And drive it.
Yeah, he'd drive it like
But not NASCAR.
No.
Where?
He ain't going to drive it like a full.
So he's come out of retirement.
No, I don't know. But
Now
no,
we also
please don't
I
stop.
had a lot of emails asking me
Is this true?
what Greg thought about Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming out and endorsing Vice President Harris.
Is that
Now,
true?
I haven't
that I
seen
haven't
that.
heard.
I haven't seen that.
Is that true?
Is that true?
Adler,
don't
go to
know.
Google again.
I'm looking.
Is it true, Greg? You can't let that go. Would that be a deal breaker between you and
no,
you and
it'd be
Junior?
about like we do with our musicians.
Oh, you would give him a pass like we do musicians?
Yeah, I don't know. He's not racing anymore, so I
But
ain't
Greg,
like I'm pulling
that's the culture of there shouldn't be
Not
Democrats.
No, that's
the Democrats even go to NASCAR races?
Yeah, you wouldn't think.
I know Tim Walz will claim he did.
Well, I think he claimed he drove in.
I know he's crew chief for somebody. So I don't know.
I don't see that.
He said he drove right alongside Marty Robbins in the Winston 500. I don't know what that's all
So,
about.
but why are you telling Greg that Earnhardt Jr. endorsed?
That's
Kamala
what
Harris?
I was being beat up about it in email. It was all over the text lines here.
All
and everything.
over.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them. in there.
The people were saying it on that. But I mean, are they just messing with Greg? You think?
I don't know.
Let's hope.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't. Earnhardt's can't do that. I mean, Dale Earnhardt will come out of his grave.
Yeah, I don't.
Who the intimidator?
Mm-hmm. So
y'all try and stir up.
So he came
but
out
there
of
is
retirement.
something about.
He came out of retirement and endorsed Kamala.
I know that his stepmama had the rights to the 8, and I think she gave it up. Maybe he got it, and then I think. But he runs like late models, and I think he'll even drive an Xfinity every now and then.
Adler, you see no evidence
But
of that
he owns
either?
the team.
And we're not finding any evidence of it.
When was it on this text thing?
Well, you wouldn't believe how many times it was up there.
Yeah, it was a fair bunch. I've read it.
I ain't listed.
I don't know. I don't know now. You saw it too, Rick. It was up there, and I was getting email about it.
I didn't. I actually heard you say
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
I did read it. That's where I saw it. I don't know where I would have come up with it if it wasn't.
I know. I'm chiming in because I want Greg's reaction.
I got to get caught up
Well,
on
look,
the Dale Jr.
hey,
download.
if he hadn't, that's great.
That is
You
good. Yeah, let's hope that he did. Okay, I mean, but if he did,
If he's smart, he'll keep it to himself.
I haven't seen anything online about it. I just did a quick search. I didn't see anything.
no, I don't think that's true. All right, here
Surely
we go.
not.
Here we go.
Kelly Earnhardt criticized Kamala Harris.
That's
After the yeah.
All right, here we go. It says here's somebody that says, of course, he's asking me about the Cowboys and the 49ers, but he said there was a commercial from Dale Earnhardt Jr. endorsing Kamala Harris. However, I now can't find it either. I'm wondering if it was AI. That's possible.
I don't know.
No, that's
we can
possible.
blame AI. Let's just do that.
Okay.
I'm back in Iowa.
Rick,
I don't see it
we're
on
blaming
there.
AI.
Well,
I
Speedy,
think it's AI.
if it ain't up there, I sure thought it was because I read it about 3 or 4 times, so I thought that's where it was.
Just stay with it for Greg.
Yeah. All right. So, did Greg, where you think he could get pole position maybe when they come to Talladega in the 8?
Well, because no, really. And how about he runs in these races? He never wins. He just kind of rides around.
Kind of like when he was actually racing.
Right.
Well, Greg, he was no 3.
Well, no, who was?
Yeah.
Right, I'm just saying, but I thought
The best story is when, because his dad gave him 0 help when he was trying to get started. None. He said he wouldn't.
Such a 3 move.
Yeah. He goes, and then when he decided to put him in his Bush car, he didn't tell him. He just came in the shop and his name was on it, and he thought they were messing with him.
Right.
Because he said never. He said never told me how to. I think one track. He said he showed me how to get around Bristol one time. He said, but after that, he said it was on.
Now,
on me.
I do remember the world famous crew talking to the crew when he was part of his dad's team.
Yeah.
When they were doing when everybody started getting multiple cars, and he got mad about him not working with him.
Yeah.
And he said, "Will somebody tell 8 and remind him who he works for?" He ain't working with me.
Yeah.
He's not
Help me
helping-
out.
Somebody help Daddy. All right, so
Greg, is there any hope?
Okay.
I know you're working on your Trump impression.
Oh no, that's the one about coming out.
Is there
of
any
retirement.
hope? And I know you said Lisa has a great Kamala.
Oh, yeah,
is there
she's
any
a good Kamala.
hope we could maybe get
Greg,
her and
please.
y'all debate each
Please.
other as Trump and
I'd
Kamala?
work
Please,
on my
Greg,
Trump.
please.
I'd work on
Greg,
it.
y'all please
Please.
shoot something on your phone.
Her go-to on have you heard Kamala? She refers to him as this guy. She calls Trump this guy, and then she'll start.
Okay. So Lisa's got it dialed in?
She's got this.
Any
guy.
shot she calls and does it?
No, she ain't gonna do it.
Why?
You know she ain't gonna do that. The only she'll call here is to make fun of me about something.
Okay.
I need that bad.
Well, what if Kamala called here to make fun of you?
That might work.
There you go, Bub.
That might work.
So I don't know. So we'll see.
Y'all making stuff up about Dale Jr. Here you go.
We're not making it up, but you just heard me read the email from the guy. He said he thought he saw a commercial, and now he can't find it. He wonders if it was AI. It could have been AI. So Dale Jr.'s coming out of retirement, and then he probably
is not coming out of retirement.
Okay, and he's voting for Kamala, but that could all be AI. We don't know, Greg.
Okay.
You know, in the AI world, Bubba, I mean, you don't know what's coming out.
All kinds of stuff. We had a horrible story about that. Remember that when we did? The guy was in love with the AI thing.
Wow.
Bot.
Yeah.
That would call it.
Chat bot.
Yeah, I read a little bit
Chatbot.
more on that.
You know, I read the
Ran up to him,
actual.
took himself out.
I read the actual conversation about that, and it never told him to kill himself. He said, "I'm coming to see you," and she said, "Well, I can't wait. Come on over," or whatever. It never said kill
No,
yourself.
it didn't.
Bubba,
But my point is, though, he was that wrapped up with something that's
But
not
listen,
even real.
guys,
He knew it wasn't real.
If I've
the
decided,
family's suing.
if I've decided to date an AI person, then I already am mentally susceptible to being talked into just about anything.
Yeah, I agree.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba Daily Archives. You got more. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anybody heard about the election? We've been talking about this. It's going to happen. We're right at a week away, and here we go. Would you like to have some election coverage that maybe had no bend to it? It's just that here comes the facts. Well, Blaze TV's election night coverage will be the kind of coverage you're looking for from an independent media source that is subscriber based. And let me tell you this: the cancel culture. Now that we're dealing with, you look at the media now, are there any journalists out there that even exist anymore? And you're like, where can I go for journalism? Blaze TV is one of them. You can be part of something amazing this election night. Blaze TV is going to have boots on the ground across the country, correspondents delivering the pulse of the night straight from where the action is happening. All you have to do is subscribe, and you can experience this pivotal night with us. At Blaze TV, we speak the truth, no spin, no filters. Just real talk, breaking down what's happening in real time. So if you're already a subscriber, there you go. If not, it's time. Get this election coverage. blazeelection.com/Rick and get $40 off. That's blazeelection.com/Rick and get $40 off and get ready for this historic election.
So now I'm on this hunting trip. We have our families there, and this is that day in between the morning hunt and the afternoon hunt where we're just going to play on the land. And we got our wives in the cart. We have our kids in this cart. And, the rocks already had to, work through the fact that it's not idling right, okay? So now the word comes from the back where the wives are, something's smoking. So I don't know why I think it's so funny because, it really isn't. Here's this guy's this in a handle,
Here's a guy.
And so I get out because it's The Rock, and, I know his intensity and his pursuit of excellence, and that's what I love about it. So we get out, and then there's talk that maybe it's just the wheels rubbing. And then I say something that no married man should ever say.
No.
I said, well, yeah, we got more people back here now that the wives have got here, it may be rubbing. And I don't know how I got away with that. By the way, later on, it dawned on me what I had said, and I was thankful for the fire. Because it took everybody's, attention away.
Yeah.
So then there was that terrible moment where you look inside the plastic of the back part that is like the dump part of a dump truck,
Right.
and you see real flames. I'm talking about orange flames, but it's in the plastic, and you can't get enough water to it because it's inside the back tail light. So we pull the electricity away from it and get that off. But now there's a fire. So I don't
drive it into the creek.
Well, we start thinking about stuff, and so finally, I don't know why I did it. Gorosky looks at me, and this is when you know you're with a real hunter. He still had his camo on, which I had advised against. Mine's back in the scentless bag, okay? And I'm in just a regular shirt now, and he goes for his shirt to try to smother it and realizes, oh, wow, I'll be stinking for the hunt this afternoon. Rick, give me your shirt. So now I go shirtless. So now there's a 285-pound shirtless man standing in next to a flaming ATV cart. So we finally work to our point to get the fire out. Now, the children, our wives, and my shirt now smell like a plastic fire. Which is
that's great. It's got a real toxic smell.
Which is a great smell.
Sure.
So we now we go to swinging on this swing out in the middle of the woods. The kids are having fun, but all I'm focused on is the face on the rock. Because all he's thinking about is how can I call this dealership? And we're in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, you're not going to get cell service here. And he's
it's
trying.
On a Saturday, right?
Hey, and boy, he's trying. Okay. So we work our way back to land, to the farm house, and everybody gets out. And everybody goes back to their day because the fire's out and the ATV cart's running, but not one Scott the Rock. He gets on the phone, and I hear him now having the conversation. It starts out with a conversation about the idle situation. And the guy said, yeah, I said, we've had some trouble with those things idling. He said, no problem, I'll take care of that. He said, well, there is one more problem. He said, okay, what's the problem? He goes, well, it's on fire. And the guy asked him before he called, I guess he must have encountered the Rock to know this was a question to ask someone like the Rock. He goes, well, have you put it out yet?
Yeah.
And the Rock's like, no, I'm just letting it burn while I call you. You know, so anyway, we get the fire out, and so now then I go on just a tirade of one-liners about Scott's the Rock's flaming ATV.
Right.
You know, I'm talking about things about there's no scent block. They never get the smell off of us anymore. All kinds of stuff like that. So other highlights of the trip.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So did the dealership agree, hey, I'm going to take it back?
Yeah.
So Scott felt better after the conversation,
He did, but then it does dawn on him that on my way home now, it includes a stop by to drop off what, I picked up, put on my trailer and thought was mine. So now you got to drop it off, got to get something resolved, then got to go back and get it again. That kind of thing. You know how we all are. Look, Bubba can speak this. Once you get your little toy, you want to be done with that going back all the time. There's nothing worse for a first run out to have things you got to deal with.
Right.
By the way, and I think we all agree, especially a fire. Okay,
right.
But anyway,
don't want that.
Yes. So and he's looking at me as it's burning and says, "This has got the 7 a.m. Central Hour all over it." I said, "Oh, I can't wait."
Oh yeah.
I said, "I'm taking notes so I get it right." And
as you were shirtless.
Right, as I was shirtless. But so then because my shirt was used to put fire. But anyway, so
I know she had a new shirt today from the Rick and Bubba store. I didn't know why,
but anyway, so
it was the Monday shirt.
So here's some highlights from the weekend that we. Brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Speedy Greg Adler here. Say hello to the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thanks all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. And we, been asking for that for quite a while.
We have, and based on the now archive technology, I'm not sure you can tell us no anymore.
Yep.
Because it's available for you. Go and enjoy the entire meal. All right, so Bubba, we haven't. It's not really a Monday if we don't hear from Scott Jennings. So Scott Jennings on CNN.
He must have a great contract because I'm shocked they hadn't got rid of him yet.
In my opinion, having the time of his life. He's right there in the middle. And
he is.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Oh no, I said something about shooting. The left is.
Watch out.
It's just a figure of speech. Okay, it's all right. By the way, also text line, y'all continue to deliver. Manti Te'o so wishes AI girlfriends were around during his time. What a good one. What a good one there.
If you live through that, that is a good one.
On the text line, well done. All right, so here's Scott Jennings. Mark Cuban is trying to whitewash Kamala's record of failure, and Scott Jennings isn't going to have it. Here it is, courtesy of CNN.
Works. And honestly, he's more popular now than he's ever been. His administration is more popular than it's ever been. Look where he came from when he left office to right now. There's one reason why he's more popular today than he's ever been, because people are comparing it to what they've got now, and they're saying, I want to go back.
And yet it's a dead heat against somebody who's only been in the race 13 weeks.
Well, you act as though she just landed here on a spacecraft 13 weeks ago. She's been the vice president for an entire term.
But there's a
she was in the
difference
United States Senate. She did not show up here 13 weeks ago. She has a record as vice president, and I think what's hurting your campaign is that she also has a record when she ran for president. And she said a lot of things that have come back to haunt her.
But that's a different world. I mean, I can go back 10 years when Donald Trump said he wanted to tax oil companies out of existence. You can talk about Section 230. You can talk about Bitcoin. You can talk about abortion. There's a long list of things that Donald Trump has flip-flopped on.
But he was the president, and he has a record, and she was the vice president, and she has a record.
Yeah, but what kind of record? But you know that whole comparison isn't legit because the vice president doesn't do anything. What did Mike Pence do?
Well, I disagree. I actually think she has been the most consequential vice president when you consider the responsibilities that she was given, when you consider that Joe Biden has said she was there every step of the way. And finally, she cast more tie-breaking votes than any other vice president. She cast
that's because
the votes.
The Senate, because of the nature of the Senate, had nothing to do with her being special. You know, that's just the job.
She cast the most consequential.
There you go.
Okay.
Good night.
Rachel Maddow's, worked up. I'm sorry, that was Mark Cuban. I'm sorry. That was my mistake. That's Mark Cuban, not Rachel Maddow.
Like I said, Bill Maher, his nickname Scott Jennings, Lonely Scott on CNN. That's funny. All right, here's Tulsi Gabbard. Bubba, this is what you brought a minute ago.
Yeah.
What does the Trump administration know, if anything, or is this just common practice?
I don't know.
But
I would think there's got to be some common practice to it. But you start looking for the little things of what they think is going to happen.
Here's Tulsi, and talking about the deep state's concern that Trump somehow is going to steal the election.
Well, and she's also talking about his transition team. Yeah. He's doing it in a way that has not been done before. And Trump, that's one of the few things he has said that he has messed up. The people that he initially appointed and put into positions, he was new to politics. He put some people in the wrong positions, but he fixed those, and he says he's going to fix it the second time around. And Tulsi Gabbard's talking about how he's going to get that done.
By the mainstream media talking about members, Democrats in Congress and others in the Biden administration who are expressing their grave concern about the fact that President Trump is doing something that has not been done before in what Bobby just talked about, that he has a privately funded transition team that is already getting to work. And they're like, well, how come he's not using taxpayer dollars for this and going through the Government Accountability Office? Something is very wrong here. Well, we should all have hope at how freaked out they are, because we're not allowing Joe Biden's Government Accountability Office to control President Trump's transition team. But this is what we're talking about. They're freaking out because they can't place their moles within the transition team to try to figure out what Donald Trump is doing so that they can spin up their media propaganda machines and try to preempt and undermine the work that we are doing to bring great patriots together to actually fix the government.
Yeah, that's something that they're losing their mind, but as she pointed out, but isn't that revealing, though? Isn't that revealing that they, how dare someone use private funded and not go rake the taxpayers again and get the Government Accountability Office? Those two words seem to be mutually exclusive.
We got the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, and Jake Tapper.
Here we go, and he's taking on Tapper for all the things that his network has done with fake news, and Tapper can't stand it. Here we go.
Agrees with that, but he's talking about
you do, based on the way you're asking the question.
Based on the fact that he's accused people that didn't break the law of breaking the law when it comes to the election. And if you want to revisit that, I'm happy to. But Liz Cheney, he said, should be put before a war tribunal. None of that sounds fascist to you at all?
No, of course it doesn't.
Putting
course
Liz
it
Cheney
doesn't.
before a military tribunal?
First of all, I don't buy into the premise of what you're saying, Jake, because I just on things that I know that he said, on things that I know that he said, you're imputing things, you're taking words out of context, you're taking two separate conversations and pretending that they were made at the exact same time. So I'm rejecting the premise of your question. I frankly don't believe what you're saying about Donald Trump's words. If you'd like to put up a clip and actually put him in context, I think the American people would realize that Donald Trump is a hell of a lot more reasonable than the people like Liz Cheney who would like to lie us into war. Now, Jake, we also have to remember, step back a little bit. Well, ask yourself a basic question about network integrity. You guys talked about the Russia hoax nonstop.
The FBI was investigating it. The FBI was investigating it, and so we covered them.
And so you took the words of unnamed FBI agents and put them on your network as if they were the gospel truth. You did it again and again. A viewer of your network would have believed that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin conspired in 2016. No. That was totally and preposterously false.
No.
Well, that's
what you just said is false. We covered an FBI investigation. I don't know why you want to talk about the FBI investigation.
You covered it in a way that gave credence to anonymous sources' accusations. You did it yourself. Your network did it, Jake. But again, can we talk about the issues that Americans care most about?
I'm talking about things that Donald Trump has said.
Yes.
If you have an issue with whether or not he's talking about the economy enough, that's between you and your running mate. I'm talking about things he has said this week.
Every single rally that he does,
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, well, he gets back, and he finally, at the end of that, I saw that clip, the back half of it, and he's saying, can you just talk about the things we keep talking about, these basic things that are affecting your life? Which one of these two people have done a better job with it? Because it is a unique situation, as we said earlier in the show. We know what these two different candidates would do because they both have got a chance to do it. This is a pretty informed vote coming up, and that's positive. So there you go. But I love the way Vance handles himself with the mainstream media. He'll definitely be an asset. We'll come back. In the sports world, had some crazy plays over the weekend. We'll hit some of those. We'll get more of your phone calls in this hour as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's an amazing...
What's up, gang? Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Here's a clip I meant to try to get to the guys during that last segment featuring Jake Tapper. Here's a flashback to how Jake Tapper covered the Russia hoax. Be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications. Thank y'all for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube. Here's Jake Tapper flashback of him covering the Russia hoax.
President Trump has gone to, quote, extraordinary lengths to keep specifics about his meetings with Russian President Vladimir Putin secret, even keeping them from top members of his own administration. Take a listen to how President Trump responded Saturday night when asked directly if he has ever worked for Russia.
I think it's the most insulting thing I've ever been asked. I think it's the most insulting article I've ever had written.
The president did not directly answer the question. It's a stunning turn of events. Do you think the president of the United States ever worked on behalf of the Russians against American interests?
Used with fire. But anyway, so
I know she had a new shirt today from the Rick and Bubba store. I didn't know why,
but anyway, so
it was the Monday shirt.
So here's some highlights from the weekend that we all have to deal with. And if those of you who don't hunt, you may not get some of this. I had to deal with this. We go out the very first day, and we're in one of those places in the state of Georgia, in the southern part of Georgia, where they have done such a job for over 20 years of managing this place. Everybody around it's on the same page. That whenever you see deer, you could be seeing the Hartford elk. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking about, you know that those places you go where if I do see deer, hey, I got a chance of something really good.
Right.
So anyway, we get put out the first day. It's 80 degrees, and you go, well, this is not going to be good even here. This is a little hot. So there's not a lot of movement of the deer, and not much happens that day. And that was the day before the wives and kids arrived. They would arrive that night. So as we're coming out, you think, okay, I've got some hunts left. You have to get your stuff up. All right, okay.
Here we go.
And we walk up.
What's that smell? Burning plastic?
Yeah. And this is the epitome of and we've all been through this. Well, the caretaker and his family live on the land, and he has 4 children, 3 girls, 1 boy. So we're all saying, hey, too hot today. And we're not blaming it on ourselves or whatever. Too hot today. They didn't move today. And all of a sudden, here comes a truck pulling up after dark.
and you see horns sticking up out of the back of the truck. Okay, and I look over in there, and there is this gigantic, 225 pounds as it was weighed later, 8 points with this thick, massive rack, and a little girl riding on top of it.
How old was she, Rick?
She was 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hey, who shot that? He said, my daughter got her first buck. And I said, really? And I'm supposed to be happy for the beautiful little girl. And so my fake smile comes in. Man, that's great. Where'd she shoot it? Well, funny thing. She was wanting to go hunting, and I was messing with y'all. And she said, well, Daddy, I thought I was going to go hunting. I said, well, honey, it's almost dark. I can just run you right over here not far from the house, and we'll see if we can get out there. And he goes, then 2 dogs came in, and I thought for sure the hunt's done now, and I was wondering whose dogs that was. But strangely enough, a big buck got up, ran right in front of her and stopped. She killed it dead as a wage, wasn't out there 20 minutes. And you're like, really? I'm so happy for you.
Now your eyes twitching.
Yeah, now. Like,
and it's not the smoke from the plastic fire.
No.
I'm like, well, isn't that great, you little girl? Good job on this gigantic deer, bigger than any I've seen in a long time. And I was out there for 4 hours sweating, watching armadillos. And it took you how long? You ain't gonna believe it. I was only out there 20 minutes. Ain't that great? That is awesome. Did your dad take me somewhere tomorrow? You want to be happy for the little girl, but honestly, you're going, my gosh. I mean, isn't that? But
why did he put me there?
I've been on several hunts.
Why not drive deep into the swamps?
I've been on several hunts, and it seems that the caretaker or the owner's kids always seem to do better than me.
Well, they live there.
Right.
They have some. Right. You wonder sometimes if they don't put you out, then laugh.
You're right.
And then eat dinner and go, you want to ease over and kill that big one?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The one we've seen over behind the barn day in, day out for 2 months.
What a hand feed every day.
You listen, and here we're the problem because see, we make them think we want an experience.
Oh yeah.
So they think, well, heck, if I just take this guy's driven all the way from Alabama for 3.5 hours and set him over by the barn, he ain't gonna like that.
Or on the deck.
Yeah, he wants to get out there in the elements.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he's wrong. I mean, because I'd soon shoot one by the barn and shoot one out there in the swamp. I'm serious. I'm just as happy as I'm loving on it. And,
I go sit on some hay in the barn and shoot one.
So some of the other highlights took the boys out on one day, and Big Love was deciding. He said, I want to try to get my first deer, and I kid you not.
And we're rolling. 20 minutes past. A lot of sports over the weekend. We hit some of that way back earlier today in the live show if you want to catch that on the archives. But here's some stuff we haven't hit that happened. One of them hit, no pun intended, World Series. Dodgers now up, was it 2-0?
2-0.
But here's game
Headed
one.
to New York.
Here's game one in dramatic fashion with Freddie Freeman's grand slam. And a walk-off grand slam to win game one. And here it is from the look of what's our angle here, Adler?
From behind the plate.
Okay, all right, here we go. Let's give a look-see here at this. Here we go.
It's behind the plate, but this is from those sports bars that they have. I think there's one in There's one in Dallas and L.A. I think.
Yeah. So you're really not at the stadium, but it looks like you're at the stadium.
Cool.
Yes, this is Cosm in L.A. So Dodgers fans went bonkers. Look at that. It's like a stadium, a mini stadium.
It looks like you're really
you're sitting behind home plate. Look, everybody's going nuts.
What a walk-off.
How crazy is that view, though?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's like a mini sphere, I should say.
Yeah, it really is.
There's several of those now, right?
Yeah, I think there's one in Dallas and one in L.A.
As a matter of fact, they said in this particular, if you're in this bar, you too actually did the national anthem. All right, so here's Freddie Freeman with, we think his bat flip's one of the coolest ever.
Yeah, he holds it up. He walks it off.
Yeah, okay.
That post is deleted,
Speedy,
I think.
Talk a little bit about his batting stance. How do you feel that elbow so high up? Do you like that? Or
I've heard him break it down before. I mean, it's they. By the time you go to swing, you're pretty much all in the same position. It's all about comfort and how you get there. But he's playing through an injury we talked about. He hurt his ankle and has really gone through extensive rehab to even be on the field.
Oh yeah.
And he looks over. His family's always close by. He holds it up, walks it. I'm talking about that is a
cold as ice.
Speedy, does that get you thrown at next time?
No, not
It'd
now.
be worth it.
No, I mean you had
not when you win game
Soto
one.
and Stanton and others. They sit there and stand on the plate until it lands in the stands. Sometimes I mean it's fun now. I mean you don't. Back in the day, probably.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Bubba, can I say you don't have to say former Brave every time he's brought up? Because I hear you lamenting.
Wasn't that a controversial thing, too? Didn't he say his agent didn't bring him the last offer the Braves made?
Yeah, he would have stayed.
I know some Braves fans that really are mourning, still mourning.
Listen,
I love Freddie Freeman.
What, you mean a guy winning World Series games with walk-off grand slams? That's all?
That's the guy I'm talking about.
While you're at home watching it?
You're right. All right, here's Freddie Freeman to Speedy's point. He explains this was not his moment; it was his father's moment. And that was a special time with that. And
cool.
I know you'll take the squalling on this, Speedy. Here we go.
What was that moment like with your dad?
Yeah, he's been throwing me batting practice since I could remember. My swing is because of him. My approach is because of him. I am who I am because of him. And all the batting practice, all the relentless hours we spent together on a baseball field. We still do it in the off season together. He still throws me batting practice. I think he was so nervous. If I could talk to him and talk, I bet he couldn't even. He was so nervous in that going into that, and I just wanted to share that with him because he's been there and he's been through a lot in his life too, and to, just to have a moment like that, I just wanted to be a part of it with him in that moment because. That's mostly his moment because if he didn't throw me batting practice, if he didn't love the game of baseball, I wouldn't be here, playing this game. So that's Fred Freeman's moment right there.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's really neat.
Speedy, are you okay?
My allergies have just started acting up.
So how about when he hits that?
And his dad always wanted him to be a Brave.
Yeah, when he hits that, you can see the first thing he does is he looks over and finds
Of course he does.
He does.
Talking about the guy that threw him batting practice?
Golly.
How about that?
Yeah.
I love you, Dad.
Those are the kind of things, though. You're playing
Braves
in the back.
could use that postseason, but go ahead.
Those are the kind of things you in the backyard. You're like, okay, bases loaded, bottom of the 10th, World Series.
Sure. Freddie Freeman left us stranded.
Dang his agent.
Hope he has diarrhea.
Walk-off grand slam. We're at home watching. So anyway.
We could have used that over in Atlanta.
Came out kind of hot, faded kind of fast. All right, so
oh man.
Now Tua has returned from concussion.
I got to say,
I can't watch him play.
I got to say something.
I am a nervous wreck for him.
I turned on NFL Red Zone and was just kind of seeing every time he dropped back. I was nervous for him.
Now I'm not condoning what I'm about to say.
Here we go.
But you can bet. You can bet on anything in sports.
What did he just say?
They have a timeline. People are throwing bets on how long.
Of course.
Greg's right.
I'm not right.
You can bet on anything.
Hard truth.
You can't play that game and not take the hits as a quarterback. You're going to get hit.
So even when you're sliding.
So here he goes. He's doing the shuffle pass, trying to keep people off of him. Here we go.
Yeah, they did end up losing by 1 this game, but this was a nice heads-up play by Tua here on this.
Cardinals any good?
I think they're 4-4 now.
We moved a little quick over here.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That's a good
And he
play.
fumbled. You Nimrod.
You can't have it.
Yeah, we pulled this play out.
Execute that play
And you fumble. Now you going to act hurt?
I think we got a false start right here on this right tackle.
He can't catch a break.
You holding a cup of coffee
He
saying
cannot catch a break.
Clearly moving.
Oh, yeah.
I like the fake with the left arm, underhand pitch with the right.
How do you like fumbling?
Yeah. I don't like that. Don't like that at
How do
all.
you feel about a good fumble?
That just drives me that drives me up the wall. You're in the NFL, protect the football, you Nimrod.
Boy, the ability of DBs to punch out a football now.
crazy,
I mean,
isn't it?
have you seen the active training they're going through?
Look,
to punch
here
the
they
ball
are.
out?
This is how they hold the ball, the running back.
Well, I mean, I've seen where
the claw.
they're taping the ball to like running dummies and practice knocking it out.
there's
And
an art
they're
to it.
tearing the athletic tape
There's an
off,
art to
you know?
it.
unreal.
Of course, I'd like for you to knock the ball out, though, because you just missed the tackle.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens.
You better knock the ball out.
Bubba, it's kind of weird for the leftists out there. You know, we're always having to give entertainers a pass because they always vote Democrat for some reason. I guess because they have all the money they could ever spend. Here's Nick Bosa, and if you're a San Francisco 49er fan and you're a leftist, now you know how we feel. Do they give him a pass because he's good on their team?
I don't know.
So
I don't know how San Fran feels about
Are
that.
the NBC
that's the wrong city.
Is the NBC crew, are they in counseling because of
I'm
this?
sure they put an apology out.
All right, here we go.
In the first half, what was said during halftime? Hey.
Wish we could
All
say it
right.
better.
Nick Bosa with a message there.
Well, you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Just like the guy written on his shirt.
I couldn't
might
see
be
it,
just
but it is a
Can
MAGA.
you not get a MAGA hat?
It's the gold on white. White on gold.
You sure
a little hard to
NBC
say.
didn't put something over it? I mean, but so it was. He had a MAGA hat on. Unfortunately, you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
and
But
NBC's probably in counseling. But you know, rarely do leftists have to give entertainers a pass on their political views.
Yeah, it doesn't happen a lot.
And, well, do they? Because we give passes. You know, sing us a good song, make a few plays, we'll give you a pass.
I ain't gonna hang out with you about like you.
Hey, give us a good movie. But But the leftists, did they give the
I don't
2 or
think
3
so.
conservative
No,
entertainers
they normally
a pass?
cancel you, Rick.
Who was I can't think of the quarterback for the Bengals.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Wasn't him and Bosa, weren't they at an event with Trump or something, took pictures with him?
I don't know.
Or whatever?
Yeah, I thought I saw that too.
I just,
Speedy. It
I'm
was right
sorry.
next
Yeah,
to
Dale
the
Jr.
text
was
of
right in the
Dale
middle
Jr.
of it.
endorsing.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Me and you both were going.
Quick
I'm sorry.
sidetrack here. Speaking of,
Super quick, I hope.
at the Atlanta rally for Kamala Harris, Bruce Springsteen performed.
Oh yeah,
and it was horrible.
Here trying to write this book, I need a love reaction. Come on now, baby, give me just one look. And start a fire.
Yeah, it sounds
Crowd's
like
going nuts,
Bruce Springsteen doing his impression of the current state of the country.
Yikes! Can't start a fire.
That's that pain we're all feeling. Can't afford a grocery. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you seen the story today about Zicam, the nasal spray that is supposed to cut the time that you have a cold? You know, you're always told, and there's some others out there, but Zicam has been very popular. There's a nasal spray and I think a swab they have that the minute you first have the symptoms of a cold, if you'll do these, it will either go away or not last near as long.
The FDA has pulled Zicam nasal spray, saying that consumers should stop using it immediately because it contains zinc. Now,
I thought that's
several of these products have zinc in them, and apparently, if you take it orally or whatever, it kicks your immune system up. Thus, it stops colds from getting worse. But apparently, zinc, scientists say, can damage nerves in the nose if it has direct contact with it, needed for smelling. Now, I saw several folks on TV yesterday. One lady said that she'd used it. She lost her sense of smell, which is a key component of taste, and now she doesn't like food like she used to. And I'm like, well, and this is kind of hit home because I have used Zicam myself, the spray.
Well, obviously, it's not having that side effect with you.
Well, I know. That's what I said. It's obvious that mine has not slowed down, but this may give the weight loss people an idea. Let's numb that smell factor up, and then you're not as hungry because you don't enjoy it. You taste it, you smell it. That's part of the whole sensation of eating.
Yeah, I've talked to people that have had permanent damage, not of Zicam, but for something else that took away their sense of smell and taste.
Right.
And it's talking about like when they eat, it's just like, yeah.
It's like mush. You just don't care.
Yeah.
Doesn't have that good taste to it. But as I said, it has not damaged mine, apparently.
Well,
And but that's a
saying-
serious health issue that they're going to have to look more into. Now, of
What
course,
about the swabs?
the people who make it say, it's something else.
Well, you would say that if all of a sudden your paycheck had Zicam on it.
But I will say this: I've had the Zicam tablets that you dissolve, in your mouth, and they seem like they really do help. If you begin to get a little cold or something, to go ahead and jump on it, seems like it knocks it out.
Well, I'm an airborne guy.
Right, and they've had their problems too. I mean,
Sure.
they had some advertising claims, but
I think you're like me. I don't know what the claims are. I don't know what all this is about. All I know is in my personal experience. Maybe
you like it. You say it works.
Well, maybe it's
for you, right?
mentally for me. I don't care what it is. It works. If it's a sugar pill, fine. It's working for me.
Fake me off. That's fine.
Right.
Bottom line is no cold.
Yeah, I did it on the book tour. Did all this, and you remember like the day before we left, I said, "Hey, I'm going down. I'm not feeling good."
I remember that.
And Ryan makes fun of it. Greenwood's fine. And I airborned up, and I was fine.
Now, Ryan Greenwood made fun of something?
He made fun of my obsession with airborne.
That's strange.
How quickly you think it was before I began to tear him apart with things that I would like to make fun of him about?
Well, I started to say you would have a pretty long speech there. If I was Ryan, I would not throw rocks.
Yeah, I mean, I said, you're going to get on to me about being quirky about things. I said, what next? You want me to make some fat jokes? Is that it? You know what I mean? I mean, well, come on. Where's your credibility here?
If there was a frenzy tablet, he'd take it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But, they really didn't go into detail on the stories I saw yesterday about if this zinc component, squirting it up your nose is the only problem, or if you take it orally, if it could be a problem also.
Looks like by this story,
it looks like it had to have direct contact.
That the nasal swabs but they're not mentioning the nasal swabs in the headline, but
it is.
In the story,
there,
it's there. Yeah.
I don't have that nerve left anyway. I think they cut it out.
Yeah, it said direct zinc having a direct contact with your nasal cavity,
right?
Which would not include taking it orally,
right? Which in a natural environment you probably wouldn't have zinc crammed up your nose, but it sure does work when you take it orally. I'll say that. It may not be good for you, but it will kick up your immune system, I guess.
Right, and that's what airborne does. Same thing.
Yeah.
It has all those things. It's an immune system strengthener, is what it's supposed to be.
Kicks it up. Turns it up in my high gear.
Look, I don't know whether it really does or not. I don't care. I just know that, and if it's just
it's your security blanket, and you like
just your mind playing tricks on you, it still works.
So what?
Yeah.
If it's just, once again, like many things, my mind has just been able to do this. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I could have done the same thing by just simply using my dad's therapy, which is refuse to be sick.
Right.
My dad claims that you can just absolutely refuse to be sick, and you won't be.
I've tried that one time when I had a fever, and boy, it didn't work.
Yeah, I tried that too. The fever won.
Well,
yeah. I was like, wow, I really am sick.
Well,
I was just determined I was not going to be sick, and there I was laying in the floor.
Well, it was. "35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Fieldofgreens.com. Love it. We got two ages. You got your age that's on your birth certificate and on your driver's license, but then you got your biological age. And the key is to have that biological age younger, not older than your years. And how do you do that? Well, nutrition has a lot to do with it. And fieldofgreens.com, that provides the nutrition that the body craves. And boy, do you see the results. I love this product. Field of Greens, organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink unlike any other. It's serious nutrition. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age, and that generally means better health. Each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens selected by doctors to support vital body functions like the heart, liver, kidneys, immune system, and it's backed by a better health promise. If your doctor does not see better health after you have been on Field of Greens, they give your money back. My doctor loves it. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BIGVOX. That gets you 15% off. And also, don't forget, they'll ship it right to you. So go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there at the sponsors button as well. And we look forward to hearing your Field of Greens story like we do so many already. Okay, so some other things. Bubba, biggie in the NFL as far as fun.
The Commanders, everybody okay with calling the Commanders now?
Not really.
Not really. The Commanders, they do a Hail Mary at the end of the game to beat the Bears.
Yep.
We
the
love...
The Hail Mary is still one of the most fun plays in football since the onside kick has been taken out, basically.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Put yourself in Caleb Williams' position.
Okay.
He's a rookie. And he took them down a drive the length of the field, scored with 20 seconds.
You speak of the Bears?
Seconds in the game, so he's done a great job. He's fired up. He's happy, and then this happens.
And Rick, one of the keys here is to watch the Bears defensive back who is taunting the crowd before this play.
That's the net. We have a clip just on him.
Okay.
This is just the play, but yes, that's instant karma on that guy.
Now, Caleb Williams is on the sideline right now, really proud of himself.
After driving the team down for what he thinks is the winning drive with only 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
You think it's safe.
And I'll tell you what, this is a long throw.
Yeah.
It sure is.
Form at the goal line.
Where is that?
Only a three-man
rush 35.
He's just going to have to let one fly.
We know about that.
Now he's back to his 30.
Steps away from
the
defender.
And he ends up throwing it.
Look where he's at.
From his 35.
He threw that from his own 35.
Heads towards the end zone. It is
Now, how do you let somebody get behind you if you're on the defense?
Dan Quinn. I wish he was with the Dallas Cowboys right now, still as defensive coordinator.
You know what happened. Look.
Okay.
You know what happened when he got to running around. The defense, they're waiting back there watching. And somebody ain't paying attention. He slips right behind them.
Well, they got in a little mob there where the ball was coming down, and somebody just kind of stepped out behind just in case it got tipped. And they had somebody in the front of it, too.
White doing that.
It should have been. And there was a former DB that was with the NFL, now an analyst, and he said the problem you have is you can't get caught up in that mob because as a safety, you still have the deepest man.
I would have my ankles on the line.
Why not be in the back of the end zone, 9 yards deep, and everybody stays in front?
The other guys can handle it.
You see the DB there.
Rick, look.
Motion to the crowd, even as the ball's being snapped.
Instant karma.
Oh, wow.
And see, here they come.
But I will keep an eye on him after this happens.
How can that idiot not be standing back there in the very back?
Yeah.
I mean, that's his job. Look at him way over here. Where are you? He's up there in
going
the
up there to
mob.
knock it
He
down.
tipped it.
What are you doing?
I think he's the one who tipped it.
It's two. I think he is.
I think you're right.
I think he's the one who
tried to go in
tips
and
it.
get it.
Is he supposed to be the safety?
Number 29.
Don't you know in the film room they went nuts on this.
All right, watch. I think he's the one who tips it.
He's right in the middle.
He's running to the front, which the safety
He
shouldn't be
jumps up
doing.
off 1 foot.
Was that his hand?
He had a hand in it. Yeah.
Oh,
right
look,
there.
Oh,
it is his
my
hand.
God.
He needs to be under the goalpost.
Not only are you not back there where you're supposed to be, you tip it.
Wow. Adler, run that back to the moment he tipped it.
Okay.
And look, 2 Bears defenders are in front of the little group jumping up to get the ball. Nobody behind him.
That's right, yeah.
It's just like
He's supposed to be
getting a
back there.
rebound. You should have guys that are boxing out the free man. But
And it's his job. He's the safety.
Look, as he goes up, they're all in a little mob. 29
Look
goes
at
up.
the guy in the back.
Look, 2 DBs in front.
He
See
stops.
the 2 in front, nobody in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Do you think
Yeah,
they'll
they're doing a lot of
review this
good
a
out
few
there.
times?
You know, they're doing a lot of good out there
these
in
two
front
people
of
up front, what are they even doing?
Well, they're watching the Commanders score the winning touchdown.
They are.
They got the best seat in the house to it.
By the way, I think that is really his hand, by the way. I think it is his hand.
All right, well, let me get
that
this
is
right.
instant karma. Isn't
So
it?
I'm taunting the crowd like you have no chance to win now.
Or the law of the harvest.
And I'm sitting back. I'm the safety. I'm supposed to be back there, like you said, Greg, with the back of my heels on the back of the end zone. But I don't have time for that because I'm goofing around with the crowd.
And then I hurry to go
Then
over
I
and
decide
tip
that
it.
I'll really show him by knocking it down. And I run in there and tip it up in the air, and the guy I'm supposed to be covering catches it. That's unbelievable. And I want to hear the radio again. Let's listen to them. Yeah, because they go nuts. We were kind of critiquing it the first time. Listen to them just go crazy on 11A. I love this.
Fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is.
It's just mania.
It's yelling.
Love it.
They're just yelling.
Oh my goodness!
What are you gonna do with that?
All right, so
they're 6-2 now.
Okay.
So y'all know.
Wow. There you go. Well, of course, Bears. I don't know whether, because I want to see Speedy's reaction to video 16. But do you want to?
But let's see a couple of these cool plays.
Okay.
We had a fake
punt at Wisconsin against Penn State. Of course, they lose.
Field goal. We had several things.
Yeah. All right. Here comes the fake punt. Back to college now. Wisconsin punter fake punt for the first down versus Penn State. Of course, Penn State goes on to win. But here we go.
Products will send it away to Zion Tracy deep for Penn State. Oh, look out off the edge. Bertrams is going to run for it with plenty of room to go.
Took a shot. Took a shot. Okay, I don't think that was a planned fake. The guy just ran by him.
Well, the guy didn't contain,
Yeah, and he thought, I got 30 yards here without anybody in it. I think I'll just take off running.
They replay it, and it's he's running with it in front of his feet like he's going to kick it for several.
Look, he's
10
going to
yards.
kick it. Oh, he had to stop because of the
You
block.
can't let him break containment like that.
No, you could tell.
Oh my goodness!
Big shot.
No, Zero put a hit on him.
Somebody did finally arrive.
Yes.
If he had tried,
punter get jacked.
if he had tried to punt that, it would have been wrong.
And down he goes.
First down though. But yeah, that's just you know what I call that? That's heads up.
It is. That's a good play right there.
Here's the fake field goal. BYU, this was outrageous what they did against Central Florida. Here's BYU's fake field goal.
This season, and they fake it. It's Barron around the edge. He's got
He's
options,
open.
and he keeps it. That's a BYU first down.
Okay. Did he snap it through his legs?
He did through his legs. Yes,
It's a double snap.
The holder did.
Mm-hmm. They snap it to the holder, and then the holder snaps it again.
From as long as 54 this season, and they fake it.
Wow.
By the way, he's open. He can score.
Yeah, but he wasn't very confident.
No, he wasn't confident.
He wasn't at all.
That's a good one.
He's
right
thinking,
there.
I believe I'll just run it.
Let me just get a first down.
Yeah. So what is 14?
What's this here? Let me see.
This
That's
is
a thick six. A thick six.
Oh, this is Big Boy.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that. Oh, I love seeing defensive lineman ramble. He is rumbling and stuff, buddy. And you know, sometimes I think the defensive linemen are looking. Somebody please tackle me.
Yeah, they're tired.
I'm sick of running.
But he gets some great blocking right here. Watch this.
Good hands.
Good hands. Greg. Bubba. Get some good blocking.
Now he's thinking.
Maybe a clip.
Good speed, by the way.
He's back to youth football days right now. Last time he was a running back.
Believe that?
Oh.
A pick, and Javari Ritzy.
So tired.
They better give him some oxygen.
They call it a thick six.
How about this? He's in better condition than what's his name that took himself out.
Richardson.
Richardson in the NFL.
Still can't believe
the quarterback who says.
He tapped out, y'all.
How about when you have to come in the game? Why our quarterback's tired? He's tired.
He needs a play.
He needs a breather. Needs a breather.
Yeah. All right. So, do we care about the drone show versus watching Dwayne Wade not hate his statue?
Either one. Whatever you guys want.
It doesn't look like
did he
him.
fake it pretty good?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
To me, he just looks at it like
shouldn't somebody screen these
video
things?
Listen, we got a big. We're unveiling.
Big production. I can't look. Watch his face.
I'm not looking.
Doesn't look anything like him. I don't even know who that is.
It looks like Morpheus screaming in the Matrix.
It does, by the way.
Yes. Face. Dwayne Wade's like, wow, that doesn't look like me.
I'm still not looking.
I've yet to see a statue in these situations that actually looks like them.
But it seems with all the AI generations we have, how can we not get these right?
But y'all have
Can't
to
we
admit,
scan his face with a laser and duplicate it?
Right.
This has to
That's
be
an
some
expensive
artsy
statue,
fartsy
too.
thing.
Yes, it's an expensive
That's
statue.
an expensive statue. That's a big production right
Who
there.
does that?
Not to look anything like Dwayne Wade.
He doesn't look anything like him.
No.
Look,
I'm
nobody,
so embarrassed.
Have you seen people take it and put that face on him and like highlights?
Yes.
It's solid gold.
Who is that? He's Asian.
People are now taking that. He's out there playing. I can see him.
yeah.
I don't know who that is, but it's not Dwayne Wade.
No, it looks.
Did the sculptor do like a secret homage to his grandpa? What happened?
I don't know.
Who stepped back and went, yeah, that's what we're looking for?
Perfect.
Did they not give him a picture to go off of?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was my dad. You know how you like almost like video games, how they go to different levels, these adventure games and stuff?
Right.
My dad was able to do that up till pneumonia.
Right.
And he tried to do it on pneumonia, and the next thing I know, he's hallucinating and trying to kill all of us.
Right.
You know, and
that's not good.
And I
Rick.
said, Dad, I wish you would refuse to have a high fever right now because you're scary.
That's when you ought to go ahead and take you an Advil.
Right.
You know?
And, that was when he told me that I could not. He would not remove his shirt because I said, Dad, you're burning up. You need to take that shirt off. And he said that it was the key to his strength. And so he refused to take it off, and we were all, and then finally I just told, how you get frustrated. I know you've done this with me and with everybody else. Just let him feel that way.
Yeah.
Let him sit back there and just melt. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because,
it's very Jessica White.
Melt.
Because
just let him be Elvis.
Because remember, you remember how, Greg, you remember how scary he was at the time? Where he did his refusing to be sick right up to pneumonia.
Oh, yes.
And you know what that was? Now, let me tell you how pneumonia happened. He fell off something and broke his ribs. And refused to
he couldn't cough because his ribs.
So then when he started getting congestion, he couldn't clear it because his coughing was
limited.
Was limited by the broken ribs.
And he got to hallucinating.
Yeah, I told him remember when his shirt had a string?
Yeah, he couldn't take it off because they could get him.
Right, and then he gave some choice words about us not bringing it up again, and we didn't.
I know. We got cold quick.
Well, it's one of those things where you go, we can't get him to the doctor. He's bigger and stronger than us. He's going to hurt one of us.
What he is.
So just let him fight.
That would have been a good time that if you could have took him like Blake can take you, that it would have come in handy.
There you go. Blake, on one hand, you say don't do it, on the other hand, you stir. But let me say this. And you know what he did?
I love the stir.
You know what he did with pneumonia? Never went to the doctor. The very next day, I look, and he's going down the hall in his entire coaching outfit going to open the weight room.
You know what?
And went to work.
I heard he took an airborne.
It might have been an airborne.
That's what I was going to say. I figured Rick snuck him one or something.
Ryan, I mean,
Ryan, I know I'm not one to talk about the way
That's what Rick says.
about the way to dress, but I mean, do you have to wear a frenzy logo every minute of the day? I mean, the team's not playing
shorts
right now.
Well, no, but we got practice tonight, so I just go ahead and put on what I'm going to wear to practice.
And who did you learn that from?
You. I got it from
Thank
you.
you.
So
Dress how you need to be dressed the whole day.
You got your airborne?
I'm surprised Rick ain't got it on Bubba's foot trying to rub it in.
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'm gonna have him soak in it before he leaves. I'm gonna have him soak in it before he leaves. Let me say this.
I'll tape it to my foot if it'll help.
Do you think it would help my hair that I'm losing?
Well, you know what? We might.
Hey, Rick
back there.
Hey, Rick, put that in a chip on there. I'm sure Rick will break it up, rub it on your head.
I admit that I keep airborne close to me, and I have
So
little
you
tubes of it.
don't think it works, right?
No, I think it's snake oil.
Well, I mean,
but if it mentally helps you,
That's mind over matter.
Now I know I have asthma, and I keep huffers like in my briefcase, in my desk drawer, by the nightstand, in my car. I thought it was, but we know I have asthma. It's diagnosed. I thought you keep an airborne everywhere in your car, in your pocket.
It's everywhere with me.
So you're constantly just getting a little hit airborne.
If I feel like I'm feeling the least bit sick, there I go.
So you're like Bubba with Pepto-Bismol, who'll get a preemptive strike
Absolutely.
just in case he needs.
Do you take it like a vitamin? I mean,
sometimes.
Pretty
Sometimes
much, Bubba, yes, pretty much. You're supposed to do that.
Yes, it's all natural.
If you keep taking it, will it get
Build
so
up
it doesn't
immune.
kick it
Yeah,
in?
I think so.
Does
I
your
think
body
so.
get used to
I think
it?
so.
Probably, I don't know. And the but
since the king takes it, we all need to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if he tells us we can't, I guess we can't.
How about
I'm
this?
just glad he liked them shrimp and grits this morning because I really liked them.
How about this, Ryan? One night,
Greg, you may not know that he sprinkled some airborne in it. Oh, I don't want to feel better.
Hey, one night you're gonna be at home in the fetal position, all in tears because you missed a frenzy game, and you're gonna wish you'd taken some airborne.
Well, I'm just saying we both were sick going to New York. I didn't take it. You took it. We both seemed to make it okay.
You were struggling. You just
they say you're supposed to take it before you go to the airport and stuff too.
Yeah, but what did you have to do? Had you run the camera? I mean, I'm over having to do interviews and having to give.
I forgot you had to get makeup put on.
Had to do a whole show. If you don't feel good, you just go to myself. I'm not gonna take a picture right now.
Be funny for 5 minutes with makeup.
Yeah, well, I had to do a whole show from there.
Hey, don't mess with the king.
Yeah,
Right.
Turn the camera on. He's about to roar.
At least he did let me eat more with
All right, I'll ask you this, Ryan. I'll ask you
hungry
because what do we don't know much.
Ryan, you're gonna make Rick mad. He's gonna make you start showing up for work.
Look, I'm here long after everybody's gone. Wait a minute. I looked in the back. He was putting a time card machine up. What's that?
Look, we don't know much, but we know people, right?
Yeah, amen.
If Ryan would have felt bad after making that bold statement, would he have ever let on that he didn't feel good?
Mm-mm. Did I look puny? I got around good. I was hanging with you. I mean, I wasn't like I was laying. I feel okay.
Yeah, I can't really tell now because, frankly, your whole makeup is so unhealthy looking now. I can't even.
I'll give you that.
I can't pick out what day you don't feel well.
I'll give you that. Now. It's a little crazy.
What happened to you yesterday?
Yeah,
stomach?
I had a little something going on.
Huh?
I didn't go bottle out the airborne though.
Hi, the gravy, please.
Here we go. We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Don't forget any part of the show that you missed today. You can catch it on the Daily Archives, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Best of Hours available, too, on the podcast channel and for Blaze TV subscribers. Or you may catch our Best of Hour on a local TV affiliate of yours. We do have a local TV affiliate that carry that, too. Okay, all right, so I got one more thing on the statue because I can't get past it. This is a very expensive, very nice statue. Name anything that you've ever had made involving someone's picture, ever, in your family, ever. Some big deal that the people making it didn't say, hey, can you approve this proof? Isn't that pretty standard? Don't you think somebody should say,
this is the way it's going to look?
Here's how we're going to do the statue face. Everybody good with the face, because I think everybody in Dwayne Wade's family,
right?
Spit it out, woodchuck, would have said, no, that doesn't look like him. Dwayne would have said that. That don't look like me.
I know nothing.
They
about
wouldn't let
statue.
you use that picture for your driver's license.
No.
Here he is commenting on.
No, don't do this to me. Please.
Come on. Here we go.
Like, that's crazy. I can't believe that. Who is that guy?
We don't know.
Like, that's crazy. I can't believe that. Who is that guy?
Yeah, we're wondering.
We're all wondering.
Sorry, buddy.
We're all wondering.
You know who it looks more like? What's this from Star Wars when they froze him in the metal stuff?
Yes.
Who was it the other week we had that there was
Han
somebody?
Solo. Rick, it's not a good day for you right now. Are you done? It's one more segment. Okay, if you quit last segment.
Who was it that they unveiled the other week? And we did the story, and it was real small. Remember they took it over, and it was like about this big.
Some of you statue people, y'all. What about the one where they did that statue and it was in tribute to somebody, and it was like some elbow or something?
Yeah, that arm.
You statue people, y'all got to get it right. Is everything no good, including statue people?
Who was it that had the miniature one? They pulled the sheet off, and it was about
Allen Iverson, I think.
It was Allen.
I think it was Allen Iverson.
Was.
It looked like he was a little kid.
It's like we had the tiny bobbleheads that time.
Yeah, Morpheus.
It's Morpheus.
That's great stuff.
No, that's not like Dwayne Wade at all.
It doesn't like Dwayne Wade's cousin.
Yeah.
All right, so apparently, now who does Jameis Winston play for now?
Jameis Winston's with the Cleveland Browns, who upset the Ravens this past weekend.
I didn't know he was with the Browns.
No,
he jumped around.
He did there's things we have to get to before the top of the hour. Mm-hmm. This and the Chinese woman that was for Trump, and we never got to it. So I know that's all over the place. We got to get busy. This is pregame. This is pregame before this is before the game. Yeah. He's got his chance. He's gonna start. Deshaun Watson is hurt. We know that. He's the starter. And here's the interview.
Jameis, I can tell you're taking it all in right now. You're about to make your first start since 2022. Ken Dorsey said that he's been preaching to you to play smart but not conservative. What do you expect from yourself?
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will be glad and rejoice in it.
You're looking really focused right now. You told us this week that everyone inside this building believes that this is the time you guys can turn it around. What's been the message?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, dependent on the Lord. That's all we got.
You told me no nerves, just excitement and butterflies. Still feel that way?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, dependence on the Lord.
The message is clear, guys. Thank you, Jameis.
That boy. The look to the camera.
The look to the camera is what got me.
Gosh, it's so good.
Okay, so
now they've won,
and they did win.
Was it me or the way he had his headdress on? He looked just a little bit like one of the Wayans brothers.
He
there.
did.
Oh wow!
Like it was almost like one of the Wayans brothers doing a skit as a quarterback. Didn't
Adler, about halfway through, maybe we can skip to the last 20 or 30 seconds.
Now I see why he had that on his head.
But this, she asked him about it, and he continues to talk about his faith, which is important.
Great.
Apparently, you don't like that.
But then for some reason, about towards the end, he quotes Eminem.
Thank you for the offensive line. Thank you for the defensive line of winning the trenches. And thank you for the Browns fans for coming up and standing up and helping us get a victory here at home.
It's not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. this opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got to quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
It's rare.
And some white boy from Detroit.
It's a strange mix.
It is.
You only get one shot.
This was
you lose yourself.
I will say this too: if you're the backup quarterback to Deshaun Watson, I think there's a pretty good chance you could end up being the starter. At some
absolutely.
point.
Yeah. I mean, if
he
you don't
hasn't
get
had
hurt,
a track record of being able to stay in there either with injuries or off the field issues or whatever.
The combination of Eminem and Scripture is rare.
It is.
You don't
try
have
that
those
in a Chinese woman for Trump.
Oh, well, okay, so
he really wants to hear
incredible transition.
I want to hear it too.
Okay,
this Chinese lady is awesome.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Chinese, we're Chinese first generation. We love Trump from our bottom of the heart because we know Trump is the only one can save America. Kamala is so stupid. She is so low. IQ equal no Q, no qualification to be the president. You shall stay away from that position. You already lost the position. You lost our trust. You lost our vote. You just need to go home, to stay home. You cannot do anything to save America. You are so stupid. You don't know anything. You cannot even answer any question from the camera, from all the media. How you can be on the stage to fight for America, to protect American people, to protect all the world. You are not qualified. You just need to go home. Let Trump to save America, to save the world, to put America first. If America
I'm fine with it going on forever.
To be saved, and then
So
America can save the whole world. Trump, we
Look
love
at
you.
the reporter.
We love you forever. Never ever surrender. Fight, fight, fight. Fight for Trump. Fight, fight, fight.
She's got more.
Fight, fight, fight.
She's still going.
Trump, we love you so much, Trump. You are the best president in our lifetime. We so appreciate here as the first generation of the Chinese people. We are so grateful for America, for American people. We are immigrants, but we come from the
There seems to be a lot
front
left.
door, not from the border. Legally cross the border.
Y'all, it's still going.
Yeah, she is awesome.
Got
She's
another
like,
minute.
she said we came through the front door, not through the boulder.
I have so much to say about that.
I don't.
Hey, when she's right, she's right.
Can we cut that out and save it for the next week?
Yeah.
Good.
Kamala, you are so stupid.
So bad. Warren.
What I love,
Warren.
what I love about Chinese commentary is like 30 minutes from now, I want to hear it again.
Yeah, this doesn't fill you up, does it?
Warren.
Go home. So good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.